what's next? Is can you have a transition if these people, loads of people
So
loyal
come
to
on, do
Maduro,
something a
are they
bit
going to
different.
stay? Are
We're
they going
watching
to stay strong and
updates from
stay
Sky
loyal, or
News.
is their loyalty to something that was purchased by Maduro by getting benefits from the state?
The guy you just mentioned in Cabello is the interior minister, and will could be, as you say,
this man, this wicked dictatorship that's been, gripping Venezuela.
United States or in the coast of Venezuela, they haven't made any official communication of what is happening right now in that matter. So right now they haven't been communicated also with any outlets, news outlets, or hasn't done any official report of what is happening right now in the capital. So we have to wait to see how these explosions or how these I don't know how this situation evolved during all the night. Right now is about 3 in the morning here in Caracas. So we have to wait to see to go around all Caracas to see what is the real situation right now. You have to know that in Venezuela we are living in a total shutdown, communication shutdown. So we don't have any official official sources where we can see what is really happening. So we have to wait to see if we can get any information from the people who's living around all those places that has been attacked right now in the capital.
Well, yes, and do we know which particular areas appear to have been struck as appears to be the situation? We know that explosions heard, as we say.
Run behind.
Yeah.
We're told it's the south of Caracas. Do you know what's in that area?
Yeah, there has been 7 strikes in Caracas, the Miraflores. That's a really important point in the capital because there's where allegedly live Nicolas Maduro. There has been attacks in the coast, in La Guaira,
Venezuela,
where the airport and the most important income.
President has been captured, and
I don't know. There's one of the most important places to get to Caracas. There has been strikes in the La Carlota. La Carlota is a place where the military do all the exercises, all the air exercises. So we haven't been confirmed yet where all the other places, all the strikes have been take place. So we have to wait to see what all the official reports communicates about what other places has been struck right now.
And it's been evident that Donald Trump has been putting pressure on President Nicolas Maduro, saying that he wants him to flee the country. What has the reaction been there in Venezuela to this pressure from Donald Trump and the attacks by US authorities on vessels that they say are drug smuggling?
I thought I'd come in and do. My son told me about this. He's just left. But we've had snow. We have got snow where I live in the UK. Alfie's had his first blast of snow and he loved it. He was rolling about in the snow. Piglet has seen snow before. She went out in it too. So we've been out in the snow, and he's left now because he's got work. And he was telling me all about this, so I thought I'd come on and see what Sky News. So we're behind. We're on catch up. But big news.
Yeah, there has been.
I thought we'd do something a bit different to BJ this morning because I might come on and do a bit of BJ later.
Very confused situation because not in the White House or Venezuela has been have done any official communication of what is happening. A few days ago, there have been an attack, allegedly an attack in one of the most important regions of petroleum industry in the Zulia, but not even the government in Venezuela or the United States has been have shown any proof of what happened there. So right now, maybe we are going to live the same situation. We have to look very carefully what is happening right now. A few minutes ago, one of the men of the White House write a tweet where said,
we're going to go with a bit of Sarah.
So maybe they know what they are doing, but we will know very soon in the morning what is really happening.
And just to update you that in the last few minutes, we have heard from the Venezuelan government who have declared a national emergency in Venezuela. And they've also rejected what they call military aggression by the United States, but still no word yet from the White House or the Pentagon. As you can see, our military analyst, Michael Clark, is joining us now. Michael, we have had information from the Venezuelan government, as we say, nothing from the US at present. The Venezuelan government are saying that attacks have taken place in a number of areas of the country. What can you tell us about those areas and what could be possible targets?
Well, I mean, we know about Caracas, and there's been some visual evidence of that, and some material on social media in the last hour that
cold weather, colder weather.
I'm not sure about that. And
we have snow.
I mentioned which are provinces.
How can you donate? If you want to donate, you can donate
east of
Stripe
Caracas,
if you like.
or really part of it. And
I really wish to.
Thank you. So what we know is that there's been some attacks, according to the Venezuelan government, in these provinces, but we don't know anything about targets yet. One would guess that the targets are likely to be governmental infrastructure, because when the Americans said that they went after a port facility recently, when Trump said that, although there's no real evidence of it on the ground, but he said that they attacked port facilities, and he talked about attacking narco centers. Now, narco centers are more likely to be in the interior areas of Venezuela, not really along the coast and the coastal strip. So my guess is that these attacks will have been against some infrastructure targets, which are the most hurtful to the regime itself, to Maduro himself. But undoubtedly, the Pentagon or the White House will make a statement at some point, I guess later on this morning, and give some idea of what those targets might be. And then there'll be more visual material coming through from on the ground in Venezuela. But undoubtedly, it's a reasonably extensive air attack in at least 4 locations, 4 areas, and it looks like multiple attacks possibly in each of those areas. Probably they would be missile attacks rather than attacks from aircraft, but it said that aircraft were heard, and that's entirely plausible. But remember, the Americans have got 2 guided missile cruisers.
This is crazy.
Part of this big naval task force off the coast of Venezuela. So those big.
So my son Lewis was telling me all about it. He's like, and I said, well, I hadn't, he's more into it than I hadn't heard of it. I was following the Jonathan Bowley. Unfortunately, they found him deceased. Now I've got it on 1.25 speed to catch up a bit because I scrolled right back.
Including the Lake Erie, can
This
deliver
is Sky News.
cruise missiles, and they're very accurate, and they're very close to their targets. So I would imagine the Americans will be able to say, come the dawn in Venezuela, that they've attacked a number of targets. They'll say successfully, and we'll get some idea as to what their thinking is as to the sort of targets that they think would make a difference to their campaign to get rid of Maduro.
And Michael, in the last few moments, the Reuters news agency is saying that a US official has told them that the US is carrying out strikes inside Venezuela. We have no independent confirmation of that. We've not heard word from the White House or the Pentagon ourselves. But the Reuters news agency is saying that a US official has told them that the US is carrying out strikes inside Venezuela. If that is the case, Michael, give us a sense of context. How significant a moment would this be?
Oh, it's a pretty big moment, Anna. The United States has been conducting a campaign against Venezuela for many years after Victor Chavez.
Well, I was saying to Lewis, like, people are going to hate Donald Trump even more, but then allegedly, I don't know, because I don't follow it all in depth. He said there are people that have been starving in Venezuela. A lot of this is drugs related, I believe, but I could be wrong.
He was a sort of left-wing firebrand who became a left-wing dictator. Maduro took over from Chavez, and Maduro has become even more sort of hardline dictator and running a very repressive state where a lot of people are
apparently they've been starving.
Arrested, and a lot of arrests have taken place just in the last couple of months. So there's no question about that. The previous Trump administration, the Joe Biden administration, and now this Trump administration has set their cap against Venezuela and have tried to encourage the opposition. They've taken sanctions against Venezuela on a number of occasions and have tried to close down Venezuela's role in narcotics. So, that's a long-term project. But the idea of taking really direct military action was always a step over a line. We were pretty sure that step would be taken at some point because the United States, over the last 2 or 3 months, had been assembling this very big task force, this naval task force, along with Marine, the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit is in the area, along with a lot of air power that they put into their air base, Roosevelt Roads in Puerto Rico. So they've got complete coverage on air, land and sea over Venezuela. And this task force, as it got bigger and bigger, was obviously designed to, as it were, pressurize.
Yeah, that's what Lewis was telling me about the boats allegedly with drugs on.
And Maduro sat tight. He was offering the United States all sorts of inducements.
It's a difficult one, isn't it?
The US wasn't terribly interested in that.
They proved
and
it.
He seems to have decided to sit tight on the assumption that the Americans will not invade, because that would be very, very unpopular with Trump's base. They don't have enough troops in the area available to invade a country that's just physically big. I mean, Venezuela is a big, physically big country, 30-odd million people. They're almost very unlikely to do that. And so Maduro is sitting tight, and he's likely to continue to sit tight. And the problem now for the Pentagon is, what are you going to do next? If you can bomb sites, and you can, as it were, draw the attention of the world to the fact that you are now bombing a state that you're not supposed to be at war with, and there's no UN resolution allowing you to do that. There's no legitimacy for it. So Maduro may say, I will sit tight and play the victim and dare the Americans to see what they can do next. And it will be a bit of an issue for the Trump administration. What do they do unless they're just going to keep on bombing infrastructure, make themselves look like the Russians in Ukraine?
Well, yes, and what are their options? I mean, how much do they hope to achieve by a series of strikes? And do you think it's inevitable that there's more to come? And how far would they be prepared to go?
Well, I think it's inevitable now that the Americans have got to follow it up. And having crossed this line, which I think we were all fairly satisfied they were going to cross the line at some point, because you can't build up the force that they've built up and then just stand it down and do nothing. That would be very, very humiliating. So we always thought something would happen. Now that they've crossed the physical line and have started to bomb inside Venezuela, as Trump said that's what he was considering. They've got options to do it. So he telegraphed this, a couple of 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Good morning,
now they've done it. They've got somehow to make it count. And so unless Maduro is...
I thought I'd do something a bit different this morning, and this is breaking news. Bit of a break from BJ this morning.
Out, maybe by people around him. Maybe they want the elite around him to force him out on the assumption that they may be able to keep their power. That would be some sort of movement in Venezuelan politics. Or maybe to persuade the opposition. Maria Machado's who leads, along with Gonzalez, the opposition movement. Maybe she should force them out onto the streets and, as it were, provoke a street-based revolution. Well, that would be very dangerous for the people who come out onto the streets in the first instance. So it is a very uncertain time for Venezuela coming up. But unless the Americans can point to some political change in Caracas as a result of this, then they're probably going to have to think about doing more of it in one way or another.
And what kind of response could we get from the international community to strikes if they are confirmed by the White House and the Trump administration?
I'm learning this. I mean, going along.
Would there be some kind of meeting at the UN, for example? What could happen?
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a UN meeting on it. I mean, this is a tough one for the international community, and already social media is alive with questions. Are the European allies going to condemn American action? Are they going to support American action? Will they keep quiet about it? I'm sure they'll try to keep quiet about it for as long as possible. In principle, this is completely illegal. Right, so there is no UN resolution supporting it. There is no international movement that says that Maduro should be removed, even though he's there with an election that nobody believes was credible. In the last election, the opposition did a very good job in proving that they had won, and Maduro effectively ignored all of the really credible evidence that he'd been defeated, and he just stayed. So he doesn't have any democratic legitimacy. But equally, Venezuela is an independent sovereign state and has the right not to be attacked for reasons that another state can decide are good enough. So American action is formally illegal. That will go to the UN.
I've been with my son this morning. It's been snowing here. We've been out in the snow, and he was telling me all about it. And he said, are you going to cover it? So I thought, well, let's do something a bit different. I haven't done something like this for a while.
I think in the Western world certainly will regret Maduro being removed, but the Russians have said that they stand by him. The Chinese have said they stand by him. The Cubans, for what that's worth, have said that they stand by him. So the international community will probably split.
Often they're all just as bad as each other, aren't they? It's like, good morning, Lilith. It's like, once they get in power, they'll do what they want, but they'll tell you what they're going to do, and then they'll just flip the switch. Yeah, I thought it'd be a nice change. We were playing BJ on Rumble last night, and I was just like, I can't hear much of this. It's just so draining. I mean, this isn't good news, but it's just like a broken record all the time. We're going to be starting a trial on Monday anyway. The trial's going ahead because they've got the go-ahead. They was waiting for one report to come back, which could have changed things. So the Sarah Grace Patrick trial, I'll drop the link. Make sure we're going to be doing all-day trial stream over on the other channel next week. I'll still be covering some BJ, but probably just highlights because I'm going to be doing something a bit different.
This one. And the allies that President Trump insults all the time in Europe and some of his allies in Asia will be in a very awkward position.
Didn't show me his live.
What they normally say is that they wouldn't necessarily condemn it, but they'll say we don't support this action. But I think that might be quite hard for them to say at what is a delicate moment in their relationship with Washington. So this will be a really tough issue for the rest of the world to react to.
If you're interested in
even
this
though on
trial,
the face of it, one state is launching an unprovoked attack on another state. That's not supposed to happen in the general rules of international diplomacy.
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see what we hear in the hours ahead, what kind of official statements and what kind of response. And Michael, for the moment, thanks very much indeed. And let me just get you up to date if you are just joining us and get you up to speed on breaking news, because the Venezuelan government has declared a state of emergency and has accused the United States of carrying out what they say is military aggression after 7 explosions were heard across the capital city of Caracas. Well, video footage captured in the capital city shows a series of explosions, and the Reuters news agency in the last few minutes has reported that a US official has said that the US launched strikes against Venezuela, but we've had no official confirmation of that from the White House or the Pentagon. Well, sirens can be heard across the city, with plumes of smoke rising as well. The Venezuelan government has said the attacks took place in Caracas, Miranda, Aragua, and Guarira. And this was the scene at Venezuela's main port in La Guarira, where there were further explosions.
Morning, Duchess. Morning, Julie.
Well, in a statement, the Venezuelan government has said the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela rejects, repudiates and denounces before the international community the grave military aggression perpetrated by the current government of the United States of America. The objective of this attack is none other than to seize Venezuela's strategic resources, particularly its oil and minerals, attempting to forcibly break the nation's political independence. They will not succeed.
Oh no, what?
Let's just show you the live pictures right now from the Venezuelan capital. As you can see, it looks pretty peaceful there now, but it is 4:30 in the morning. Well, let's cross live to Washington. We can bring in our US correspondent, David Blevins, for us now. And David, still no official word from the administration there.
Yes, 4:30 in the morning in Caracas, just gone 3:30 here in Washington, so very early still.
I'm behind
Nothing
on the stream,
from
by the way.
White House or from the Pentagon. That's not terribly surprising, given that President Trump is not currently in Washington himself. You would expect on these occasions when there is military action on this level to see the President of the United States overseeing that. From the Situation Room in the White House, instead, he remains at Mar-a-Lago in Florida. And as you've been reporting, all we have at this stage is a statement from an official from his administration speaking to the Reuters news agency on condition of anonymity, stating that the US is indeed...
So remember, we're a few hours behind on the stream. I went back to the beginning, so we're not so I thought we'd catch everything that's been said. So the time, remember, will be wrong.
Out strikes on Venezuela, 7 explosions. There were reports, and you can see it in some of the video, of low-flying aircraft, Anna, and that has fueled speculation that these may indeed have been airstrikes. But it is worth stressing, as Michael Clark has been, that among the military buildup off the coast, there are 2 military-guided cruisers there belonging to the US government. They're very capable of delivering very precise Tomahawk cruise missiles. So these may have been missile strikes. But I think there's very little doubt now that the United States is indeed escalating its attempt to bring about regime change in Venezuela, even though it will continue to claim that this is about its attempt to stop drugs trafficking from Venezuela into the United States.
And if ultimately confirmed, how much backing is there in Donald Trump's own party and the Republican Party for action like this?
And I think that is a very important question, because we know internationally, certainly Venezuela has lots of support from Russia, from China, from Iran, certainly from its neighbor in Colombia. Venezuela itself this morning describing this as an act of military aggression and declaring a national emergency. But there is that huge domestic question for Donald Trump, because he was returned to the White House on a platform of America First. And there are a growing number of people within his MAGA base expressing concern about how involved he is in foreign affairs.
A lot of
this
people
week, even, for example, we saw Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, back at Mar-a-Lago in Florida. The following day, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was at Mar-a-Lago. That prompted Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example, a longtime ally of President Trump, who parted company with him recently over issues like this, as well as the Epstein files, to suggest that he had completely lost his way. And she posted online, "What about putting America first?" That is a sentiment shared by many within his base, who feel he needs to be more focused on issues at home, particularly when there is such a cost of living crisis in the United States, and now that we are into a midterm election year. But it appears the president does remain focused on foreign affairs. If he has indeed ordered strikes on Venezuela, as we appear to be witnessing this morning.
Will the Trump administration be concerned about the reaction of the international community if they go ahead and confirm that they are carrying out strikes in Venezuela?
Anna, they have shown no concern about that in recent months, and there has been a lot of it expressed, given that the US has targeted 35 boats in recent months, claiming 100 lives. On each occasion, they claimed those boats were ferrying drugs from Venezuela across the Caribbean, Eastern Pacific, into the United States, without really providing any evidence to back that up. At one stage, there was a great debacle at Congress over claims the US had carried out a second strike on a boat that had already been incapacitated, and while there were survivors in the water. All of that raised huge questions and allegations of breaches of international law. But the president repeatedly said that his duty was to protect American people.
I thought we'd do some non-BJ drama content, but this is still... But I was with Lewis and he was telling me about it. 'Cause I don't know if you've got snow, Marcus, where you are, but we have. And he was like, are you going to cover this? And I was like, well, I think I will do something different.
From drugs coming into the United States, they've always defended this action on that basis. But there are many, of course, who have alleged that this has nothing to do with drugs at all and everything to do with the president's attempt to bring about regime change in Venezuela, to see President Nicolas Maduro
I've only done it in vertical.
deposed, and someone else, perhaps like the woman who
we
is
can
the
put it in
leader of the
horizontal. I don't think I
Maria
can change it
Machado,
now.
who won the Nobel Prize recently.
I can't change it now.
At least lead some kind of
You can
stronger
switch
resistance on the
to
ground.
horizontal.
Some would say they really have now opened the can of worms if they're carrying out this kind of military action on the ground in Venezuela, because they will have to now see some result of that. They'll have to see some kind of regime.
So if you want to switch to horizontal view, this is what you do. To change the stream to horizontal, go out of the live, click the 3 dots next to the live on your page, save to watch later, then go into your watch later and it'll be there as and go to your watch later and it'll be in horizontal, not vertical.
Change. Are they going to have to go even further?
And if this were indeed about regime change, David, why Venezuela? There are other countries of the world that have had disputed elections. Why Venezuela in particular and its leader? Would that be a target of Donald Trump?
It's a little hack.
Well, again, that is a very important question, Anna, because there are many who will suggest this has nothing to do with drugs and absolutely everything to do with attempts to see regime change and to perhaps lay claim to strategic assets, as Venezuela is describing it this morning, the Venezuelan oil reserves, which are, of course, are highly lucrative. And in addition to carrying out those strikes on those boats in recent months, claiming they were trafficking drugs into the United States, of course, the US government has also taken hold of 2 tankers in that region on each occasion, claiming they were transporting sanctioned oil from Venezuela. On that occasion, on the first occasion, Venezuela accused the US government of international piracy. But that again fueled speculation that this was about oil and not about drugs. But no matter what the ultimate motivation is for President Trump and his government, I think when they waken later this morning, or
on about
when
drugs
they
now, don't they?
us as to what they're exactly doing in Venezuela right now, they will continue to claim that this is about their attempt to stop drug trafficking.
Well, yeah, and what do you expect then from the administration? I mean, it is the middle of the night, and yet these are serious accusations being made by the Venezuelan government towards the Trump administration. Is it a surprise that we haven't heard from them?
Yeah, the 3:45 in the morning here in Washington. So I suppose to their
remember,
defense,
we're behind
they've
on the
not
time.
yet had perhaps an opportunity to put together a statement to explain exactly what they're doing in Venezuela right now. But the build-up has been significant for months now. In many ways, we've been anticipating this from October, November. The US has an enormous military capability in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific right now. At least 7 warships, including the USS Gerald.
It's ready to be shipped, Duchess. It's funny. The name of the person that tested it was called something Roach Smith, because we're talking about roaches and BJ. So it's been tested, it's been built, it's ready to ship as of yesterday. But because we've had New Year and Christmas, I paid for it New Year's, Christmas Eve, early hours of Christmas Eve. It was built on the 31st, I think, and it'll be shipped out any day. So, but we got snow now, so it should be with us next week. I really want it here for this trial because it's going to make it a lot easier for what I want to do. Yeah, Roach. I'll get the name. Hold on. It made me
The
laugh.
world's largest
got an email
warship. They
from
have
them
a
with an
nuclear-powered submarine in that region. They've F-35 jets, and they may or may not have been involved, as
I'll
we've
show
seen
you
these
his
pictures of
name.
low-flying aircraft over Venezuela in the early hours of this morning. But I think it has been clear for some
Paid for it
time
in
that
full.
the president intends carrying out some kind of action on the ground, in addition to what's been going on the high seas. At the end of December, there was a report of one explosion on land. The president claimed they had targeted some kind of dock facility where he claimed drugs were being loaded onto boats, but that was not confirmed by Venezuela. But certainly what we appear to be witnessing this morning, 7 explosions in quick succession, is a significant escalation and very difficult to deny right now.
Oh, it's been dispatched.
Significant escalation in the military operation.
Oh, it's on its way.
Well, David, for the moment, thanks very much indeed. We're obviously primed for any kind of response from American officials and keeping a close eye on Donald Trump's social media as well, but nothing as yet. David Bedden's there in Washington.
It's been
let's now talk to our chief correspondent, Stuart Ramsey, who joins me now on the line. And Stuart, you've spent a lot of time in Venezuela in the last few weeks. We spoke to you a little bit earlier. A bit more information has come in. What do you make of what's going on?
Well, it's probably not to be unexpected that the Maduro government would condemn what they're saying the attacks by the United States on their country. A state of emergency is now in place. We won't be far away from daylight where we will actually obviously start being able to see exactly what has been hit. From what we can tell so far, if indeed these are strikes,
yeah.
it seems to be
I don't know if they'll deliver tomorrow. I might get it tomorrow.
We know of one Air Force base which was
pity it didn't come today, then Lewis could have helped me set it up, but I can do it myself. So unless they deliver on a Sunday, the courier, then it should be here Monday. Bang on right for this trial.
It's an airstrip with a military base at one end. That's
I want to do some extra
hit
stuff.
Another one as well. Then Miraflores as well. Now this is the presidential compound. It's also effectively a military base as
well.
Yeah,
it delayed it
to
massively.
at least have been, there's pictures from there and reports from local people saying that something happened there, some type of
J. Roach Smith.
Other explosions in other parts of the country as well. I think it'll be vitally important to hear what President Trump is going to say
we
on
have
the
snow.
subject, and whether
for
any details that come from the U.S. administration. But as David was saying there, this started off as ostensibly an anti-drug trafficking campaign, an operation. That changed, and in the background there was always this sort of discussion that Maduro should leave. Pressure was mounting on him. President Trump accuses him of effectively being a narco-trafficking
cartel
running as a cartel. There's a lot of people who have doubts about that, although the military in Venezuela is involved in some of the trafficking of drugs, particularly from Colombia. But that is sort of generally accepted. But he also says that Maduro stole the last election to stay in power. The opposition released documents that showed, and most people accept them, that the country was actually, it was a landslide against the Maduro government, but it was not accepted by the Electoral Commission. They said Maduro won. So this pressure has been growing on the administration to stand down. We know there's been talks between Maduro and President Trump. The exact detail we don't know, but it's certainly the rumor when I was in Caracas was that he was trying to work out a deal by which he would leave, but then that's sort of gone quiet. And although the Maduro government has said it's open to talks with the United States, those don't appear to have happened recently, as far as we can tell. But a lot of this is taking place in secret. When I was there, what was interesting in Caracas, which is operating as more calmly than I can remember it for many, many years. People were looking forward to Christmas and the New Year, and most people in the capital seemed to think nothing was going to happen. But outside of the capital, people were worried about what's happening, the sanctioning or the detention of sanctioned tankers carrying oil, and potential strangulation of the oil industry, which is one of the only possible avenues of income for the government. That led people to be very worried about what it was going to be like in Venezuela, because it's already an economic disaster and life there is pretty tough. So outside of Caracas, people were very worried about the developments, but certainly things seem to have gone up a new notch. The opposition said that it's prepared to take over power, but I would say that for that to happen, the military, the security services would have to be on board in some capacity, one feels, even if Maduro was to step down. Opposition government. We just don't know that. Many of them have been very loyal to Maduro, and not least because of the money the senior commanders make from government contracts and all sorts of things. So just how he runs the country.
So there was no snow about 8 o'clock, and this is Alfie. Alfie has never seen the snow. And he leapt out the window, he went flying out, and he rolled in the snow. He was loving it. Look at him. I put covers over the number plate. So that's out the lounge window. There's Alfie sat there looking in the snow. It's not too thick, but it happened really quick because there was like no snow. Then all of a sudden we had, I don't know how much more. I think we're going to get more snow though. Look at him sat in the snow. I got a little video I'll show you in a bit. We had snow for a few years here. Oh, look. Yeah, they're part of NATO. This user ID is a song named Trisha by Zach Brown. But how apt for me today, colder weather. Yeah, we've got some snow. I think we'll get a bit more.
Difficult to know exactly what will happen and how quickly it will happen. But for now, the Venezuelan government is calling for the United Nations, which you might expect, for other groupings in Latin America to meet and to call on them to stop what they say is unfair aggression by the United States. But the United States obviously is in an incredibly strong position, and President Trump has made it clear that he wishes to grow, if you like, the United States involvement in Latin America generally, and that Venezuela is just one element of that growth of its power in the region.
The Trump administration does confirm that they have carried out these.
My daughter-in-law to be, you could say. Well, she is. They're engaged. Just sent me this, literally, of Louis the cat in the snow. Now they're indoor cats, so he has got a lead on a harness because they don't go out. But she took. Hold on. She takes them out on the lead. Like he'll go hiking with them in a backpack and everything. It's really cute. So Lewis, my son, got a Louis the ragdoll cat for her birthday last year, I think. Look at this. Look at him. That's out their back patio door into the garden. Look at Louis. It's the first time going in the snow. Oh, he's got the most beautiful eyes. He's like a ragdoll, big fluffy one. You got sunshine at the moment, coals. Oh, we got the snow. That's Louis. And this is the Alfie. But he did roll about in it. And I've got some video. I'll show you in a bit. I've got some video of Piglet and Alfie rolling in the snow.
Strikes. What do you think the immediate effect will be? What will happen?
Well, one of the views seemed to be from opposition people that I spoke to while I was there was that in their view they thought that America might carry out strikes and that it would bring about a change by people taking to the streets. But many that I was talking to were sceptical that would happen. Now, that could be a policy. Often it's one that you've seen before in global conflicts where governments get involved in other ones and hope that the local people actually sort of finish the job. But one of the problems for that has been, one, the security services have got incredible power over everyone. They've been locking up leaders constantly for the last, well, many years, but certainly since January last year. And the feeling is, would people be too scared to go out in the streets? I suspect yes, at the moment, but if any military units and police units were perhaps to come behind and say time enough for change, maybe people might be prepared to do so. You only really see if this campaign, if it is such a campaign per se, continues and pressure mounts upon Maduro and people feel that they can go onto the streets. But that seemed to be the view of commentators and people I know, businessmen as well, in Caracas, was that that was their expectation, that's what the United States would like to see. But that is an expectation. It's difficult to just guarantee that people will take to the streets, not least because of the leaders of the opposition groups have been locked up. So the sort of networks that would be able to call on people to come out on the street aren't really operating like they have over many years in the past.
Yeah, and it's difficult.
Damn, I'm muted. Sorry. If you're in Eastern, it's 5 hours behind. Central, 6 hours. Pacific, 8 hours. We're ahead. You're behind. But the time on this video will be different because I've rewound it.
Kind of get reaction from people there in Venezuela for a number of reasons, not least at the moment because it's at the early hours of the morning. But we are getting some reports that people in various neighborhoods rushed out onto the streets when they heard these explosions, which happened about 2 a.m. local time. I mean, you've got a bit more of an insight of how people are feeling in the country, having spoken to a number of people in your travels there.
Well, my computer
Give us
might be
more of a sense of what life is
Monday.
like and how much tension there is in the country.
Well, as I say, that over the years of going there, particularly last few years, it was often very tense. There were huge numbers of demonstrations on the streets against the government. A lot of them were based on the fact that the economy was in such a mess and that the country was being mismanaged. And certainly by the election last year, there was a feeling, the year before now, obviously, that that election would be that people had definitely indicated their desire for change to happen. But likewise, Maduro and the government generally had dug in and made it clear to everyone that they weren't going anywhere. As I say, the police institutions, the military institutions in there are very, very powerful. I'll give you an example. For example, I was on a journey there.
Did you see that little boy, Jonathan Bowley, that they found deceased? The dog was still with him. Book, the black Labrador, I think it's a black Labrador, Book was still with the little boy. And to say he didn't really know the dog because he only got to see his dad 5 days a year. And I think, so the dog doesn't know him that well. And the dog stayed with it. He'd walked 2 miles. So you're central. So you're 6 hours behind me then. Blooming dogs, beautiful dog stayed with him.
Recently, we went through 61 or 63 checkpoints. So it just, some of them every just a kilometre or so apart. So that level of control of people is very high. And I think many people, particularly, there are wealthy people. And
if there's no foul play,
said that actually in the last year or so, the Maduro government had been reaching out to them to try to sort of see about economic changes that could be brought in. And one prominently was telling me it's the most cooperation he's had with the government for years. And so I think that the pressure on Maduro and the government has been growing as much as that they did see that they had to do better than run the country in the old socialist way that it had done, because it just wasn't working. Most people feel that they've run out of time now and that they need to move, but they're determined to stay. And I think it's those sort of that background is what President Trump has been getting his guidance from. The opposition groupings, the parties, have really been reaching out to the United States and have been urging them to do something like this for quite a long time now. They've been talking to the White House. They've been on visits and met White House officials who have been on board with them and have been talking to the president, people very close to him, Marco Rubio, for example. They have been talking to the president about taking action in Venezuela for some time, and it would suggest that now the president, the United States, obviously with its forces in the Caribbean, have perhaps taken that next step. Because it's worth remembering, President Trump has been saying that land attacks were imminent. He's been saying it for weeks. Obviously, we've seen the taking of tankers, and we've seen these small boats, which were ostensibly accused at least of being drug trafficking boats, being attacked. But the president has been saying for some time that land attacks were easy and that they would happen quite soon. It's obviously morphed into being much bigger than just an anti-narco operation, because not least because in the Caracas pictures that we've seen, those are military institutions, installations that are being hit, as opposed to just drug trafficking, which would be the sort of places would be up on the coast line into the Caribbean, but also along the border with Colombia. Those are the most likely areas where drug trafficking and large-scale labs are situated, because Colombia has...
It's ironic because in his first term, there was no war, was there? Correct me if I'm wrong. There seemed a lot of peace, and it seemed like he was doing good, from my understanding, compared to what probably people thought. But it seems like this time it's different.
The huge amount of cocaine that it produces does often go through Venezuela, albeit that it may well be, rather than going to the United States, actually going towards Europe. But Colombia knows that there are targets along that border, some of which may well be in Colombia itself, that could be attacked by the US forces. But
I don't think he's doing what
we've seen overnight is a lot of these attacks are on military bases inside the capital itself, which is not particularly where the drug movement would take place.
And we've had a statement from the government. President Maduro has declared a national emergency. In the statement, they say they reject what they call military aggression by the United States. And I just noticed that in the last few moments, the Reuters news agency is saying that the Venezuelan opposition has said there's no official comment on the US attack. What do you expect we might see from the government and from the opposition in the hours and days ahead?
You've got to be subscribed to comment now.
Maybe they did know or didn't know of anything that was about to happen. I suspect they might not do, so they'll be wanting to hear more about that. The Maduro government, or the Venezuelan government at least, its statements would be absolutely in line with what you've heard from.
If you want to comment, you're going to have to subscribe to the channel.
On the international community to tell them to stop, etc., etc. You would expect all of those things to happen. The crucial thing will be is what happens next. What will the United States do next? What will President Trump say? Is there open communication, perhaps back-channel communication with Maduro government, say, listen, this is what we can do, we've shown you now, let's see some movement? Or will they just say, right, we've no need
I'm going to remove that comment
we've got
because
our
you're talking
targets and we're
about
going to go through the list for as long as we see fit to bring about potentially the end of any type of drug operation coming out of Venezuela, but also oil and also military targets as well. So all of those things could be an escalation.
We're going to get mixed.
I suspect this is what the United States would like.
Mixed feelings on this, aren't we?
To Maduro, time is up. They've said that many times before, but time is up and that you need to find a way out. But for him to leave, there would have to be some type of negotiation, not least for safe passage, what has, we believe, been promised in the past, but not safe passage for huge numbers of military figures, that many of whom the United States have already identified as drug traffickers in their own rights, let alone President Maduro himself. So there'll be a lot going on. But ostensibly, at the beginning of this, as you like, for overnight, and this looks like the next phase of the steady build-up and the operation by the United States in the region.
We've got snow trip.
And very briefly, Stuart, how significant a moment do you think this might be?
It's potentially huge. This could be the beginning of the end of the government of Nicolas Maduro and the Chavez revolution, and that a new political party could come in. That is certainly what the opposition is hoping for. They're saying that a lot of people have been concerned about what happens next. For example, does it just turn into some type of bloodbath? They're saying no. Venezuela is a very grown-up country.
Yes,
have a peaceful transition.
Put it on subscriber-only chat now.
And I think the key to this is
I turned it off and then
the security service.
I'll put it back on.
Whether they play ball, because
hey, Margaret Allen.
Saying there's a change.
Have you got snow, Margaret?
If there isn't the sort of backing that they will need, so that law and order stays in place, and business continues and the country grows. Maybe having new elections, you don't know. But it's precarious.
I just wanted to do something non-BJ this morning because it's getting a bit heavy.
Thank you.
So boring.
It is
and
9 o'clock. If you're just joining us, let's bring you up to speed on our breaking news this morning. The Venezuelan government has declared a state of emergency and has accused the United States of carrying out what they say is military aggression after 7 explosions were heard across the capital city of Caracas.
And when we finish this, I'm going to play a stream showing the Sarah Grace Patrick, a bit of evidence from that before we start the trial next week.
Well, video footage captured in the capital shows a series of explosions. The Reuters news agency has reported that a US official has said that the US launched strikes against Venezuela, though that has not been confirmed by the White House or the Pentagon, who've not yet commented. A local resident has said he felt the explosions in the city.
Alfie in the snow.
I live here in Chacao. Approximately an hour and a half ago, we felt planes flying and explosions. Several explosions, at least 8 or 10. And now I went out to look around, and now all you see is smoke.
Well, sirens could be heard across the city with plumes of smoke rising into the sky. The Venezuelan government says the attacks took place in Caracas, Miranda, Aragua, and Guarara.
I'm not censoring messages. You just got to subscribe.
Where there were further explosions.
But if people put the banned words like raping and things, then I will remove those comments.
Well, in a statement, the Venezuelan government has said the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela rejects, repudiates and denounces before the international community the grave military aggression perpetrated by the current government of the United States of America. The objective of this attack is none other than to seize Venezuela's strategic resources,
some people
particularly its oil and minerals,
will be against
to forcibly break the nation's political independence. They will not succeed. So let's just show you the live pictures now coming into us from Caracas. And as you can see, a piece.
The majority of my subscribers are actually in America and Canada, then the UK.
We'll see now there in the city after those reports of 7 explosions. But let's Get a little bit more analysis now. Dr. Christopher Sabatini is a senior research fellow for Latin America,
Mainstream
US,
media
and the
don't
Americas
tell the
program
truth
at
anyway,
Chatham
do they?
House, and joins me now. Very good morning to you. Thanks so much for talking to us this morning. What do you make of these reports that we're getting out of Caracas this morning and the statement from the Venezuelan government?
Well, first of all, it's undoubted that this is a U.S. attack. President Trump has been telegraphing this now for weeks, months even. What it looks like so far, and we really don't know because we're in the midst of it, is that the U.S. is focused on military installations or infrastructure, including Fuerte, which is a very key military installation. In fact, it's where President Nicolas Maduro has been alleged to be staying in some cases because there is a bunker there. But it's also in and of itself a very important military installation outside Caracas. There's also La Carlota Air Force Base, which was struck as well. And as you mentioned earlier in your report, the port facility. What I think this is intended to do is basically send a message to both Nicolas Maduro. We don't know how much they're targeting Nicolas
They all
Maduro.
are.
There have even been claims that
The only true journalism you're going to get is the people on the the independent journalists that are there recording, wherever, whatever it is. Might be an incident in the UK and people get their mobile phone out and record. You're going to get more honesty from them than you are mainstream media.
helicopters are flying low over the country of the type that would be carrying U.S. Special Ops forces. I don't think an invasion is underway in any sort of strict sense of the term, but maybe there could be some on-the-ground operations. We'll have to see. But at the moment right now, what we do know is that there were these military strikes. They clearly are targeting military installations. I think the attempt here is to try to either force Nicolas Maduro to leave of his own volition or also force the military to make a decision, face an invasion or ongoing attacks, or remove the president and stage some form of transition. Now, the question is what form of transition that would be, and whether that would be sufficient to basically satisfy the United States and satisfy the opposition in Venezuela. We really don't know. Now, in terms of the Venezuelan government's reaction, it is, as you would predict, they're alleging with some legitimacy that this is a violation of national sovereignty. But we do have to recognize this is a government that a little over a year ago in 2024 flagrantly stole the presidential elections. And so in this, Donald Trump is correct. This is an illegitimate government. Now, in terms of international law, whether that is sufficient.
Yeah, that's what they're saying, aren't they? The Venezuelan government was illegitimate. It was, I don't know. Obviously, I have not followed it enough
to
to
justify
know
the sorts
for
of military
sure.
strikes we're seeing, or even the strikes against alleged narco boats that occurred,
Yeah,
that
drug
have been occurring
trafficking.
actually since September 2nd. We don't know. I think that's highly dubious, but clearly the U.S. is going all in right now and taking this to the next step.
And what do you think the effect will be? You talk about wanting to send a message. What impact might it have?
This could go one of two ways. I mean, in one case, this could provoke a rally around the flag effect. Even in Venezuela, only about 35% of Venezuelans are in favor of a U.S. military invasion or even action to promote regime change. That's about the same number of people who voted, by the way, for Nicolas Maduro. So a deeply unpopular president actually enjoys a fair amount of support in terms of his change not coming through a military invasion. So we'll have to see what happens there. But the other option is that, in spite of the rally round effect, is that maybe there is some sort of collapse and they do invite some sort of regime change. But even in that case, Anne, what we're looking at is a situation where this is a deeply corrupt criminal government, as the Trump administration has alleged. That is correct. An internal palace coup that would deliver some form of transitional government from this particular government, it's unlikely that it would be democratic. And that's really the question is, the U.S. is about now, in doing this so aggressively, so publicly, is about to have to pick up the pieces of any fallout that may occur from this, good or bad. And quite frankly, the odds are this will not be resolved as peacefully and as easily as the Trump administration likes to believe.
Well, yes, and how far do you think Donald Trump would be prepared to go? Would you expect further action?
I would suspect more actions of this type. Again, this has been a slow escalation that has gone on now for almost 6 months. All of it was designed to try to rattle the military and the inner circle around Maduro. If this phase of targeted attacks doesn't work, will they continue just engaging in these sorts of targeted attacks? I think it's quite likely. I don't see a U.S. military invasion on the ground. That would be highly complicated and very risky for Donald Trump. Politically, even in the United States, there's a very low number of American citizens who support military action in Venezuela. Part of that's because the Trump administration has been changing its narrative, not fully and robustly making the case it needs to make to the American people. So these sorts of strikes could become the norm, if you will, over the next couple of days until there's some form of change. And what that needs to look like, we don't know, because Trump's never fully articulated it, except for the fact that Nicolas Maduro needs to go. But this could continue, but much farther in terms of U.S. boots on the ground. I see that as highly unlikely, at least in any massive sense of U.S. military invasion.
And what about the reaction of the international community? I noticed that the Reuters news agency, just in the last few moments, is...
I was muted. So it says here, the latest update, Maduro has been captured and flown out of the country.
Putting out that the country, they describe it as Venezuela's ally, Iran, has condemned what they're describing as a US military attack as a blatant violation of its national sovereignty and territorial integrity. I mean, we're going to get lots of statements of response, aren't we? What do you think they're likely to be, and what kind of level of support would Donald Trump have if he does confirm it's going to use all of these strikes?
Well, first of all, Venezuela's supporters, if you will, allies globally, are Iran, Russia, China, Nicaragua, Cuba, kind of a rogues gallery, if you will, of regimes globally. And Iran's reaction is actually expected because they too are experiencing right now popular demonstrations against the regime. And Donald Trump has said that any deaths of protesters will be met with basically fire and fury. So it's not a coincidence that the Trump administration is doing this just after threatened Iran. So Iran could see itself in this. And that's where you get to your point.
Trip, fun fact. Do you know it's J.R.R. Tolkien's birthday today? How old would he have been? 3rd of January, so he was a Capricorn.
Is what happens if those rogue countries begin to go all in and defend Venezuela? They don't have the wherewithal financially, militarily, even geographically to be able to defend Venezuela government militarily, but this could provoke a broader response internationally, even among U.S. allies, including Mexico, Brazil, and other countries, to criticize the U.S. actions that will weaken any international support for any regime policy that may occur, whatever that may be, and quite frankly, even the democratic opposition. So this is a very tricky thing for the U.S. administration, because they're already under fire for having blown up these 30-some narco boats. Boats that they were alleging were carrying narcotics, but we don't really know because they provided no evidence. That was outside international law. This is even a step further that will surely provoke a wave of condemnation from a number of countries, some of whom were even before very allied with the democratic opposition and very critical of the stolen elections of 2024. Now, how they react to the U.S.'s unilateral approach, we don't know, but I can expect it will be very critical of the U.S.'s approach.
Are you
What was his
surprised
name?
by
Roach.
this focus on Venezuela by the Trump
Built by
administration?
J. Roach Smith.
Quite frankly, no. In Trump's first term, he tried unsuccessfully to unseat the Nicolas Maduro government by working with the opposition to create the shadow government that was going to be basically a democratic interim government in the hopes of the popular opinion and the military throw its weight behind the shadow government. That was in 2019. That failed. The shadow government was dissolved in 2022. And then during the U.S. campaign for the presidency in 2024, Donald Trump made all of these completely spurious allegations about Venezuela's involvement and the activities of Venezuelan gangs in the United States that really made this very much a domestic issue for the U.S. electorate. And then, of course, in the past 6 months, Donald Trump has been making the case that Venezuela is a major transit point for drugs destined to the United States, which again is not true. So what he's done is he's amassed a series of, if you will, grudges in the case of his 2019 failed experiment, arguments for domestic response and need to react to what's going on in Venezuela. And then more recently, the need for regime change by alleging this is a foreign terrorist organization, which is what the U.S. government is designated as. So all the reasons have accumulated. It's simply, quite frankly, he built himself into a situation where he had to do something of this sort, because given all the reasons and all the threats that he's claimed, many again of them are spurious. There's plenty that the Maduro government does that is cruel, repressive against its own people. But the truth is, as a national security threat to the United States, it really doesn't exist. But Donald Trump made it such that now he had to do this, and now we don't know where he goes, because if Maduro fails to buckle, the risk of escalation is certainly there. At a certain point, it's going to be Trump or Nicolas Maduro. We simply don't know who it's going to be that will win this battle.
Yeah, well, fascinating to get your analysis this morning and getting your immediate response to this news with details still pretty scarce at the moment. Dr. Christopher Sabatini, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We do appreciate it. Thank you. Well, let's cross to Washington now. We can bring in our US correspondent, David Blevins, who's there for us. And David, we've been saying all morning since reports first emerged of these strikes, or these explosions at least, in Caracas in Venezuela first emerged, that there's been no word from the US administration, despite accusations from the Venezuelan government. I imagine that's still the case, is it?
Yes, it is usual in these situations for the President of the United States to be overseeing military action from the Situation Room at the White House. Anna, Donald Trump is not currently in Washington, however. He remains at Mar-a-Lago, his Florida home, where he has been through the Christmas and New Year holidays. And there has been no official statement so far from the administration or from the Pentagon. Of course, it is early in the morning here in the United States, certainly on the eastern side of the United States. I suspect when we do receive that statement, we will have the president attempting to justify politically and legally what's happening right now in Venezuela. For the last several months, his government has been carrying out bombings of boats on the water of Venezuela, claiming that they're targeting drug traffickers, narco-terrorists, as they described them. Just before Christmas, they seized 2 oil tankers, so that itself was an escalation. They claimed those vessels were transporting sanctioned oil from Venezuela.
Isn't it a full moon today as well? And I know some people don't believe in all that, but it's interesting the timings that they choose to do this full moon.
But this is a significant escalation now,
and
it really takes this whole dispute to a whole new level geopolitically, because the president must now decide what he's going to do next. As I say, he will attempt to justify it politically and legally. He may now attempt to expand those naval and military deployments of Venezuela, but to consider any kind of ground invasion would be highly problematic and risk US casualties. Or he may indeed engage in some kind of crisis diplomacy, back channel diplomacy, to try and bring about the regime change in Venezuela that he has sought from the outset.
And how might the US public respond if they're waking up to news of US strikes on Venezuela? What might the public response be, do you think?
Well, Anna, let me take you back just over a year ago when Donald Trump won the White House for the second time. It was largely because he had campaigned on the platform of putting America first. But he will soon be back in office for a year. And during that year, when you reflect on it, much of his focus has been on attempts to end conflict in other places. He claims to have ended 8 wars. Of course, the one that eludes him is the war in
bright last night outside.
But even at the beginning of this week, he was hosting Vladimir Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, at Mar-a-Lago. The following day, he was hosting the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and many of those within his own MAGA base have been asking questions about where the president's focus of attention should be, particularly now that we are in a midterm election year. They feel he should be focusing on America again. This is a nation in the throes of a growing cost of living crisis. There are many people struggling to make a living here, and they believe the economy is the issue that's going to be critical when it comes to the midterms in November. So they're concerned to see the president in the week when he said his New Year resolution would be peace on earth, engaging in an escalation of military action against Venezuela. That is a concern for many people.
Well, yeah, and what about politically? What could the fallout be? I mean, how will the rest of his party view action? And we should say it's not confirmed yet by the White House or the Pentagon, but certainly the Venezuelan government feels that the US has carried out strikes. What would the political reaction be? And what might the next few days hold as far as that's concerned?
Well, there are many who believe he needs to demonstrate this strength. He talks about peace through strength. There are others, as I say, who will be deeply concerned about the president escalating action against Venezuela, if indeed that is what we are witnessing this morning, and it appears to be the case. No confirmation of that yet from the White House or from the Pentagon, although a US administration official speaking on condition of anonymity has told the Reuters news agency that the US is indeed carrying out strikes on Venezuela. The other big question, of course, is what does Congress make of all of this? Not that the president seems terribly concerned about the views of those on Capitol Hill. They remain, of course, on recess as they have been over the Christmas holidays, but he may attempt now to win congressional support.
Oh, I got a message on Facebook today from a lady I did a reading for, gosh, ages ago. And she said that I predicted she'd write a book, and she's just messaged me to say she wrote that book, even though she didn't. She said she had no plans to write a book. Anyway, she's going to send me the link to the book she wrote that I predicted, that she never planned to write. So I don't know how the book came about in the end. I feel like this was the message, if you will, to the queen. Yeah, so that was a nice message today to wake up to.
For this kind of action against Venezuela on the basis that he continues to claim this is an attempt to stop drugs being trafficked into the United States. That has been the claim throughout. But there have been huge questions about international law, given that the Trump administration has provided very little evidence to support those claims to date. In fact, on one occasion, there was a double strike on a vessel that had already been incapacitated while there were survivors in the water. That led to the Secretary of Defense, or Secretary of War, as he styles himself, Pete Hegseth, being summoned to Capitol Hill to answer questions about his activities. But on that occasion, they claimed it was about an attempt to stop drug traffickers, and I suspect they will continue to do that. But there are big decisions still ahead now for the president, because if this doesn't bring about the regime change he seeks, what does he do next?
Indeed, and that is a big question, isn't it? David, thanks very much indeed for the moment. I know we'll come back to you as soon as we get any word from officials there. For the moment, thank you, though. And a little bit earlier, I spoke to our chief correspondent, Stuart Ramsey, who spent a lot of time in Venezuela. This is what his reaction was.
The state of emergency is now in place. we won't be far away from daylight where we will actually obviously start being able to see exactly what has been hit. From what we can tell so far, if indeed these are strikes, but I think it seems to be moving in that direction, doesn't it? But we know of one Air Force base, which was it's an airstrip with a military base at one end that appears to have been hit. Another one as well. Then Miraflores as well. Now this is the presidential compound. It's also effectively a military base as well. That appears to at least have been. There's pictures from there and reports from local people saying something happened there, some type of explosion, and then other explosions in other parts of the country as well. I think it'll be vitally important to hear what President Trump is going to say on the subject, and whether and for any details that come from the U.S. administration. But as David was saying, there, this started off as ostensibly an anti-drug trafficking campaign, an operation that changed. And in the background, there was always this sort of discussion that Maduro should leave. Pressure was mounting on him. President Trump accuses him of effectively being a narco-trafficking cartel leader, with his government running as a cartel. There's a lot of people who have doubts about that, although the military in Venezuela is involved in some of the trafficking of drugs, particularly from Colombia. But that is sort of generally accepted. But he also says that Maduro stole the last election to stay in power. The opposition released documents that showed, and most people accept them, that the country was actually, it was a landslide against the Maduro government, but it was not accepted by the Electoral Commission. They said Maduro won. So this pressure has been growing on the administration to stand down. We know there's been talks between Maduro and President Trump. The exact detail we don't know, but it's certainly the rumor when I was in Caracas was that he was trying to, Maduro that is, was trying to work out a deal by which he would leave, but then that's sort of gone quiet. And although the Maduro government has said it's open to talks with the United States, those don't appear to have happened recently, as far as we can tell. But a lot of this is taking place in secret. When I was there, what was interesting in Caracas, which is operating as more calmly than I can remember it for many, many years. People are looking forward to Christmas and
I'm going to cover it in a bit.
Most people
I'm going to do
in the capital seem to think nothing was going to happen. But outside of the
evidence against
like
a bit of a recap.
The sanctioning or the detention of sanctioned
Sarah Great, yes, she shot them, and Mum has kept that.
Strangulation of the oil industry, which is one of the only possible avenues of income for the government. That led people to be very worried about what it was going to be like in Venezuela, because it's already an economic disaster, and life there is pretty tough. So outside of Caracas, people were very worried about the developments. But certainly things seem to have gone up a new notch. The opposition said that it's prepared to take over power. But I would say that for that to happen, the military, the security services would have to be on board in some capacity, one feels. Even if Maduro to step down, would they support a new opposition government? We just don't know that. Many of them have been very loyal to Maduro, and not least because of the money the senior commanders make from government contracts and all sorts of things. So this is how he runs the country. So it's difficult to know exactly what will happen and how quickly it will happen. But for now, the Venezuelan government is calling for the United Nations, which you might expect for other groupings in Latin America to meet, and to, they will say, call on them to stop what they say is unfair aggression by the United States. But the United States obviously is in an incredibly strong position.
I like watching these trials. I like seeing all the evidence.
Grow, if you like, the United States involvement in Latin America generally, and that Venezuela is just one element of that growth of its power in the region.
The Trump administration does confirm that they have carried out these strikes. What do you think the immediate effect will be? What will happen?
Well, one of the views seemed to be from the
I couldn't face doing BJ this morning.
People that I spoke
morning,
to
Mama Michelle.
Was that in their view they thought that America might carry out strikes,
at this
and
point.
that it would bring about a change by people taking to the streets. But many that I was talking to were sceptical that would happen.
We recorded her over on Rumble though, so we've got a copy if I do cover it, but I'm not covering her this morning.
That could be a policy. Often it's one that you've seen before in global conflicts where governments get involved and other ones hope that the local people actually sort of finish the job. But one of the problems for that has been, one, the security services have got incredible power over everyone.
I couldn't sleep. Weirdly, I didn't know all this was going on, but I couldn't sleep either. I know I'm in the UK, but I'd fallen asleep early, like 7 or 8 o'clock, and then woke up about 11, and then I could not get back to sleep.
Constantly for the last, many years, but certainly since January last year. And it's the feeling is, would people be too scared to go out on the streets?
I need to fix my sleep for next week.
To bring you this post that Donald Trump has put on Truth Social. As you can see, he says there, the United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife,
and also been covering the Reiner family murders on the other channel. I'll drop my other channel in case people aren't sub. I didn't like what Donald Trump... I'm not anti-Trump, like, bad, but I just don't like what he said about Rob Reiner. I didn't think there was any need for that, whether you liked him or not. I mean, the poor man's lost his life.
Captured and
I know there were opposites in politics, but I didn't like that.
The post goes on. This operation was done in conjunction with US law enforcement. Details to follow. He says there will be a news conference today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Thank you for your attention to this matter, Donald J. Trump. So let's bring in our US correspondent, David Blevins. So David,
maybe you picking up on the energy, Mama Michelle. Full moon
yes,
is
highly significant. This has gone further than we were anticipating. The president now confirming that his government has not just carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela, but has captured its leader, the Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, and his wife, Donald Trump says, have now been flown out of the country. That is indeed an escalation.
I've dropped the link
between the United States and Venezuela. The president says there will be a news conference at 11 a.m. It's just 4:25 in the morning here in Washington, so that is still some time away, but at least we do not have some confirmation from the President of the United States in relation to what we've been witnessing in the early hours of the morning in Venezuela, where there were 7 explosions in quick succession.
You're late waking up. I couldn't sleep.
There were some reports of ground activity. That was something people were skeptical about, but you would assume there will have had to be some kind of ground activity if they have indeed captured the Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife. Now, the fact that they have been flown out of Venezuela
and his wife, oh gosh,
about what exactly is going on right now. Has there been some kind of crisis diplomacy going on in the background? Has a back channel been opened
too much,
in the White House
You're
and
lucky then.
Because at one stage, President Trump was said to have offered Maduro a safe passage out of Venezuela if he was prepared to stand down. So I think it is possible, just possible at this stage, that Donald Trump has achieved his aim of bringing about regime change in Venezuela. This may have been a negotiated exit for Maduro, and the activity that we've been witnessing overnight may to some extent have been a bit of a distraction in terms of what's going on the ground in terms of the president seeking to remove Maduro from office. But there will no doubt be significant geopolitical blowback, given that nations like Russia, China, Iran had all previously expressed solidarity with the Venezuelan leader.
Well, yes, and if this were not some kind of negotiated exit, what are the implications, do you think, legally? Where would the US stand carrying out strikes and capturing the leader and removing him, as far as international law is concerned, do we know?
Well, Anna, President Trump and his government have always sought to justify this both politically and legally on the basis that they were protecting US citizens from drug traffickers. That's why they've bombed 35 boats in recent months in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific, claiming more than 100 lives. On each occasion, they provided little to no evidence. On one occasion, in fact, they carried out a second strike on a vessel that had already been incapacitated while there were survivors in the water. That raised all sorts of questions about breaches of international law, but the Department of Defense or Department of War, as it's
snowing here, look at this.
Plowed on regardless. And that while that was happening at the same time, we had this enormous military and naval buildup off the coast of Venezuela. 7 warships, including the USS
morning. We've got
Gerald
snow, and
Ford,
this
the
is
world's
Alfie.
largest warship, a nuclear submarine, F-35 jets, all of it pointing to the inevitability.
I've got a little video showing a bit of him rolling in the snow,
which now have taken place overnight. Now, there were reports of low-flying aircraft, and we can see them in some of the video that's come in overnight from Venezuela. It's not clear if these were airstrikes, though, because it's important to note that there are at least 2 guided missile cruisers off the coast of Venezuela. So the US government does have the capability to launch Tomahawk cruise missiles on the land, and that may indeed be what has happened.
It's so funny.
So it's going to be a really important few hours, and I guess we still don't know whether the action that has now been confirmed by President Trump is over.
No, he has not given any indication of that at this stage. He has a number of choices, as we've been discussing over the last couple of hours. He will, of course, have to at least attempt to politically and legally justify this. He could expand that military and naval deployment in the region, although many would feel any kind of ground invasion would be
I didn't know
highly
if he'd like the
problematic
snow, to be
and
fair.
risk US casualties
He
as well as
surprised me.
significant geopolitical blowback for the President
He
of the
loved
United
it.
States. Or, as we've been discussing, there could be further back-channel negotiations, perhaps to see the leader of the opposition, Maria Machado, the woman who won the Nobel Prize recently, installed as president, or someone else installed as president, as successor to Maduro. But President Trump has always alleged that Nicolas Maduro was leading a drugs cartel. He was a dictator and should be removed. That's been the allegation from the outset. He talked about that during his first term. In fact,
That's
President
Louis, the
Joe
fluffy
Biden
one's
doubled
Louis.
down on
That's
that.
my son's
But
cat.
according to the latest statement from the president
That one's
of the United
Louis.
States, Maduro
My
is no
son's
longer
cat. That's
in
healthy.
Venezuela. I think it is worth
I'm just
taking
going to
just
show
a
you
moment,
a closer
to
shot.
remind anyone just joining us that we now have confirmation from the President of the United States, who is not, interestingly, overseeing this from the Situation Room at the White House, where you would normally find a President of the United States on these occasions. He remains at Mar-a-Lago, his home in Florida, where he has spent the Christmas and New Year holidays. But at 4:20 a.m. Washington time this morning, he posted on Truth Social these words: "The United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with US law
And his
enforcement."
wife. What are they going to do
Details
with him
follow.
then?
He goes on to say there will be a news conference today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald
4 p.m.
J.
my
Trump.
time
The very
then.
fact
So
that he
when's
is
that?
posting online in the
About
early
2
hours
and a
of this
quarter
morning
hours.
tells you just how significant a development
Hey,
this is.
ASD.
That the US government has not just carried out large-scale strikes against Venezuela, but has, according to Donald Trump, captured President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, and that they've been flown out of the country.
What are they going to do with them, though?
Extraordinary development.
Lock
Thanks very
them
much
up.
indeed for the moment. Let's get some reaction then, Stuart Ramsey, to that post put on social media by Donald Trump in the last few moments. As David Evans was saying there, confirming that the United States has carried out what they call a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who they say has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the
Apparently, Keir Starmer, which is our Prime Minister, who none of us like anyway, he says he insists Britain was not involved in any way in the Venezuela strike.
country.
We don't like him
Ramsey,
anyway,
an extraordinary development there.
It's absolutely incredible, isn't it? Obviously, a planned attack on Venezuela and then a big operation to catch the president. We know,
Happy
or at
New
least
Year,
it's said
ASD.
in Caracas when I was there recently, that President Maduro was moving around and a lot
He was
of
rolling in it.
the CIA
He was rolling in the
would be
snow.
working in Venezuela. Presumably, this is what they'd be doing.
Oh, I know. None of us could
being
sleep,
that
and I
it's
didn't
always
even
made
know
it
what was
clear
going on.
that, and there's been a number of instances in this past where they have said, we know exactly where Maduro is at any given time. He thinks he can move around, but there was always a suspicion that they had at least some way of following his movements. This would suggest that either the CIA was operating in the country, and maybe, and this is something that has been doing the rounds for some time, is that certain elements within his own security detail and or the military were on board for potential regime change. Apparently, President Maduro had become increasingly untrusting of his immediate inner circle. We've been told that he was hardly seeing any of his original advisors, that was just down to a small number who he trusted. So potentially there is something like that has taken place, the CIA operating there perhaps as well, coming up with attack presumably military targets, which would be disconcerting for them, but the main effort being to try and catch the president, which according to President Trump has happened and that he's been taken away. Of course, it reminds me of Manuel Noriega, the president, which is pretty much what the Americans did there as well, captured him, took him back to the United States and put him on trial. And that may be what their plan is for Nicolas Maduro. But an incredible turn of events. It's interesting talking to people in Caracas overnight. They were saying, yes, they heard aircraft, but there is one video I saw, which was, I'm sure we've been showing it as well, of helicopters. The American ones, one has to assume that was, those were now actual real pictures of, no, obviously, it could have been Venezuelan helicopters being moved around, but it had that feeling of that something was up, but it was difficult to, we still haven't been able to, we weren't reporting that because we didn't know what was happening, but certainly the president is confirming now that this incredible operation has taken place, completely unexpected. They've caught Maduro and taken him out. Now, what happens next? the opposition have been saying that they can take over and set up a new government. The opposition groups are actually, a lot of them are outside of the country. The next potential president who voted into it was one of the last elections actually in Madrid. We'll have to see whether they will be moving back to Venezuela shortly. But likewise, what will happen now on the streets? I'm assuming people will come out, but what will the security forces do? This could be, really quite dangerous times in Venezuela in this immediate aftermath, because now who's running the country? What will his previous lieutenants do? What will the military do? We don't know. But incredible developments, and as I say, completely unexpected. Lots of people have talked about possibilities, but most were much more along the lines of
the UK said they weren't involved.
The United States going in and getting him and taking him out. But that is quite incredible.
No, he said not been involved,
and
allegedly,
we just have the sketches,
according
the
to
details,
Keir
just this one post from the president
said not
on Truth
NOT.
Social, saying that President Maduro with his wife have been captured and flown out of the country. There are all sorts of scenarios, as you have spelled out, that could have been surrounding that.
Anyway,
I mean, is it possible, do you think, that this could have been some kind of negotiated exit?
It's not impossible, because there had been talks taking place, though they appeared to have dried up. But it was widely rumoured there and reported from sources inside the United States to other news organisations, not to me, but they were saying that Maduro was wanting to do a deal, that President Trump had said him and his wife could leave and would have safe passage. But
you'd rather be here in BJ? Really? I'm just fed up of it.
So it's not impossible.
We streamed her on Rumble last night, but I'm just exhausted with it. Just going on and on. A lot of it was about that video that was uploaded by her children, and you know what, I don't know, I've got it recorded. I might go over it tonight, I might not, I'm not sure yet. I never thought I'd hear you say, ASD, you'd rather watch BJ. The UK seems to be allegedly be involved by saying we aren't involved. Oh, he's such an idiot.
He had actually made the deal with President Trump, that they went in to get him and to take him out. And one of the things that a lot of commentators were saying, which was interesting, is that a lot of people have argued
it's not even funny anymore with BJ. Some of it is, some of it isn't.
Really running things on a day-to-day basis, that was actually much more to senior generals and some of his closer former advisors. And that actually, if he was trying to find a way out, he would actually potentially be in danger if anyone thought that that was what he was intending to do.
Well, yeah, I'd rather watch BJ than that happen, obviously.
Yeah. The military, with them agreeing to pick him up, and obviously having to support him with a fair
amount of
military action at the same time, perhaps to cause a diversion.
Yeah, I agree.
Him at an agreed place and take him away. So that's definitely one possibility.
They probably mean they aren't involved.
It was an aggressive takedown, and that they knew where he was.
Yeah, probably.
We don't know, but maybe.
I'd much rather this wasn't going on. Let me move myself down.
We'll be speaking a few hours' time. We may give a little more detail on that, though we would probably start getting more background briefings from.
Just couldn't face straight. I was either not going to come on or I was going to do this.
Which is where the president is for the time being. Perhaps they'll start giving some guidance.
I was going to come on later on the other channel and do some time,
etc. But as it stands, the president, or the nominal president of Venezuela, has at least been taken by American forces out of the country.
Yeah, check
leaving behind him a country.
Have you got it starting all
military and its security services in place, and we don't know who is leading them, and we don't know what their position is going to be and what happens next. Senior members thinking either
morning, Mama Perch,
against the opposition and a crackdown, or they may say enough's enough and they're out.
I swear you got a membership the other day.
We just do not know. As I say, the political opponents, the opposition, said that they're ready to take government, that while many of their colleagues have been arrested, they still had a sort of underground network that was capable of moving in and taking over as soon as they were able to do so. That might still happen. But we just have to see what happens in the next few hours, but certainly days as well. This could be very uncertain times. And we'll be looking to see what happens in Caracas in the next few hours. Will people just come out to the streets to perhaps celebrate? And what will the military do if they do? We just do not know. The worst case scenario is that they're hunkering down and that they're going to continue to try and keep control of the population. That would be very nasty. So we just don't know what will happen. But potentially, you could see a lot of people on the streets quite shortly.
Stuart, thanks very much indeed for that analysis.
Probably should have gone live on both
news of the last
horizontal
few
and
minutes.
vertical, but
US President Donald Trump has confirmed that the
can't
US has
change it now.
captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro during a nighttime raid, which also saw strikes on the capital city of Caracas. In response, the Venezuelan government has declared a state of emergency and has accused the United States of carrying out what they say is military aggression. Well, posting on his Truth Social, President Trump said that the Venezuelan leader and his wife had been captured by US forces and flown out of Venezuela.
Where did they put them? What, did they lock them in prison or something?
Well, earlier
What
sirens
did they do
were
with
heard
them?
across the city with plumes of smoke rising into the sky. The Venezuelan government says the attacks took place in Caracas, Miranda, Aragua and La Guaira. And this was the scene at Venezuela's main port at La Guaira, where there were further explosions. And let's just show you the live pictures now from the Venezuelan capital, Caracas. As you can see, all quiet apparently there in the capital, but a huge amount has happened over the last few hours of huge significance. We are told that President Trump is going to hold a news conference at 4 p.m. our time, 11 a.m. there in the States, following his announcement that Nicolas Maduro
I
has
hear
been
you,
captured.
ASD.
So huge developments in the last few minutes. Let's get some reaction from our security and defence analyst, Professor Michael Clark. Hi there,
My son
Michael.
knew more about it
What's
than
your
me.
reaction? What do you make of this?
Yeah,
follows
well, it's a big
politics
one. It's Maduro. The interesting, quite interesting word actually in Donald Trump's statement was captured.
Thank
He
you,
didn't
Mama
say
Bird.
has been flown out.
Thank you for becoming a member. But didn't you get gifted one the other day, or was it on the other channel? I swear you got gifted one recently. But welcome to BJ's Big Bushes.
Welcome to BJ's Big Bushes.
Big Bushes.
Of Venezuela, which would imply the deal that Maduro might have been trying to negotiate a little while ago with Grenell, the
Oh, it ran out.
Richard
Well,
Grenell,
that's gone
who
quick.
was the envoy
Really?
for Donald Trump, and they thought they were quite close to a deal to
Gosh.
fly him out, and that deal fell through about
Time's
a
gone
month,
really
weeks
fast.
ago. And Donald Trump said that Maduro has been captured, which
Felt like it was only the
implies
other day.
that they've sort of lifted him and his wife Sila Flores, and that he and his wife have been somehow taken from Caracas. Now that would be genuinely interesting and would be a real triumph of American military power, because it was always said that Maduro was really well protected, that he moved around, he didn't stay in the same place more than one night at a time, that he had people around him, you'd never get close to him without
Really?
a major
Wow.
gun
Imagine
battle.
living like that.
And it sounds as if
Imagine living like that, that you don't send the same place every night. You move around.
some sort of
Gosh.
special forces operation has been conducted. So it may be that this is a real triumph of special forces, if it isn't an agreement with Maduro somehow just to get rid of him. But the fact that Donald Trump said captured, I mean, Trump isn't very accurate in many of his posts, so we'll have to see what he says in the press conference. But if they really have lifted him against his will, then that really is quite something. And
I'll
the
be back in a minute. I'm
strikes
just
that we
gonna
were
go
aware
to
of
the
a couple of
bathroom.
hours ago
I'm gonna
look
mute.
as if they were against air defense systems. I mean, we know the Venezuelans had a reasonably successful air defense system, S-300 air defenses. And this shot, these are the Chinooks. I mean, I've been looking at this in the last hour or so. I count 7 Chinooks, and the Americans are the only one who use Chinook helicopters in the whole area. So they are undoubtedly, in my view, American Chinooks. The Chinooks the American Chinooks carry about 30 odd men a time. They can carry more, but they usually have some equipment. So if there are 7 Chinooks with about 30 men, that would imply, say, 200 troops being taken somewhere to be landed somewhere, and that's 2 companies, which will be consistent with some sort of special forces operation. Whether that's connected to the removal of Maduro, we don't yet know. But whenever you see Chinooks flying low like that, they are carrying something that they intend to put on the ground. And what they carry most of the time is 30 troops per aircraft. So this is beginning to clarify into an operation that started overnight, very early in the morning, with attacks on air defense systems. Seems to have gone for some of the air base facilities of Venezuela as a sort of a screen, and then some sort of operation either to lift Maduro willingly and Sila Flores, his wife, out of Venezuela, or unwillingly get hold of him and take him away. But if he's been lifted unwillingly, if the Americans have really just captured him in a sort of coup, a special forces coup, that would certainly imply that people around Maduro have betrayed him, because it was said until yesterday, in effect, that you can never get close to Maduro without a big gun battle because of the people, the protective officers that surround him. So it would imply that somebody has actually pulled the plug on him close by, and they've stood by while somebody else has moved in and lifted him. We'll see about that, but it's a very interesting development, very curious development, And I think, as Stuart Ramsey was saying, the next few hours will be very uncertain indeed for Venezuela, because the issue now is, does the regime carry on without Maduro, but still this regime that works, the Cartel de las Solas, they call it, the regime where the military collaborates with the drug traffickers. They're not the drug producers in Venezuela. The drug producers are all in Colombia, but they traffic Colombian drugs through Venezuela. Does that group stay in place without Maduro? Or somehow does Maria Machado's opposition come out onto the streets and try to take over the government with the general approval, but not wholesale approval of the rest of the world? Very, very uncertain hours to come if Maduro is not now there.
Indeed, and those crucial bits of information we still don't have, do we, regarding the nature of President Maduro's capture and being taken out of the country. But where does this leave Venezuela, do you think? And how much attention will be given to what the public's reaction is? Are people likely to come out on the streets, and what significance could that have?
Well, I think it's entirely possible. I mean, always in these situations, Anna, the question is, what does the army do? Does the army obey its senior commanders, and the senior commanders take a government view, and in this case, a Maduro government view, or do they sit on their hands? Do senior commanders say, we'll let events take their course? I mean, armies can either intervene or not intervene at these moments, and whichever they do is very consequential. So that's the first question. Second question is, I think people will come out on the streets because Maduro was absolutely very unpopular. I mean, we know that in effect he lost overwhelmingly the last election, even though he pretended, or his people pretended, that they didn't lose it, but we all know that they did, and that was very well documented by the opposition. And then thirdly, there's 8 million Venezuelans who cross the border into Colombia, who I imagine will want to come back. I mean, they're living pretty miserable lives in Colombia, and Venezuela is potentially a rich, important, big country with a population of about 30 million people. So, to lose 8 million from a population of 30 million means that there's an enormous amount of talent that may come back into the country once there is a sense that there is a new beginning. So, the big question is, in the next few hours, can stability be maintained, some sort of stability, or does the place fall into incipient civil war between a sort of an elitist army and the ordinary people? Or does the army sit on its hands? Does the opposition come out? Is there some sort of interim arrangement for a transition that may take a few months that would bring a sense of optimism and stability? It's a bit like what we saw in Syria about a year ago. Suddenly, I mean, Assad had gone, he'd off to Moscow, and the old regime had gone, and there was an enormous sense of optimism. Now, there's lots has gone wrong in Syria in the years since, but nevertheless, Syria is in a better position now than it was a year ago, regardless of all the things that have happened. And Venezuela might be the same. It might be that they're in for a rocky year, but an optimistic one, if there is a sense that there really will be a new beginning, not just
let's try taking subscribers only mode off and see what happens.
Taken hold of Venezuela literally over the last quarter of a century.
I took it off once and then it started going a bit.
Shortly, but I do want to bring in our special correspondent, Stuart Ramsey, who's on the line for us now. And Stuart, you have some news, don't you, to bring us?
We've been talking to contacts in Venezuela who are very close to the opposition. And their position, and these aren't necessarily guaranteed, but what they're being told, these political operatives, is that this was actually a negotiated deal between President Maduro, his wife, and the United States government, and that this was an agreed exit strategy for him, and that he was met and taken away by the American forces. And I would say that obviously President Trump has said that Maduro has been captured, but the uncertainty amongst the political opposition in Venezuela, and we're talking very, very high sources here, are saying that they're in their opinion, Maduro had done a deal with the United States, that this is a coordinated operation, there was a military support for it, that there were attacks that took place potentially to allow a diversion, and that Maduro knew he was meeting the Americans and has been taken away. Again, I would say at that caveat that President Trump said he has been captured. But it would have been an audacious move, one fraught with danger, if it wasn't an agreement. But as I say, that is what we're hearing from very senior sources within the opposition political movement in Venezuela.
So now they're saying it was all planned.
These sources are correct and it was a negotiated exit. What does that mean then for Venezuela?
It means that right now, and I think Michael was just touching on it, it's what happens next and what happens with the military and the security services who are all still there. We definitely had the sense that if this type of thing was happening, and by the way, it was rumoured while I was there that this is what might happen with Maduro, and that at the time there was a sense that the military wouldn't allow it to happen, and that it actually, if it was true, that it was his own life could be in danger from some of the inner circle. But as it stands now,
no more.
The government.
Well, they're now saying it was all planned,
although without its figurehead. But many have argued that he didn't really run the country anyway, and it will be really critically important as to what the military in the.
So was it planned or wasn't it? Good morning, Raven. Was it planned or not?
Security services
that makes
to do
sound
in the coming days and even hours. As Michael was saying, they might
not
just
as
sit it
bad,
out
isn't it?
and then just say, okay, well, we remain on base and
what was all the
people
bombing for
and the
then?
transition takes place. But they might not. We just don't know. Just to see. I think people will be out on the streets quite soon, and we'll have to see then what is the reaction of the security services, because obviously this is a massive change, but it doesn't mean that the whole of the organisation, which is the government of Nicolas Maduro, has disappeared. It's still there, as far as we can tell, unless other deals have been done. We do know that Maduro was talking to President Trump. There was a negotiation taking place, but it was reported at the time, a few weeks ago, that he wanted to take a lot of money and quite a lot of his senior officials with him, and that the administration said absolutely not, only you and your wife can go. Maybe they did that deal. But we also know that the CIA was operating in the country, so maybe it was, as the President alluded to, a sort of takedown. But it's interesting that these senior opposition people are pretty convinced it was a done deal. And we know from being in being in talks with them for a very long time now, they kept advising us things are happening, you'll see. Maybe this is exactly what those initial contacts between us and them were, and that now it's actually come to fruition.
Indeed, and whatever the way in which Maduro was taken out of the country, whether it's negotiated or not, I guess the position of the army is now absolutely crucial, but also the opposition party.
Yes, so can they get themselves organised quickly to get themselves into power? Opposition is made up, actually, of a groupings of actual political opponents who, quite a lot of the time, don't get on particularly well, but they have sort of coalesced to come together to actually form an opposition, have close conversations with the United States, and calling for the America to intervene and to get rid of Maduro because he rigged the elections a year or so ago. They need to organise themselves. They said they are ready to go, and as you say, absolutely the critical thing is going to be the security services, which is vast, and the military as well, which have an iron fist on movement around the country. What are they going to do? Are the borders? We're getting rumours that the borders are about to close, but maybe that's all going to change.
Over here.
Literally, you don't know what's going to happen next, actually, with this one, because it has developed so quickly. But as it
My
stands
son
now,
told me about it.
political opposition think a deal was done. Maduro voluntarily, or perhaps not voluntarily, but an agreed departure with the United States. Now it's about whether they can get the political structure in place and agreement with the military so that an actual transition government can happen.
And you've spent a lot of time talking to people in Venezuela. How do you think this news might go down there, the fact that the United States has airlifted their president out of the country?
I think many people will be absolutely ecstatic. I mean, there's still a significant number of people who support the regime and Nicolas Maduro, but those numbers have dropped off a lot. But there will be those there who actually are dyed-in-the-wool socialist supporters of the regime that started under Hugo Chavez, and they will probably be very angry about this. The vast majority of people are going to be pleased, I think, but they will be scared because, while life was fairly normal in Caracas, it wasn't outside of the capital. People are very concerned about what's going to happen next, and this, I think, will only add to that because, as it stands now, nobody really knows what's left of the regime, what their reaction be. Will they just say, he's gone, we're going to have the deputy president will take over and we carry on as normal, and if you go to the streets, we'll shoot you, which they have done in the past. So critically dangerous times, I suspect, for a lot of people in Venezuela.
Well, Stuart, we are going to let you go, but thank you very much indeed for bringing us that development, and that sources inside Venezuela telling you that they believe that President Maduro's capture by the United States was a negotiated exit. And we wait, of course, to hear more details from Donald Trump, who has simply put a statement up on Truth Social
Jim was empty,
saying that President Maduro has been captured in his words and taken out of the country after strikes on Venezuela.
Yeah, that'll be 4 p.m. That's in 2 hours' time.
Defense analyst Professor Michael Clark. Michael, you were listening there to what Stuart Ramsey was telling us, that sources have been telling him that they believe that the capture of President Maduro was a negotiated exit. Clearly, we have no confirmation of that, but how much difference would that make, do you think?
Yeah, that's quite important, Anna, because, and that's consistent with the fact that there's been relatively little violence. As we were saying before, if the special forces of the US had lifted him against his will, you would have expected there to have been quite a lot of fighting, because Maduro was known to be protected by a lot of people. And there would have had to have been a pretty big betrayal if they sat on their hands while somebody lifted him. So it's more than likely, it seems more plausible that this was some sort of negotiated exit. And as Stuart was saying, I mean, we'll see what happens next. Role of the army is critical. So the name to conjure with next is Vladimir Lopez, who's the chief of the defense staff. He's the Minister of Defense and chief of the defense staff. What does he do? He was a Maduro loyalist to his fingertips, and he's been there, I think, over 10 years, 2014, 2015. I think he became the chief of the military And so what does Vladimir Lopez do? And there's also somebody called Domingo Lares, who is his deputy, who also is very important. So those two men, everyone will be seeking at the moment to see, are they still there, or where are they, and are they still in control of the army? Lopez, in particular, was such a Maduro loyalist. It would be hard to imagine that he will go along with some sort of new Venezuela that the opposition would run, that Maria Machado would run. So anyway, two names to think about for the rest of the day, Lopez and Lares. Where are they? What do they think?
Very, very briefly, Michael, what should we mainly look out for in the next couple of hours?
Look out for people on the streets, what the opposition may say, what Maria Machado may say, and of course, what Donald Trump eventually says in the press conference. It's going to be quite a big day for statements, and by tonight, we'll have a sense of how the main players in this new drama are lining themselves up for what happens next. But the next 24 hours, of course, will be really important to the future of Venezuela.
Michael, you're absolutely right. Thank you very much indeed. And of course, we'll keep everybody up to date with those developments over the next few hours. So I hope everybody does stay with us. Very good morning, it's 10 o'clock and we continue our breaking news this morning. The US President Donald Trump has confirmed that the United States has captured the Venezuelan leader, Nicolas Maduro, and has flown him out of the country after a series
this dispute. Many people believe it has been about regime change in Venezuela, which appears to be what is underway. Others believe it has been about the United States attempting to seize strategic assets, notably Venezuela's vast oil reserves. But there are many questions that remain unanswered, and a lot hinges on statements from various players in the coming hours.
Absolutely. And as we were saying earlier, Donald Trump has said that there will be a news conference later on today, I think 4 o'clock our time. So maybe some of that information will be filled in then. David, for the moment, thanks very much indeed. Well, let's get some reaction from Venezuela now. We can talk to journalist Rosalie Hernandez, who's in Caracas for us this morning. Very good morning to you, Rosalie. Thanks for talking to us. So what's your reaction? And what's the reaction like there to this announcement by Donald Trump on social media that attacks have been carried out by the United States, and they say that the president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, has been captured and flown out of the country?
Good morning, and thank you once again. So yeah, this got all Venezuelans by surprise. You know, nobody was thinking that this was going to happen this soon. In all December, the regime of Nicolas Maduro has deployed very large propaganda communications where they try to seem that in Venezuela nothing was going to happen. The United States was trying to to make Venezuelans unstable. But right now you can hear, I don't know if you can hear some Venezuelans in their balconies kind of celebrating the fact that Nicolas Maduro has left the country. So now we have to wait.
I think Mason is being a bit childish.
Arrangement for another personality in the regime of Nicolas Maduro, such as Diosdado Cabello or Padrino Lopez, that has made right now, I don't know, a few minutes ago, a communication to tell that he's alive and he's safe. But right now, Venezuelans are living in a state of control.
1 minute the stain has been taken out.
We won't see
and they've agreed on it, and
people
next
celebrating
minute
on the streets or trying to see what is happening. Everybody is calm in their houses, trying to see what is going to happen next.
Well, yes, waiting to see what the next moves might be. How much communication has there been from the authorities there in Venezuela? How many
tell by your
public
wording
messages
you're just
explaining
childish.
what's happening have there been?
Not much. A few minutes ago, I don't know, an hour ago, the regime of Nicolas Maduro has made an official statement where they communicate that right now is deploying an, I don't know how you say, commotion state. That means that they are going to militarize Caracas and all the places that surround the capital to keep control. But we don't know yet if the Maduro is the only one who has left the country.
16 years in the military, and I'm not for war,
right
believe it or
now,
not.
not officially. We only know something about what is happening from Padrino Lopez's voice. But
Wars don't really tell anything, do they?
The capital is going to be a little more militarized than it already has been in the couple of weeks.
And how important do you think it is what the army there in Venezuela does now?
Well, right now you can see that they cannot prevent what happened. So you can see that the military in Venezuela, they are not prepared to to confront a conflict, a bellic conflict like a conflict with the United States. You know, so you can see they are not prepared to do something about these attacks in Venezuela. So you can see also that all the allies, such as Russia or Iran, they are not very, I don't know, involved in this war. You can say it, war against terrorists and narco terrorists. So you can see there seems they're going to be alone in this fight. So I don't know, maybe we can predict that in the few days that we will see some other personalities in the regime of Nicolas Maduro or leaving the country or trying to make some diplomatic approach to United States to see how to do with this situation, because you can see the Venezuelan military is not prepared to assume this conflict as it is.
Well, still a lot of questions, as you say. Yeah. Rosalie Hernandez, we really appreciate your reaction to the news as it is coming in. Thanks very much indeed.
I don't really do politics, believe it or not, generally.
Breaking news coming into us, plenty of reaction, as you would imagine, to these developments. The Russian Foreign Ministry is being quoted by the Reuters news agency as saying, now it's important to prevent further escalation and to focus on finding a way out of this situation through dialogue. They say Latin America must remain a zone of peace, and they say that the Russian Foreign Ministry is saying that Venezuela must be guaranteed the right to determine its own destiny without any destructive military intervention from outside.
It's about oil and narco.
They reaffirm their solidarity, they say, with the Venezuelan people and our support for its leadership's policy of defending the country's national interests and sovereignty. So that's the reaction of Russia in the last few minutes to developments in Venezuela. Meanwhile, we're also being told via the Reuters news agency that Donald Trump has been talking to the New York Times and saying that a lot of good planning went on following the US strikes on Venezuela. No more than that at the moment, but Reuters is saying that Donald Trump has told the New York Times that a lot of good planning went on following these strikes on Venezuela. So let's get more analysis. I'm joined now by a defense and security analyst, Professor Michael Clark.
Do you mean Maduro and his wife will go on trial in the American courts? Is that what you mean, Tara?
So, Michael, welcome back. What are your thoughts? I mean, we've just learned, just in the last few minutes, really, this extraordinary development about the strikes by the US being confirmed by President Trump, but also what they describe as the capture and removal of President Maduro from Venezuela. What do you make of what we've learned in the last hour or so?
Yeah, I mean, Anna, it looks like a very well-structured operation. As you might expect, the build-up has been pretty considerable, and it's taking some time. This naval build-up started a couple of months ago, really, and they've got an enormous amount of force in the region. So, by my count, they've got an assault ship, the aircraft carrier, the Gerald R. Ford. They've got 2 missile cruisers. They've got 2 destroyers. They've got a submarine, an attack submarine, and interestingly, 2 troop ships with quite a lot of troops on board, and the MV Ocean Trader, which is a civilian ship, but it's a mothership for special forces. And we know that the United States, uses special forces. And Donald Trump said a while ago that special force operations were already ongoing in Venezuela some time ago. So it looks as if they've structured this operation over quite a long time. And the strikes that we saw earlier today, I think will turn out probably to be strikes on military installations, particularly maybe air defense installations, because the Venezuelans, they had quite a good system of S-300s, Russian systems, and the SA-17, which again is an old Russian system. So their air defense, had quite a lot of holes in it, but it was quite a capable air defense. And I think as a matter of caution, the United States might well have attacked those air defense sites to make sure that they could operate in the air safely around Caracas in particular. And then what we've seen is this, what looks like a helicopter-borne assault, certainly some Chinook helicopters there.
Sorry, I muted myself. Hold on.
Fighting involved in getting Maduro out, which does suggest it was some sort of negotiated arrangement. And it's a big one because it does show that President Trump now could claim real success, and I'm sure he will when he comes to the press conference, that the strategy of building up pressure on Venezuela has resulted in getting rid of this man, and the world, most of the world, won't be sorry about that. But the legality of the whole thing is in question again, and the United States' sort of buccaneering attitude to the use of its military again, will be uncomfortable for many in the world who'll be glad to see Maduro go, but not the way in which it's been achieved. But we'll see. Lots of people have got to make some statements, so we'll see what Trump says. Interestingly, we want to see what the opposition says. Maria Machado, whether the opposition come out onto the streets, and the what happens next question is now confronting us really for the rest of today, not just next week, but from now on. The what happens next question is really significant. And the big issue there is, what does Vladimir Lopez, who's the chief of the military, what does he do? He was a Maduro loyalist, he's been there since about 2014, 2015, and his deputy, General Domingo Lares. Those two men are really critical. What they're doing now, I have no idea, but it'd be very interesting to know where they are, what they're doing, and what they may likely say internally in Venezuela in the next few hours.
Well, indeed, so many questions about what the next steps are in Venezuela, but this detail about the way in which President Maduro was taken out of the country is pretty crucial, isn't it? The fact that if this was a negotiated exit, presumably that changes a lot on the ground.
Yes, it is. It does. Because in a sense, I mean, Maduro has fled in the way that Bashar al-Assad fled from Syria just a year ago. Okay. And, when a leader like that flees, then that's much better than being, as it were, physically removed or killed in office or killed in a special forces raid. So it's the least violent way of regime change. If you're going to go in for regime change, then that's the better way to do it. The legality of regime change, of course, is something that the world still struggles with. And I think Donald Trump may still have a lot of questions to answer about this and the legality of it. But in terms of the mechanism of it, a negotiated withdrawal, as we're moving in to, in a way, insulate Maduro and his wife, Sila Flores, and to take only those two out, it seems, because originally when Maduro was negotiating about this, he wanted his whole family to come out and maybe many of his advisors, and Sila Flores' nephew, I think Carlos Flores, he's very
like Saddam Hussein.
Him out, and it doesn't look as if that's taken place. So to take only those two out in some
I think
sort
he
of
looks a bit like Saddam Hussein.
and, as it were, put a safety ring around them, which is what the special forces might have been doing, so that they could get them out. That's the least painful way of doing this. But of course, it still opens up all the
I remember him to be like.
But it could have been worse. It could have been a big gun battle followed by deaths of several people. So that doesn't seem to have happened. No reports of casualties. So it's a very dramatic day. And I think so far, it's gone about as well as the White House could possibly have wanted.
Bear with me a moment, Michael, because we've just had a statement from the Russian Foreign Ministry regarding the situation in Venezuela. I just want to bring that to people. They have said in the last few moments, this morning, the United States committed an act of armed aggression against Venezuela. This is a matter of deep concern and condemnation. The pretexts used to justify such actions are unfounded. Ideological hostility has triumphed over business-like pragmatism and a willingness to build relationships of trust and predictability. This statement from the Russian Foreign Ministry is quite long. It goes on to say, in the current situation, it's crucial, above all, to prevent further escalation and to focus on finding a way through dialogue. We believe that all partners who may have grievances against each other should seek solutions to problems through dialogue. We are ready to support them in this. And they say that Latin America must remain a zone of peace, as it itself declared in 2014. And it does go on.
4 p.m. So I'll stay on till 4 p.m. after, and then wrap it up after the
solidarity
speech.
with the Venezuelan people. Michael, we're going to get various statements, aren't we, coming in over the next few hours from the international community to what is going on. What do you think the reaction might be, and how significant is it what the rest of the world makes of this?
We're not part of it.
Actually, because although nobody will
I'll get
a tears for Maduro, there'll be a great sense of relief that this man, this wicked dictator.
I'll get a video from our Prime Minister, who I do not like.
A very rich country that's been reduced to an economic basket case by corruption and incompetence.
He's saying we're nothing to do with it.
Violence from the government. All of that may now be over. May now be over. And so the world will be very glad about that, I think, generally speaking. But the way it's been achieved, the idea that the United States is involved, even under Donald Trump, in regime change, involuntary regime change is what it comes to, since this has been the result of pressure, military pressure. I think the world will have problems with that. And I think everyone will be sort of nuancing their statements very carefully. And even see the Russians are nuancing their statements, saying that they call on the world to be for the world to recognise that the people of Venezuela must seek their own destiny. Honestly, when you look at what the Russians say in the Venezuelan case, and then what you think about what they do in the Ukrainian case, at least you can say that you can't fault them for lack of sense of humour. And the sheer irony of it. But we'll see what the Chinese say. I think it'll be something fairly similar. The Iranians, who are under pressure themselves, of course, and are worried about regime change, which is partly driven by America.
I'll just park that there. We'll come back to then. Good morning, Sassy Nars. Another oil war, probably. We'll come back to that in a minute. I just want to share. Let's see what Keir Starmer's got to say for himself.
that the UK was not involved in any way in this operation. And as you'd expect, we're focusing on British nationals in Venezuela and working very closely with our embassy. And so I will want to talk to the president, I will want to talk to allies, but at the moment, I think we need to establish the facts. I think President Trump is doing a press conference later, so hopefully more information will come out then.
What is clear, though, which the White House has said, is that America carried out strikes on
Good morning,
Venezuela and
pretty.
captured.
My internet's super fast, so it won't be me lagging.
Some politicians in this country have already condemned that. Do you?
Well, I want to establish the facts first. I want to speak to President Trump. I want to speak to allies. As I say, I can be absolutely clear that we were not involved in that. And as you know, I always say and believe we should all uphold international law. But I think at this stage, fast-moving situation, let's establish the facts and take it from there.
And just lastly, for people who might have family there or the small number of Brits in Venezuela, there are some there. It might be a small number, but of course people will be very concerned. What would their advice be?
Yeah, there's about 500 there in Venezuela. And we're working with the embassy to make sure that they are well looked after, safeguarded, and get appropriate advice. So we're working at pace with the embassy on that. It is a small number, but it's an important number. It is about 500, and so that's what we're doing there.
There's nothing more important than keeping your money and your identity safe online.
Right, that's our Prime Minister of the United Kingdom has to say on that. So, B. Tim, since you're here, I signed up to Incognito the other day. I finally got my butt in gear. President Trump has captured President Maduro and his wife. Well, 1 minute they're saying it was planned between them all, and then before they were saying it was an attack.
And I would guess something a bit less equivocal than that. And the rest of the world will have to nuance very carefully, particularly the European allies, what they say about this. They'll approve of the outcome, but not really of the methods. And they don't like the idea that this will support the sense of the Trump administration that they can, as it were, act as a bully boy around the world in favor of Christian.
I should have come on vertical and horizontal, really.
Politics at the moment, not a sense of democracy or liberal democracies or
Good morning, hello.
free trading liberal democracies, but this Christian nationalist mission. And I think that will make them fairly wary about
a few hours
this.
ago.
But on the other hand, they can't say that they don't like the idea that Maduro.
What time was the exact
is now
attack? We're behind.
Okay.
Just so you know, we're behind though on the stream. So Trump's gonna do a speech in about an hour and a half, but we're behind. We're catching up. I'm going to skip
Clark, thank you very much indeed. I'm Mark Austin, and I am here to bring you an update on a big developing story this morning and a recap of the story. The US President Donald Trump has confirmed that the United States has captured the Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro and flown him out of the country after a series of airstrikes. Sources inside the opposition have told Sky News they believe the capture was what they call a negotiated exit. In a Truth Social post, that's his social media website,
must be
Donald Trump
negotiated.
wrote this: the United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with US law enforcement. Well, earlier sirens could be heard across Caracas with plumes of smoke rising into the sky. The Venezuelan government has declared a state of emergency.
No, I don't. Full moon beats
Strikes were heard in the capital as well as in the states of Miranda, Aragua, and La Guaira. Details of the events overnight in Caracas are scarce, but videos on social media are circulating showing explosions seen here. Took place in the port area of La Guaira. A witness described the moment of the explosions.
I live here in Chacao. Approximately an hour and a half ago, we felt planes flying and explosions. Several explosions, at least 8 or 10. And now I went out to look around, and now all you see is smoke.
And pictures here appear to show Chinook helicopters, often used by the military to carry special forces, US special forces.
Well,
the only country anywhere in the region.
I mean, I'm limited
the
on my
US,
knowledge.
they are most likely.
I think the drugs trade was allegedly a big part of this.
among those used over Caracas. Well, this is how the Venezuelan government has responded to the strikes.
Oh, my son was telling me about it this morning when he came over. We've got snow here, by the way, for anybody coming in now. And he said, you know, apparently a lot of the people were starving. You know, it was became quite the dictator.
The statement read on state TV.
If that's true.
The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela rejects, repudiates and denounces before the international community the extremely serious military aggression perpetrated by the current government of the United States of America against Venezuelan territory and the population in the civilian and military localities of the city of Caracas, capital of the Republic, and the states of Miranda, Araguaia and La Guaira.
I'm going on the other channel.
A flagrant violation of the
I'm going on the other channel later to do some true crime stuff. Ready for the trial. The trial is starting on Monday. Sarah Grace Patrick.
Charter of the United Nations, especially Articles 1 and 2, which enshrine respect for sovereignty, the legal equality of states, and the prohibition
Who knows why
of
they're
the
really
use of
doing it?
force. Such aggression threatens international peace and stability, specifically in Latin America and the Caribbean, and puts the lives of millions of people at serious risk.
Well, Venezuela's vice president is now demanding proof of life and say that the government doesn't know where President Maduro and his wife actually are. Let's bring in our chief correspondent, Stuart Ramsey. Good morning, Stuart. And of course, you were there very recently. We've spoken since, wondering how this would all play out. And
I'm going to say in chat, I know it's a very touchy subject, especially politics, war, but people are going to have difference of opinions. Some people are going to be against this. People are going to be pro. You know, we've got to respect other people's feelings. You know, that's their choice.
And,
we can't expect
we've got some idea.
Yeah, remarkable, isn't it, how this has developed so quickly. The president had said that President Trump, that is,
so
said
just
that,
block each other if you don't agree.
Targets in Venezuela were days away. He'd been saying it for weeks, actually. Then overnight, so they've seen these pictures, frantic phone calls from friends in Caracas.
You don't agree, just
what
block
was
each
happening,
other.
And certain
military
installations were hit. But again, at this stage, it was unclear, or in the early hours of the morning, it was unclear what was happening. And then, of course, President Trump's statement on social media saying that Nicolas Maduro had been, and his wife have now been taken from the country. As you said, the the vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, is now nominally at least in charge for the time being, but we'll come back to that in a minute as to what happens next, I suspect. What we are hearing from very high sources, very well-placed sources within the opposition movement, they are saying that, in their opinion at least, that this was an Maduro organised this, it was a deal struck, and that he did indeed leave.
Now they're saying it was a deal, whereas before they said he'd been captured.
Voluntarily. That the nominal president, Maduro, was captured is the wording that he's used. So it will be interesting to see whether there was indeed a deal, because that had been rumoured and circulating in Caracas for most of the time that I was there.
Right.
That Maduro was talking.
I know there's a lot of new people coming in. Please be respectful to the mods, and if you don't agree, just block each other. Trisha, the guy was voted out of office 5 years ago and wouldn't leave. I know there's new people coming in, but Kenna is one of my moderators and writes in block capitals for a reason. So please be respectful.
To Trump, we know that did take place. President Trump confirmed it, and that Maduro
BBC,
with others,
definitely not trustworthy.
Close supporters, plus a lot of money, and he was told no, it's him and his wife, and they will be guaranteed safety. So that was the rumour that was running around at the time while I was there. We don't know. As I say, the opposition are convinced that it was a deal. The president has said, however,
you don't know why people write in block capitals.
It appears that because Maduro is gone. The administration in Venezuela says they don't know where Maduro or his wife are. Obviously, the United States say that they have them both. So what happens next? Will the people take to the streets? Will the administration, as it stands now, accept that time is up? Or will they continue to defy the United States and to say, just because you've taken away our president, as in Nicolas Maduro, we are still in charge? If people do take to the streets, and they are taking that position, it could be very, very dangerous for any type of groupings of people, because we know there's been a crackdown for over a year now. It's not gone on for years, actually, but there's been a very strong crackdown on opposition throughout the country for the last year. And that would likely be potentially very, very dangerous. They have shot demonstrators before and killed them in the street, so that could easily happen. Or will the and Secret Service service there. Perhaps
No, they
know
mean you, Canna.
he's gone, and there's now going to be a transition. The opposition party.
I think they mean because you're writing in block capitals, you're yelling, I think. But you write in block capitals for a reason.
Which is a coalition of parties, by the way, who don't really get on awfully well, but they've joined together to try to bring about the end of Maduro. They've been saying for ages now that they are in a position to take over power, and that they will. They have a sort of underground network that is waiting
in a press
for a smooth
conference
transition.
in an hour and a half.
The nominal president, by the way, now would be
some people
Gonzalez,
consider it
who's
yelling, but
in Spain.
some people have vision problems.
Ran for election as president in the contested elections, which much of the international community accepted was rigged in the end, and so he would be the most obvious person to be the next president if the administration did announce. But we just don't know where it's going to.
Okay, come on, we're all adults. Some people have vision problems, so they write in blocks, capitals, and that is allowed on my channel. So, no worries. I'd say to them, close your ears then. I mean, come on, we're adults here. We're not children.
Happen. We will need to hear what President Trump says, obviously, and then we'll have to see what the American military also, what position they take in the coming days, and then obviously what happens on the streets. But remarkable.
Ignore it, Hannah. I know we're going to have a lot of different people in today.
Yep, Stuart, thank you.
I think I've got it on subscriber only.
US correspondent David Blevins, who is in Washington, and early hours of the morning there. David, I'm just seeing that a US senator has told Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, Rubio has told the senator that Maduro will be arrested to stand trial on criminal charges in the United States. And he goes on to say that Rubio told him no further action now that Maduro is in US custody. So just an idea of the thinking that is taking place at a high level in the United States.
Yes, that claim coming from Republican Senator Mark Lee, and it certainly does seem to be at odds with what we're hearing from opposition sources in Venezuela, that the exit of Maduro has been something negotiated with the Trump administration. We do know, as Stuart was explaining, that the Trump administration had offered him safe passage if he agreed to step down, but presumably he has not agreed to stand trial in the United States. The other thing I think that is a little at odds with the suggestion that this has been a negotiated exit is the military action that we've witnessed overnight, 7 explosions rocking Caracas and surrounding provinces. Now, Donald Trump is still in Mar-a-Lago, his residence in Florida. He has not returned to the Situation Room at the White House, where US presidents would normally oversee this kind of operation. There was no great surprise when he posted just over an hour ago that a large-scale strike had been carried out on Venezuela. But there certainly was no expectation that he was about to announce the capture, as he put it, of Nicolas Maduro and his wife. You and I know that President Trump tends to use emotive language like capture, but his statement really has brought more confusion than clarity, because given what we're now also hearing from the Venezuelan government about their concerns for Maduro's safety and about this being an act of military aggression, declaring a national emergency, etc., it's unclear exactly where things stand, and I think it will be unclear until we hear from President Trump at around 4 p.m. your time.
Yeah, and presumably President Trump will now, judging from the comments from Marco Rubio, certainly, that this is the end of the action, Trump will be very keen to keep a lid on it. But of course, once these things start rolling, it's very difficult to know what the Venezuelan military is going to do, what the Venezuelan opposition is going to do, what the Venezuelan people are going to do.
Screen.
Well, President Trump isn't a man whom it's easy to second guess, but I think we can speculate to some extent that he will continue to at least attempt to justify the action politically and legally, as he has done previously, by claiming he is thwarting drug traffickers from flooding the United States with drugs. That has certainly been the route they've chosen to go down.
I'm going to skip ahead a bit because we're quite a way behind.
Into the country. Both the president that was elected in July last year is out of the country, is currently in Spain, and also the main leader of the Venezuelan opposition, Maria Corina Machado, who recently won the Nobel Prize. They are both out of the country. So yes, to say it shortly, in the next few hours, it's the Venezuelan military who is calling the shots, and who will have to decide whether to continue with Chavismo, because they know that it is unlikely that the U.S. government will put boots on the ground in Venezuela. And run the risk of, another set of operations that like the ones we have seen in the past few hours, or perhaps the Venezuelan military will decide to open the door for a transition, for a democratic transition in Venezuela, allowing the person who was duly elected last year to assume power.
some sort of a democratic process. Just before we talk more about that, I wonder what you think of this whole idea of this negotiated exit that is coming from the opposition, that this is a deal that was done, because the military operation that took place suggests that that may not be the case.
Yeah, I think I agree. Especially the fact that there were bombings in different sites. This was not only an operation that was, that went into the country to extract Mr. Maduro from Venezuela. We still don't know.
Why would they need to bomb the place if they're just extracting them?
What happened within the compound that Maduro and his wife were presumably sleeping. If there are Venezuelans from the armed forces that were shot dead, if basically it was an operation without casualties. We know the U.S. government has already said that apparently there were no U.S. casualties, but they decided to issue no comment as to possible Venezuelan casualties in this whole operation. So that's an unknown for now. I do not think that really this was part of a negotiation. It seems that the U.S. government decided to do what has been threatening to do for a long time, which is to remove Maduro out of power. But now the question is, what happens next, in the sense that, I do think that the Delcy Rodriguez and other figures on Chavismo, and presumably the Venezuelan armed forces, will try to hold on to power.
So let's just talk a little bit more about that. I mean, I suppose the key thing is what the military, the senior generals, decide to do.
Yes, I agree. They have to decide basically in two options. Obviously, if this was a negotiated agreement, the negotiation only covered Mr. Maduro and his wife, who presumably they are now under U.S. custody. Mr. Maduro has an indictment from U.S. federal courts for drug trafficking. So we will have to see if he faces trial in the U.S. But there are also other figures from the Venezuelan military, the Minister of Defense, Vladimir Padrino Lopez, and also
that's what I was
the other
told,
person who was very
drugs.
close to Hugo Chavez, Diosdado Cabello. He's also facing an indictment in the U.S. So it remains to be seen. But my sense is that at least for now, they will try to hold on to power and to continue Chavismo without Maduro.
And if there is some kind of democratic process, how do you think that would go? I mean, obviously there were these elections not long ago, but how do you think that would go?
Can you believe anything they say, to be fair?
For now, it would have to entail
That's
the
the
support
problem.
of the Venezuelan military, and they would have to signal that enter into a negotiation with the U.S. that would allow the return of Edmundo Gonzalez, who was duly elected last year, to Venezuela to assume power, and then start a negotiation for that democratic process.
Can we believe any of the news outlets, really?
That I am
truly?
envisioning, but also I cannot discount the possibility that once.
When I say can we believe them, like a lot of it is, like I said earlier, it's only citizen journalists that are not bound by a production and a company that you're probably getting the real news from, whereas a lot of this is scripted and it's biased.
Once it is morning in Caracas, people go out into the streets, and that can also change the calculations of the Venezuelan military. But I do think that the next 24, 48, 72 hours are going to be crucial to decide what's going to be the direction of the country. I do think that the Venezuelan military believes that these strikes that we saw, they knew that they were possible, but they believe that the possibility of an actual
Hold, please. Bring Beatim up.
Hey, what's up?
Good morning, good afternoon, Beatim.
Good morning for me still, but had a long night last night, so a little slow.
I was about to say, your voice sounds really different. Is your mic on?
Let me see if I move my mic closer. Is that better?
That's better, yeah. I was like, yeah, you were up late last night. I was like, hey, Beatim's up to like 2 a.m. or something.
Yeah, over that particular situation with the house. But With this situation, I have a question now. So he's been arrested for drug trafficking, right? He's been convicted of that, and that's why they arrested him.
No, I don't know if he's been convicted for that. They've
No,
removed
but
it.
he removed him for that. My apologies. My mis. So that's
I
what
think the drugs is a big part of it, but I'm not 100% sure. Obviously, my son told me about it because he came over earlier, and he said, "Why don't you cover this?" Because I was like, "I can't face doing BJ this morning."
Yeah,
She thought you were drunk, by the way. Just quickly saying, she thought you were drinking.
I don't drink, and she would know what a
know.
drunk sounds like. She lives with one.
Exactly.
No, I just don't like
Anyway,
child. I don't like abuse of children. So, and I consider a dirty environment and all that stuff. That's abuse in my book.
Yeah.
But besides that, I just think it's kind of odd. So, like, can they just do this to anyone? I mean, like, it's
I know,
kind
it's
of
like
a
they've
weird.
gone in and took him and his wife, and
Like, I know he's well, like I know like this guy's a piece of shit. He's probably killed a bunch of people. He's a garbage human being. He probably definitely is involved with drugs. He's definitely been forced himself into power for years and basically destroyed this country. Don't get me wrong. I think it's actually a good thing this guy's gone, but I'm not sure if it's like the best point to remove him based upon that reason, because like if I'm not sure. I mean, that's the thing. Like, you know, it's kind of a slippery slope. Like, yeah, this is a good thing this guy's gone. But was that your cat or your dog or what? You okay?
yeah, the cat's just not. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm right. The cat. I've got hard floors. The cat's just knocked something over.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy's but like, if we're gonna remove people based upon like, you know, them doing drug trafficking and stuff like that, why didn't no one in the CIA in the 80s go to jail?
Sorry, it was my mouse.
You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. Like, you know, you're gonna get into a situation where you're gonna be like, okay, they're part of drug trafficking and stuff like that. It's like, we've been part of drug trafficking too. Did everybody forget about Contra? like in the 80s? But I don't know. It's a good thing.
Ask ChatGPT, see how accurate it is. Why has Maduro been removed?
I checked it out. It says like he's been like drug trafficking or something like that. Basically, he's part of that, and he's going to be tried for that probably. Which, you know, I think he's pretty guilty of. But it's like there's a lot of world leaders that break the laws every fucking day. So we just going to go into every single country that arrests people. I mean, like maybe it's a good thing, but it's a sustainable model, because then you have to go to like what's
to me that the people have been starving apparently, but he follows politics more than me.
Oh yeah, they've been starving for years. It's so bad there that they basically have like random blackouts where they have like in the blackouts for their meat district where they have to sell rotten food. Still, they sell the rotten food, even though it goes bad. It's like really bad. And all the basically anyone that has been young that has been protesting against them, he's been rounding up for years. That's why they left the country. A lot of them. So he's been a dictator. He's been a terrible fucking person. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying, oh well, this is terrible. Maduro has been taken out of the country, but it's like, you know, you could do a good thing, but for the wrong reason. You know what I mean? That could be an issue in the future. You know what I mean? Because there's been like a lot of world leaders that have broken the laws internationally. And for instance, let's say the French president decides to arrest Trump because he broke the law. You know what I mean? Like he was, you know, he suspects him being on Epstein Island and having sex with a minor, which would be kind of crazy since his wife is like 100 years old. But I just used him as an example. But I'm just saying, it's like world, you know, there's like a certain, I don't know, it's like a certain, you know, weird situation when you start taking leaders and arresting him because you could put yourself in a position. It's kind of like the old days of the monarchy, where it's like a peasant couldn't kill a king because that would belittle the position of the king. So only a king could kill a king. You know what I mean?
It's saying here that long political crisis that the re-election in 2024 was widely fraudulent, and many countries, including the US, rejected the results.
So they don't consider him an elected official then?
Yeah, that's part of it.
Okay, so they think he just stole the election. He's not considered an elected official, and they're going to just grab him out of there, use this as a reason to grab him out, and put the rightful elected person in power.
And the Trump administration have been escalating pressure for months, including naval deployments in the Caribbean, sanctions accusing Maduro of involvement with drug trafficking, and placed a bounty on him. This is targeting drug trafficking and terrorism linked to Maduro's government.
Yeah, that's true. Venezuela is aligned with China, Iran. And they do have a huge reserve of oil. The only reason why they haven't been able to really tap into it at all, they actually import a lot of their oil, is because when they took over, like the socialism took over, they never updated their drilling or anything. And they became completely out of date. And that's been a big problem with the country. So, I mean, if you can actually get a stable country there, like a stable leader, and allow actual investments into those areas, the country could become very, very rich very, very quickly. But this has always been a problem with a lot of countries. Countries that are like resource rich often experience the worst dictatorships you'll ever see, because the dictator doesn't need the people to become rich. He just needs the land.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know if it's...
They are saying it was a highly controversial and unusual act, which seems is...
Yeah. Because, no offense, like, I'm not defending Maduro. I don't give a fuck about the guy. They can throw him into prison for 100 years. I couldn't care less. But, like, you get into a situation where there's a lot of world leaders that have committed crimes that they should go to jail for. For instance, Contra was one of them. It was a huge operation in which the CIA literally did drug sales to support their wars in other countries. And they profited off that. And they even brought drugs into the country, the United States, to make other people fucked up on cocaine. This was in the 80s. There's been plenty of situations. So it's like, you can't, it gets to a point where you're not really quite sure if this is a good trend to do, because then...
Throughout this process. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Sorry, go on.
You get into a situation where...
We're way behind.
Okay, you can play and I'll keep quiet and we'll talk as we go around.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to stop you talking. I'd gone back to the beginning anyway. No, you carry on if you've got more to say.
No, it's good. We'll just play a little more. We'll play a little more and I'll talk as we go along.
I've jumped because otherwise we were quite behind, and Trump's going to talk at 4, which, well, that's another hour. But this is Vance, isn't it?
And the stolen oil must be
JD
returned
Vance.
to the United States. Maduro is the newest person.
Do you like Vance? Do you mind me asking? He seems a good guy, doesn't he? I didn't realize he'd been in the military. He's a veteran, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I don't like anything, but you kind of pick the politicians that's the least terrible for it.
You're breaking. Hold on, B Tim. You're in and out like you're in a bathroom. You're breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, we can hear you now. You were going in and out.
Sorry.
Before.
I don't know.
No, it's all right. It's just so we can hear you properly.
Is it better now? Let me listen to myself.
Yeah. Yeah, can you hear me? It's better now.
Okay.
It just sounded before like you were moving forward and back from the mic.
I was.
I
was readjusting myself on my chair. Sorry about that. But yeah, I mean, I just think like you could put yourself in a real big pickle with for precedents. You know what I mean? It's kind of like an interesting precedent that you could put this, because suddenly, what gives another country more authority over another country to arrest their leader? Even if we believe for instance, could we arrest Putin? Technically, yeah. Right. I mean, he's a criminal. He's done a lot of criminal activity. He's killed people. You know what I mean? Like, could we just arrest?
It'll be interesting to see what Trump says for his reasoning behind it all.
Or could Putin arrest Trump and say, "Hey, I've seen you on that island, and I seen you talking to those young ladies. I think you were on Epstein's island doing some things illegally. We're gonna try you now." You know what I mean? Like it gets to the point where you kind of have to have set rules of why you're doing it, and I guess that's what's going to be what the court's going to be deciding. I mean, my guess is like what the information you told me, they're not going to consider him an actual official elected figure. They're going to get the new guy to be elected so that Maduro has no power. He's going to be the ex-president, and they're going to try him and put him in jail for 1,000 years if they can. And they're probably going to squeeze him dry for information on any sort of thing he knows. And then they're going to try to get some sort of opening into the country to get the oil reserves, because the oil reserves under Venezuela is bigger than the Middle East.
Wow.
Crude oil, to be exact.
Who's the president now? So Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president under Maduro, has declared herself acting president.
Oh, okay.
She's invoked constitutional provisions for succession and is claiming authority in the immediate power vacuum. So she stepped in at the moment. Okay, we'll play.
To find out that President Trump means what he says. Well, let's bring in our US correspondent David Bevins, who's live for us in Washington this afternoon. David, very good afternoon to you. We've been obviously trying to work out, haven't we, for the last 5 or 6 hours or so, what has gone on here. It seems to be, from what we can read, that actually this operation was taken to remove the president, but not necessarily to change the government in Venezuela.
Yes, this remains a very fluid situation. President Trump posting not from the Situation Room at the White House, but from Mar-a-Lago in Florida, that large-scale strikes had taken place and that President Maduro and his wife had been captured, to quote Donald Trump, and taken into U.S. custody. It is, by any stretch of the imagination, an extraordinary and controversial breach of another nation's sovereignty. What began with explosions in the dead of night, 7 of them over Caracas and surrounding provinces, ending with a president and his wife in US custody. Now, the strikes themselves were no surprise. They've been coming for months. But the capture of Maduro, as Trump is framing it, certainly is a significant escalation, and it raises huge questions. But bear in mind what Pam Bondi, the US Attorney General, is saying, because they are going to use the indictment in an attempt to justify these actions. He's been charged, along with his wife, with a number of drugs offenses and possession of machine guns and other destructive devices. But if you take those comments alongside those from the vice president, who's commending the efforts of US troops, and you take the words of US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who says Maduro is about to face US justice on US soil at last, it's very difficult to see how this could be the kind of negotiated exit that has been described by opposition sources in Venezuela. Very difficult to see how you negotiate with US Chinook helicopters in the sky and US special forces on the ground.
One of my guests put it to me earlier that this seems to be negotiated at the end of the barrel of a gun, potentially. But as you say, there are lots and lots of questions. And this could be quite a pivotal moment for the US president. We are going to hear from him a little later on, aren't we? Not least of all because, in part, he got elected to not interfere in kind of international countries or countries outside of the United States.
That's absolutely right. We're due to hear from President Trump in a couple of hours' time. Then perhaps we will have a clearer picture in relation to what has gone on in Venezuela overnight. But it is just over a year since he was returned to the White House on a platform of focusing on America first. We've already seen in recent weeks a split in his MAGA base over his focus on foreign affairs. At the beginning of this week, Darren, you saw Volodymyr Zelensky at Mar-a-Lago discussing Ukraine. The following day, you saw Benjamin Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago discussing the situation in the Middle East. And given that we are in the midst of a cost of living crisis in the United States and that this is now midterm election year, many of his own supporters feel he should be more focused on issues at home. Of course, there is the question as well of how other countries around the world will view this intervention by the United States. We know that Venezuela's allies are already describing it as an act of aggression. Russia, for example. We know that Iran and China have also expressed solidarity with Venezuela in the past. And for other US allies, like the Europeans, for example, they've got to now strike this balance, because they will be supportive of the removal of Maduro because of their concerns around democracy and human rights. But they will also have very serious concerns about the military intervention by the United States to ensure that happens. So it's going to be a very fine line they have to walk. And I think we've already seen Prime Minister Starmer walking that today.
Yeah, and just for finally, David, we're also potentially looking at the rather extraordinary sight of the Venezuelan leader and his wife facing a trial, possibly in New York. I mean, that itself will be quite extraordinary.
Yeah, the indictment has been issued in New York, so that is indeed a possibility. We're not sure where they are right now. In fact, what we presume to be the interim government of Venezuela says it wants proof of life for President Maduro and his wife. They are describing this as an act of aggression too, and talking about a national emergency there. But however it plays out, these things tend to be very complicated and lengthy in terms of the US judicial system. And there is also the possibility that Maduro and his wife could strike some kind of plea bargain with the United States in due course. So many questions remain unanswered.
Yeah, indeed. David, as always, thank you very much indeed. David Blevins there live for us in Washington, D.C. And as David was suggesting there, we are going to hear from President Trump at 4 p.m. this afternoon.
I would say that Maduro has a lot of...
these are the scenes, rather jubilant scenes.
I'll just mute that and let it play, and then we're keeping up to date, yeah.
Yeah, I would say like Maduro has a lot of probably good negotiating tokens to go around, because this is a guy who's been in power for years and years and years. And he probably's got some dirt that he could probably tell other countries about. You know, this is a guy who's an ally with, you know, pretty much, I don't know what exactly the name of the block is, the oil block that they call the Russian, Iran, and China, but been allies with them for a very long time. So my guess is probably he's not going to play, but they'll probably try to negotiate with them and say, hey, tell us what you know. Take a plea.
So if he didn't get, what was it? It said the fraudulent election, allegedly. It just seems a big move to make. Like, why haven't they done this in other countries then? Why Venezuela? Is it literally because of...
We've done it in the past, but usually it's done behind closed doors with CIA, you know, assassinating a leader and then replacing them type of deal. Usually the CIA does everything cloak and dagger. Trump, this is the first time we've seen like actually Trump, like our president, actively do that to another world leader. And that's kind of a situation that Bricks, thank you for that, for Liberty Farmer. That's the thing that's kind of a bad problem, because when the CIA did that, they kind of maintained the kind of, you know, situation where another country officially didn't just, you know, take over sovereignty over another.
Yeah.
But I mean, also you have to realize that this could be considered an act of war. You capturing the president of another country, and you can't declare war as the president just sitting there willy-nilly on another country without, you know, the Senate and the Congress voting for it. So this could be looked at as an act of war, actually. I mean, imagine if another country came in and arrested Trump and blew,
I know, right? Crazy.
And blew up parts of America. We would declare war on them and we would go after them. So you have a situation where you did something where it could be considered an act of war to a country that you have not declared officially war with. You arrested their leader, and now you're planning on putting them with charges. And the problem is no one's going to really legitimately look at those charges, you know, fairly, because, you know, how many times does a foreign power kind of make sure that someone gets arrested and convicted once they capture them? They're not going to be like, well, you know what? You're innocent, Mr. Maduro. You're free to go. Like, they're not going to do that. They're not going to sit there and be like, we're going to do a fair trial of you, Mr. Maduro, and we're going to just let you go. Like, you got to realize that this guy there's no way this guy's going back to his country, even if he wasn't convicted. There's zero chance. Zero. He is captured. That's
the way they were dropping it in he had explosives or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just the precedence. I mean, you could do a good thing, but you know, but it could be a bad thing. You know what I mean? Because then now people could say, well, we could do that to you now. What if they said, okay, we think Nancy Pelosi is the biggest insider trader in the world and has scammed hundreds of millions of dollars from people. We're going to arrest her. let's say let's say Iran's like, we got to arrest Nancy Pelosi, and they go in with an operation, they grab her, they take her to Iran, and then they start trying her for crimes, and they blow up her house.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it gets to a point where it can, like, there has to be, hopefully they give a reason, a justifiable reason.
A bloody good reason.
Yeah. Now, I know a lot of people would be celebrating if Nancy Pelosi was arrested and then tried for her fucking insider trading.
I was thinking that.
We'd all probably sit there and cheer it on and be like, about time, that lady's a thief. That lady has been stealing from America for years, but, it would be a bad precedent.
Let's see what this guy's got to say.
Been talking to us, very senior members of the opposition, and they're saying that, in their opinion, this was actually a deal, that there'd been negotiations, which we know has been confirmed by President Trump, between Trump and Maduro.
Supposed to be a deal now, but
the rumor mill was that Maduro asked for a number of his top military commanders, including his wife, and a lot of money to leave. That was his conditions, and he was told, we are led to believe the answer is no. It's you and your wife, and you will have a safe exit for the country. But now we're hearing that the United States is considering charges. He's already been indicted. Maduro's been indicted for drug trafficking beforehand, and that he will face the law in the United States, which of course they have done with leaders.
So that's what they're betting on then.
Expectation.
Yeah, but you can do that to anyone.
In Caracas, when I was there, is that
you don't think the United States drug traffics?
Yeah, this is the thing. I mean, like, what's the difference?
Also, like, let's say some countries marijuana is illegal. So what if they say, well,
Like
America, you drug trafficked marijuana. We consider, and booze. We don't consider those are proper drugs in our country. We're gonna have to arrest you for drug trafficking. I know it's kind of a hyperbolic, like a fucking BS example, but it's just
maybe Trump brings weed into the UK.
I don't know. That's gonna be he's. What's your leader now? What's your prime minister now?
Oh, Keir Starmer is horrible.
Oh, they're gonna arrest Keir. You won't shed a tear if she gets that person gets arrested.
No, Keir, like, oh, he's horrible. Yeah, none of us voted him in. Well, I didn't. No, he did get voted in, but I didn't vote for him, and he's awful.
I feel like if that guy got arrested and then they said, okay, the new guy says pot's legal, they'd be like, okay, I can keep that guy.
Yeah, they would, because a lot of people want it legal, but Trump's got, I think he's got at least one golf course in Scotland.
Oh, okay. There was a big controversy with that too, right? With the golf course? Because he messed with like the marshland or some shit.
Oh God, I don't know, actually.
There was like a whole documentary.
Or something.
Yeah, but there's like a whole documentary about the golf course in Scotland and how he messed with the people there. Yeah, it was kind of crazy.
Oh, I'll have to watch it sometime. Thank you, Dixie. Good morning. Let's get at Talks on to a goal. Thank you for the super chat. It's a bit different this morning. No BJ this morning. I've had enough of it today.
Well, your channel's called Trisha Talks, so you're talking about other things. You can talk about other things.
Anything
is going to happen, but it's certainly the president has said that he was captured. President Trump has said he was captured.
I just couldn't place.
Changes.
We watched the Rumble last night.
But where we are is that he's gone. And I think the critical thing now is what happens.
They loathe him in Scotland.
One of the sort of working theories from people in Caracas, and this is quite senior business leaders, senior leaders generally in the community that I've known for a number of years. Their view is that if the Americans were to carry out strikes, they would hope that the public would come out onto the streets and perhaps bring down the administration of Maduro. That's what they thought, and they have a lot of contacts within the United States government as well. Obviously, this has gone up a whole new level with Maduro himself being captured. I don't think anyone captured, or at least has given himself up, one of the other. Either way, he's gone, and that wasn't expected. So the opposition has been saying that they're ready to form a government to take over in a peaceful transition. They say that they've got a network that's ready to do it. And they've always indicated that some of the military is on board with them. The question is, what military is on board with them? How senior are they? And we know that the actual military itself, the one under Maduro, all made a lot of money from Maduro with government contracts and all sorts of business, including mining and oil, as well as and their own money that they were making.
Yeah, that happens with the United States too.
To stand down. Are there enough forces that are perhaps supporting the opposition who could actually come out onto
Okay, well, no, video unavailable. Video is not available. Preview only.
Oh, no, you don't. Yeah, you don't. No, I just tossed it to you for you to watch later. You said you wanted to find out what the documentary was. You didn't have to play it.
Yeah, it says No, it says video is unavailable. I thought I'd watch it later, but is that because I'm in America?
Yeah, you're probably in vertical mode. Yeah, just the documentary is called "You've Been Trumped."
Okay.
It came out. It basically talked about how he was opening up the luxury golf course in Scotland, and what the crazy shit that he did back then on that golf course.
I might need to put my VPN on because it won't let me watch it. I'll watch it later.
To the streets and protect people, or if they go out in the streets and the current government just refuses to hand over power, could there be bloodshed on the streets? In the past there has been. Now there've been many there's been
a lot of Brits like Trump
demonstrations against the government in recent years, but in the last year or so that has been
well, a lot of people,
large numbers of opposition leaders have been arrested.
A lot of people feel as though government has pretty much forgotten about the lower class and middle class and focused on ideology instead of making sure that people actually can afford groceries and a living wage and living situations. And there's a lot of people that hope that a leader comes around and actually cares. Because let's be real, people do not feel like Nancy Pelosi or any of these people who have been in power in the Senate or Congress have actually represented the people who elected them at all. I mean, you got people that can barely afford food, you got shrinkflation going on, you got a lot of situations, and people are tired of the ideology wars that go on that really should not be in the forefront. The forefront should be people able to afford their groceries and their rent and actually live in the nice conditions of their house and not have to be scammed also by random people online and corporations. And also people, so people want that. And strangely enough, I'm going to say this, a billionaire Trump is more approachable as a person than a lot of your local representatives that you've actually talked to, which is weirdly enough. That just shows you how fucked this country can really be when the billionaire Trump, because, that's kind of the weird thing, because he talks to people a little bit more like down to earth to them. And that's the main thing people don't realize. Like people, they go, oh, Trump's dumb, Trump is an idiot. It's like, well, yeah, but like the facts is the most important thing is it's how you communicate with people. If you try to talk above them, people get offended. If you try to talk to them, they actually feel more like you're on
their level.
But
he seems different this time. He seems... The first time he got in power, he seemed better than now. I don't know. Something feels different, just from what we see. I don't know. Something feels different to the last time he was in.
Well, maybe because he doesn't care anymore. Because he doesn't care about re-elected.
Yeah, because you can't. You can't do more than 2 terms? Is that right?
Yeah. It had to do with the situation with Roosevelt, because before that, you can be like for 3 terms and stuff like that, and they realized that was a little bit of a problem in the United States, so they kind of stopped that.
Yeah,
which makes sense, because I wish they did term limits for senators. What? I'm sorry.
Yeah, and Maggie Thatcher, she was in for about 10 years in the UK, I think, the Iron Lady.
Yeah, and like I wish there was term limits for Congress members and senators too. To be honest with you.
Yeah.
They're
about 90, aren't they?
Yeah, because the problem is that you should have people that represent the people of the generation, not just people there from like 1960s representing people in 2026.
Yeah. I'm just gonna see how many years exactly Maggie Thatcher was in. I'm sure it was a good 10 years. 11. That was a good guess. She was in for 11 years.
Yeah, which is like
1979 to 1990.
Which is a lot.
Yeah, it's like nearly 3 terms, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, 11 years and 7 months to be precise. So she was in nearly 12 years.
And are in jail. They're facing charges for terrorism and the like, but these trials virtually never start. They just sit there for as long as the government saw necessary. So the opposition has a problem because if it doesn't get the people out and the military doesn't support them, there's not much they can do unless America continues to support them militarily, and there's a greater intensification of their attacks on military.
I usually don't go.
We're hearing reports that America said that's
well, the problem is Karma Chronicles.
But it isn't a
The problem is that unfortunately a lot of government, like They can't. They when they want to be elected, like you have to think about yourself. Why do a politician or your president spend close to $1 billion or hundreds of millions of dollars to be elected in an office that only pays what $120,000 a year, $150,000 a year? The truth of the matter is that it allows them to get into contracts and get their friends with contracts, and then they can leave. When they leave office, they can get consulting jobs with big corporations, which is basically their bribery retirement package. And we all know the game. Yeah. The problem is like no one really, there's no one that really wants to fix it because wherever people making money, no one wants to fix that problem because they're all making money. The people that make the rules don't want to change the rules that stop themselves from making money. So.
Well, it's like in the UK with them in lockdown. We found out, was it, oh gosh, what's his name? I can see his face now. One of the, was he our prime minister at the time? I'll have to Google his name. His wife is the fact she's like a billionaire, his wife, but they were getting these PPE contracts.
Yeah, that's
and I was like, what?
They're actually cracking down on the PPE. Like a lot of, you don't know this, but a lot of people that took out fake PPE loans in the United States have been investigated and being arrested, and the feds have been arresting them and prosecuting for like 10 years.
But the outfit, like all the the masks and everything, and all the
they got the contracts for that stuff. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they got the contracts for them. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happens all the time. It happens in New York City with the government here. It happens with the United States. That's why they want to be elected, because then you can okay actual contracts, and then suddenly an envelope full of cash ends up under your fucking desk. And it's like the same stuff that happened for years ago. That's why they want to be the gatekeepers, And the problem is that, guess what? Nothing in government is free because taxpayers have to pay it, the bill. So, I mean, that's the one thing Reagan said, like nothing in the government's, well, that, and also the worst terrifying words to hear from someone is, I'm from the government, I'm here to help. That too. But
Rishi Sunak, that was it. Rishi Sunak, his wife is so rich, and her family, they are like multi-billionaires or something. And they were getting contracts for all the PPE and everything. Just so sneaky. Candy Rapper, thank you for being a member for 1 month. Good morning, Trisha. Good to see you, beautiful. Good to see you.
Yeah.
No, not Boris. It was Rishi. Rishi Sunak.
Yeah, and that should be illegal.
It was about regime change. It was just about getting Maduro
Should
out.
be, yeah.
They've achieved it. But if they were wanting to actually have if you like, a new Venezuela with a new government, then that's still not been achieved.
Oh, you're going to see our Prime Minister in a little bit.
Ramsey, speaking to us a little earlier. Now, we just got this reaction from the Shadow Foreign Secretary, Priti Patel, saying we have always strongly condemned Maduro's brutal and repressive regime, and the Conservative government did not consider Maduro's administration as legitimate. Nobody will shed tears over him no longer being in power. We await the full facts about the US operation, which has removed Maduro, and we want to see the Venezuelan people enjoy democratic norms and freedoms. This is clearly a very serious geopolitical moment, and that is what the Conservatives are having to say. We will be hearing from the Prime Minister and getting some political reaction a little later on, but let's bring in a journalist I spoke to a little earlier. That's Rosalie Hernandez, who is in Caracas, and this is what she had to say to me in the...
He was the weakest pillar of the regime of that is ruling in Venezuela. We have a very complex situation in here. So it is not only Nicolás Maduro. We have to take control of all the institutions.
He also used to be a bus driver.
All the ministers.
Did he?
So Nicolás Maduro is not only the only.
That's wow. He had like no actual experience in the past. He was just a bus driver. Yeah, he was just a bus driver.
Oh, bus driver, another one.
Person who has to left to begin a new path in Venezuelan freedom. We have to take control of the military. When I say us, I speak up for all the Venezuelans and on the political leaders who has to right now to take control of all the institutions, not only the people.
I'm learning a lot.
that was ruled by Nicolás Maduro. We have Diosdado Cabello. He is a very important person in the control of the regime. He controls all the forces, all the national forces. So we have Jorge Rodriguez. He is the president of the National Assembly. He has a great power in Venezuela, and he is one of the big negotiators in all the negotiation tables, you know. And there is also the national attorney, Tarek William Saab, and he has also a great power in the nation. So it's not only Nicolás Maduro. There is a game. Right now, María Corina Machado and Edmundo González has to play to fully recover the freedom in Venezuela.
Okay, we're just getting some more news lines in now from US President Trump, quite interesting ones, it must be said, in regards to this operation in Venezuela, saying that there were few injuries, no deaths on our side from that operation. Also saying that the United States waited for 4 days for the operation to take place for better weather, he says. That he will make a decision now on what's next for the Venezuela leadership, and that also there's going to be the United States are going to be strongly involved in Venezuela's oil industry. Also,
ding, ding, ding.
There you go.
These are just lines dropping
the oil.
The Reuters news agency about
That's what
we're
it's
hearing
about.
from President Trump in the last couple of minutes. In regards to the operation, I'll repeat, he says that there were few injuries and no deaths in regards to the United States when it came to the operation.
So, do you know how much oil that country has?
For better weather before acting.
How much reserves?
A lot by the sounds of it, if they're going for it.
Guess a number. In barrels.
Oh, gosh. In barrels?
In barrels. I'm going to make it easier. In barrels.
Gosh. 1 million barrels. I'm going to just guess a
You
random
are way
number.
off. You got to go way higher than that.
Oh, my gosh. 1 billion.
Way higher than that.
10 billion.
Higher.
It's like, what's that game show where you get
you buy going
higher?
How higher?
30 billion.
More.
Oh gosh. 50.
More.
100 billion.
More.
Oh my god. 500 billion.
You went a little too high. 303 billion barrels in reserve.
Oh my gosh.
Do you realize how much oil that is?
A lot.
That is a lot of oil. That is a lot. And they can't, and the thing is their machinery is so out of date, they can't get it out. So that's why they import a lot of their oil.
Yeah.
So like once they get money in, this country is going to make more money. There's going to make a huge amount of money. But that's also going to be a big problem for other countries, because suddenly, let's say you just throw 303 billion barrels of oil on the market, it's going to reduce the price of oil tremendously. And other countries don't want the price of oil to be reduced tremendously, because if that happens, their profits go down.
Yeah. My mum and dad used to have oil heating, and she used to always try and buy it when it was at its lowest, and stock up, because it could fluctuate wildly, filling the tank up.
And to give you an idea, Saudi Arabia, we all know Saudi Arabia has tons of oil. They only have 267 billion to 298 billion barrels.
Well, there's your answer then. Oil.
So this is like a huge amount of oil in that country.
Yeah.
Strongly involved in Venezuela's
follow the money, don't they say? Follow the money.
The United States, and then also
yeah, I'm sure it's more than just oil, but that must play a big part.
It's a big part, because also let's say Venezuela becomes friendly with the United States, it would be a lot easier to ship oil from Venezuela to the United States than to like the Middle East. And also it lessens the grip of the Middle Eastern power in the United States by a lot, because suddenly you have literally tons of oil in your backyard. Another issue is that making, let's say, Venezuela accept the dollar. And if you force Venezuela to accept the dollar and everyone still has to use dollars to buy barrels of oil still, then suddenly the American dollar stays dominant still in the world. So, that's kind of a big deal.
It's an off-topic question. Well, it's about, do Do you buy crypto? Are you into crypto or are you not into crypto?
No, I'm not into crypto. I mean, like you can make good money with it, but the problem with it is that it's very, very volatile market, and I just don't want to be involved in such a volatile market. And also, like the big crypto coins are run by billionaires and 100 millionaires, and you are just a little tiny little microscopic fish in that huge market. So, at least with also with stocks and gold and stuff like that, it's a lot more stable.
Yeah, Lewis was just recommending I buy some gold or silver. We were talking about it earlier, but no, the reason I asked was because after doing a whole proper month of Rumble partner program, they've now gifted me a crypto tip jar.
I mean, I would take it. I mean, if you get
free,
everything is helps. I mean, if I was to hope for
I've downloaded it and it's on my channel now, but it's like wild now. I've got this crypto tip jar now.
I mean, Ethereum and Bitcoin is pretty much the dominant one in that market. So those are the real dominant stable coins. I would consider it stable, a lot more stable than the other coins. And
that's what we had. So I got gifted some Ethereum quite a few years ago, but I sold it.
Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made.
Well, we made a profit because it was a gift. So
yeah, how much Ethereum did you have?
I can't remember. It was only like a few £100 worth when we cashed it in. I can't remember exactly.
Oh, how many? How many was it?
Oh, I'd have to ask Lewis because he ran we had a little Coinbase.
Was it like 2 or 3?
I honestly can't beat him. I just remember it converted to about 200 UK pounds.
What year was it?
About 28. It's about 2018.
Okay, 2018. 2018.
Lewis might remember it because he ran it. A lady I did YouTubing with, she gifted me some.
2018.
She had Bitcoin. She was quite into it. She was a real estate agent.
So you probably had about 2 or 3 Ethereum back then.
Ethereum, probably whatever it converted to. About
okay, so back then it was about, I think the highs. Let's say the highest it was. If it was only like, let's say you had 1 Ethereum back then, which was about 217, or let's say 2. You had 2. Probably 2 Ethereum back then was $245 a piece, or almost $300. So let's say you had 2. Today's market Ethereum's $3,100.
Oh wow! So if I'd have kept it.
Yep. For instance, if you would have had Bitcoin back then, I think Bitcoin back then was insane as well, increase in price. Bitcoin in 2018 was like Bitcoin right now is low. It's actually dropped tremendously. At one point, it was like 119,000 a Bitcoin. Now it's back down to $90,000 a Bitcoin.
I know a lady that could have bought it at $500, and she kicked herself because she didn't think anything would happen. She said, and she's quite an older lady than me, and she was like, I could, in an American accent, she was like, I could have bought it at $500, and it was like, oh, I can't remember.
Well, I don't blame her because we were all back then looking at that as insane price for something.
Yeah.
Because like a lot of people just sit there and we think of it like as fundamentals. Like, what the hell is this? It's not like gold. You can walk into a pawn shop and buy your gold or sell your gold at like, a little bit under spot price, for junk. It's just it was a new market back then, so no one knew. So obviously,
Yeah, she didn't take a risk, and she was kicking herself because she could have got it. Can you imagine?
But sometimes people that take a risk lose it all. Like NFT, someone said, whatever happened to NFTs? They're worth nothing, 0. Yeah. Every single one of them worth jack and shit, because there's no market for it.
Do you think gold or silver? I mean, I know you're not giving financial advice here, but your opinion, which would be the best to invest in at the moment, gold or? Because I heard silver was
I like silver better than gold, but gold is good too. I mean, like it's stable.
Yeah.
You just got to be careful of where you buy it from, because a lot of these TV shows or the people that advertise about like selling gold, They just scam you. They sell it for like, 50% more than the actual spot price of the gold. And they do it because old people see it on TV and then they get absolutely scammed. And then like they try to sell their gold 10 years, 15 years later, and they still lose money because gold doesn't fluctuate that huge amounts. I mean, recently we had a huge runoff on gold, but like the thing is that you got to really look at the spot price, know the spot price, know a person that you can trust with gold, and also know that they sell legit, because people sometimes will try to sell you like that Trax NYC, that guy that, that whole fight in the Diamond District. Did you see that? You seen that?
I watched the I saw you playing it. I watched the replay.
Yeah, that guy was sold, I think, like 10 karat gold when he told them there was 14 karat gold. And it's unless you're getting scammed very easily with some jeweler. So you got to go buy your gold and silver from a trustable source. And you got to also, but that's if you don't want your gold to really grow that huge, but, like I think if it's stable, it's a good investment to maintaining your money, basically, gold and silver.
Yeah.
But if you want your money to grow, I would look into what you can do to put money aside for retirement. Like for here, we have like I think a Roth IRA where you could put like $7,000 a year back, where you don't have to pay for that $7,000. It lowers your tax liabilities, and you just put it away, and it's just kind of like something that increases value. You could put your money into stocks. You could put your money into an index fund, which is basically, where they put $1 into all 500 of the top companies, and it has and over the past 25 years had a 9% return every year, which is pretty good in comparison, but the most important thing is like, you have to basically, know what your risk, your tolerance for risk is. Are you if you're young, you have a huge tolerance for risk, but the older you get, the less time you have, and you feel like you don't have that same tolerance for risk. Because if you lose $100,000 when you're 20, it's not as bad as losing $100,000 when you're 50. If you catch my drift.
Right.
And also there's other things. I mean, like in the United States, like once you start making like the bigger money, then you want to get into really real estate. There's a lot of people that make a lot of money in real estate, usually Airbnbs, but you also want to look up like the rules of an area. So
another thing, he had a friend that made quite a bit of money on copper recently, he said.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
I don't know about.
Yeah, I don't know too much about the copper market. I just have silver coins. I have a bunch of silver coins.
Yeah.
Because I bought them for a silly reason. I'm not gonna lie. I bought them because just in case the world ends, financial market crash.
Oh yeah, I'm into all that. Like I was telling him about that actually, because you said we were on about somebody having a big bar of gold, but how do you pay for something if you got like a bar where you need smaller pieces, wouldn't you?
Yeah, so that's why I buy like United States junk silver, which is basically coins that are not good enough to be graded for collections, but they are still like 90% silver, and that's what coins were pre 1964. That's why I always look at my quarters and dimes and nickels, and now my pennies now to see if I got that $100,000 penny. But
I've got a bag of coins my dad gave me. I need to look at them because there's all different old silver coins in there. So I know I've got some silver in there. I don't know what it's worth.
And so it says, if you get into any kind of collectibles, you have to think, what will retain its value? Yeah, a lot of times, once a trend gets started of collectibles, stop thinking about just collecting that and making money from it. It's the same thing. Like usually something's worth collectibles when no one really thinks it's valuable, and then it becomes valuable afterwards. You know what I mean? Like, and which comes like, for instance, Beanie Babies, like the original Beanie Babies. I mean, like there's some that maintained its value, but the market is too huge now. There's not enough. There's like so many Beanie Babies, but not enough buyers. So you have to think about yourself. Like if there's more buyers than sellers, then you have a great market. But if there's more sellers than buyers, then the market collapses on itself. Like Pokemon cards, the early Pokemon cards, highly valuable cards because everyone threw them away and didn't think about collecting them. They were toys. But later on, now cards today, they think of them as collections, investments, and now they're going to be worth almost jack shit because they're overproduced.
It's like that coffee top Star Wars or whatever it game. What was it? Astro Wars or something. Coffee. It was called a coffee tabletop, and it was like an arcade game. But you sat down, you sat opposite each other, and you could play on your own or you could play with another person. And my dad was given one. It was worth about 10 grand at the time. This was years ago. I
Yeah.
don't know what happened to it, but I bet it's worth a fortune now if we still have it. Because
Yeah.
people got rid of them or smashed them up and broke them because it was glass on the top.
Yeah, I mean, like the thing is, it's like usually how the trend goes for why something's collectible as a kid is that mostly everyone had it as a kid, and it was and they never kept it. They just threw it away, and then
Yeah.
then the adults grow up and they want their childhood back. Basically, that's
Yeah.
why all these adults are into Pokemon and buying Pokemon cards because they want to recapture their adult days, just like those kids that bought a bunch of baseball cards, and there's a huge baseball card collection market. And the same thing with everything else. You know what I mean? It's usually kids that just were too poor that get all the cards, all the stuff, and everyone just really just treated it as a toy and threw it in the trash. And then they grow up and they're like, man, I really want my Yu-Gi-Oh cards back. Man, I really want my Pokemon cards back, because they want to recapture the most time they had fun as a child in a weird pursuit of their youth.
I liked playing Pac-Man, and I'm jealous that White Boy Radio has a Pac-Man machine behind
You could
him.
buy a portable one for a cheap price.
Yeah, but I bought one, and then it turned out to be really little, and it was useless, so it wasn't big enough.
Oh,
What
okay.
size are you looking at?
My friend at
I
his
like
house
that
had
game. I like Pac-Man.
my friend in his house, I think he had like it was like 2 feet long and about 1 foot
All
wide.
right.
And he was like a little
Well, that's better than the
arcade
one I
game.
had.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love and Pac-Land was the other one. Pac-Land was good.
Yeah. I don't really play, those types. I usually like to play like Dark Souls type of games,
Right.
which is basically like games that require punishment, like
Thought.
what?
Thought and imagination, probably.
Well, a lot of fighting, it's like basically,
Right.
you're fighting with swords and everything, but you have to like actually, you can't just run in there and just attack. You have to be careful. And also if you die, you lose everything, all your experience, and that you have to re-pick up or you'll lose it. So it requires a lot of effort, so I like those types of games. Those are fun games.
Well, you'll love this. I'm going to play it once my computer's been shipped. So it should be here in the next day or two. It shipped today. But I'm going to start playing Stray on Rumble.
Oh,
I
cool.
want to have a go at that.
Maybe like do like
It's a cat game.
do like what also like I guess Toasty does, where you can actually stream other people, like stream while playing the game on the
Yeah,
top.
how did she do that? Is she using
Uses
OBS?
like she uses OBS with the Rumble Studio.
Right. Okay.
She does that, and she can actually like live stream. Like that's what she was doing yesterday. She was playing like
Yeah.
that Lego game.
Look
and
at this. I clicked in, and there was this woman on the screen having a cigarette, and there was no sound. And I was like, surely that's not Toasty.
You're like, Toasty, what's going on with you? No, she was
like,
reviewing.
that can't be burnt toast. Surely that ain't her. Like, and then I clicked on the sound.
Yeah, that's Shani for Christ. She is basically
Yeah.
BJ if be 20 years from now. It's story from Shani for Christ is kind of crazy.
Yeah. But it was so funny because I was like, that can't be. No, I don't believe that's Toasty. And I didn't realize because I was a bit shocked. And then I realized it wasn't, definitely not her. She'll probably laugh at that. I hope she'll
Yeah.
laugh at that.
I thought she was going to build like Shani for Christ's house with the Lego pieces, which would have been funny. I'd be like, just make sure you get
Right.
the gray couch that used to be white and the shit bucket next to the couch, because like at one point Shani could not go to the bathroom upstairs. She said she
Oh
couldn't.
my God.
So she would poop in the bucket next to her chair.
Oh my gosh.
And then she would have
ridiculous.
Rev clean the bucket.
Oh my. Blech. Right, I'm going to see the sound what he's saying on there. Oh God, that's
the criminality and illegality that emanates from Venezuela, with organizations such as the Tren de Agua
Yeah.
and the Cartel of the Sun,
You can have a
the fact that
play
they are
of
in
that.
bed with our strategic adversaries, the fact that they've invited in foreign terrorist organizations. And don't forget, 25% of the population of Venezuela has been forced out of the country. They've had to flee, migrating for better opportunity because of the dictatorship. And that has had a destabilizing impact across the region. The president ran on this idea of anti-immigration and anti-criminality or pro-law enforcement. And Venezuela happens to straddle both of those issues for the United States. So, I think there are a number of reasons here. It's going to take a lot of investment and a long time to get oil flowing again from Venezuela. So I kind of discount that one personally. The Chinese don't. For them, it's a long-term play. They are owed $25 billion by the Venezuelan state. They have oil interest in the country, and they certainly want to see their access to oil and critical minerals remain intact.
Fascinating stuff. James, we really appreciate your time this afternoon. That's James Story there, a former US ambassador to Venezuela, joining us live. Just to say, we are getting a little bit of word also from Moscow. We were talking, I'm sure you heard there in the interview with James, about where the Vice President Rodriguez is. Well, according to Reuters, the Russian Foreign Minister is saying that Foreign Minister Lavrov, that's the Russian Foreign Minister, has held a phone call with Vice President Rodriguez, and that the Russian Foreign Minister said they expressed the support for preventing further escalation and finding a way through the situation with dialogue. And also, just a word before we bring in James Matthews, our US correspondent who is in Washington for us. This is from NBC, our colleagues at NBC in the United States, saying that President Trump approved the US military and law enforcement actions in Venezuela more than a week ago, and that the approval for the plan came before Christmas, and apparently when the mission would actually occur has been almost hour by hour since then. James Matthews, as I say, joins us now live from Washington. James, very good afternoon to you. There's a lot to get through. Let's first of all start with this interview that President Trump seems to have given in the last couple of minutes around how this operation was carried out and the reasons behind it.
Yeah, hi, Darren. I mean, the world has been waiting for this 11 a.m. Florida time news conference at Mar-a-Lago from the president. He has scooped everybody by calling in to Fox and Friends, his favored news channel. He said,
does he sound Scottish a
they
bit?
gave them a call because they had been loyal to him when it wasn't fashionable. So they clearly have exploited the opportunity for a full Q&A. I think it might be still going on, lasting something like 20 minutes, during which he has fleshed out some of the detail, Darren, about last night, what happened and what the implications might be. In terms of the operation itself, in preparation, he said that US forces had constructed a replica of the property that Maduro was in. The lights were switched off in Caracas, he said, and at the actual moment of capture, Maduro was trying to make a break for it, trying to get into a safe space in that property, which was protected by steel doors. But in the words of Donald Trump,
well, if he was trying to get in a safe space, then that means he can't have been agreeing to it. That doesn't make sense.
he was bum rushed,
what they've said.
didn't manage to get to that safe space, and then he was taken along with his wife. They were then, following their arrest, they were taken to a ship, and they are described as being on their way to New York. Donald Trump said that they took a couple of hits. Their guys took a couple of hits, but they have reported no deaths.
No, I wonder if the courts could be open.
But it, along with all the other technical kit and
when the courts open.
Yeah, like I wonder if they're gonna I wonder if they're gonna allow anyone to walk into the courts and watch it in person.
Oh, maybe you could go.
Exactly. I'll put in my my disguise.
Yeah,
my moon mask outfit. You guys discovered me, or maybe I'm not Trax guy. This is Trax NYC. What?
You could go in disguise and get all the tea, and then come and report back.
It's like, listen, I heard it all. They made a deal. Maduro made a deal. The next day, there's like a sudden accident. I have. Oh, he really loved he really loved skydiving without any sort of tether to him. He just loved it. It was exciting for him, and and he died doing what he loved. Beat him, something like that will happen to me. He heard a little too much beat him in the courthouse. They had to get rid of him.
Oh my God, you've got a wild imagination. You're funny. He loves skydiving without a parachute.
Yeah, it just threw me out there.
So it was conducted safely.
Oh, you should be careful what you say.
A US point of view, he said they had and do have a second wave ready to go in, but that clearly has not been actioned.
He loves swimming with sharks.
I just love those sharks, those orca whales.
That the United States will have a say in that. We're going to be very strongly involved in it, he said. We're making that decision now. Clearly, that's a decision that has not yet been reached, whatever the forethought that had gone into that. He was asked about
they'll be in New York trying to dox them.
opposition leader Machado, who you remember was given the Nobel Peace Prize, dedicated it to President Trump. He was non-committal on whether or not she would have a role in the political future of Venezuela. Are you going to fully support her, he was asked, in taking over to run the country? Well, we're going to have to look at it right now. They have a vice president, as you know. I don't know what kind of election that was, but you know, the election of Maduro was at his grace. So Donald Trump, perhaps in typical form, certainly familiar form, a man with no definitive answers as to what happens next. He was asked about loyalists to Maduro, what happens to them. His answer was that the future was going to be very bad for them unless they turned around in their political allegiance. I'm paraphrasing there, but he said the future was going to be bad for them, certainly. So there we are, some new details on what happened last night in terms of the mechanics of capture, but few details, few certainties from the president himself, Darren, about where Venezuela and indeed the rest of us go from here.
And James, just to say that, because we've been talking about this a lot over the last couple of hours or so, about where the Vice President Rodriguez might be, the Russian foreign minister is insistent that she is not in Russia, that is fake news. Just before I let you go, we also were potentially looking at earlier on today whether this had been some type of negotiated deal. That now clearly is not the case. This was done. This operation has been planned for at least the last couple of months, but action more than a week ago, we believe, and was finally made on an hour-by-hour basis. But in the end, this is a big call by the US president, isn't it? Because we do not know, and he does not know, what now happens to the future of Venezuela.
Yeah, a huge call with huge consequences and significance.
I'm going to call bullshit on that.
Of what's happened here.
There is no way in God's green earth that they did not have already planned person to take over.
Yeah.
You know, they don't just go into a country and just scoop someone up that's the president of a country and not have their inside man able to fucking take over the country. That never happens. That will never happen. You know, so most likely...
Yeah, they'd have plans, wouldn't they?
Yeah. There's no like, oh, we don't know what will happen to the country. They know what's going to happen to the country because they already have the leader planned out ahead of time. They don't just go into a country, scoop up a leader, and that's it. That's never happens.
They didn't tell Trump because he can't keep a secret.
Here, a US president has, on the face of it, taken a unilateral action without the backing of Congress. That is certainly what we're hearing from members of Congress. I mean, we'll hear more at 11 o'clock, and surely that will be question number one. But a sitting head of state to be removed from his position without the backing of lawmakers in the United States, without the backing of the United Nations, it drives a coach and horses through international law and international norms. And Donald Trump will be asked to justify that. And he will be asked the question, I suppose, about precedent. You know, what happens next, given that this is a United States president who seems prepared. And again, we await the Q&A in Mar-a-Lago, but he seems prepared to disregard the tenets of the US Constitution and the restrictions placed on him by international and US law. Huge implications for how America behaves internationally and, of course, domestically. So many questions, many criticisms, I might say,
and they were supposed to be called Orca
of the morning.
Yeah, Orca the whale.
Especially phonetics.
What did you say?
I think I said Arca accidentally.
Arca. Maybe it's your accent. It sounds like it or something. Yeah, Orca the whale. Or it might be Shamu. You go swimming with Shamu. That used to be in
that will be the next Madison. That will be the next Madison clip. Did you see that we were clipped on Madison? I was clipped on Madison, that person.
Oh yeah. I left her a comment and said, look, if you're gonna clip my content, you can at least drop my link.
Also, can you do
no in fact, yeah, no links, no nothing. So I've left her a comment.
Yeah, but also it's like she does a terrible job of editing, man. She's like talking in betweens when someone else is talking. She's low, she's cutting out. The audio quality is terrible. It's like all blue and yellow. I'm not like you do realize like your content is for like 40 to 50-year-olds and up, or 30-year-olds, We're not 10-year-old children. We don't need that much color. Just a little bit of like do something like I would say Hartley does, where you make a joke avatar or something like that, which is, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I like Hartley's. Well, I just left her a polite comment. I just said, look, if you're going to clip my content, I don't mind, but at least give me credit and, do fair use. So I don't know whether they've changed it up or not yet.
I think it was fair use because I think she did some commentary in there, but
yeah, she kept putting clips in between as well. But I said you could at least, credit me. I said I dropped BJ's links.
And it was kind of shit commentary. She's like, when did BJ first bring up the whole video thing? And I'm like, here's the video. Here's the date in which she brought it up before Queen. It says, when were the police called on Queen? Okay, we played the clip of that when she talked to the cops for an hour and that's why she was away for an hour. When did PJ go after Clue's family? We played that. I
just couldn't face doing it this month. We listened to it last night, and I just thought, I don't think I can hear much more of her going on about this the whole thing to do with this video. It's just ridiculous, getting ridiculous at this point.
Yeah,
DJ just constantly lies. I've felt, and weirdly, like I don't know if it's been took down, but I said before, I was going through Craig's content, and on his channel, Watchman's Post, was one of his children in the background. Let's just say not wearing many clothes, age about 5. I reported it to YouTube, but I don't know if it's still up or not.
Well, the problem is a lot of people don't realize that, I remember I watched BJ Investigate literally report about Nova to the cops, like literally called them up and then reported on Twitter, and they did nothing. They said, oh, you're calling the wrong people. So she's like, I'm calling the jurisdiction. She lives in California. You are the California police officer in that area. Like, no, we can't do anything. You'll have to call the FBI. That was pretty much it.
Yeah.
And they hung up on her.
I mean, I'm not going to start reviewing it because it can be funny, but it was just felt so heavy, and it was just getting so, I don't know, depressing. And I was just like, I can't face doing that this morning. I'm going to do something else.
When a world leader gets kidnapped or arrested is less less depressing than this, then that's
well, yeah, this isn't good, but it's just something. It was breaking news kind of thing, so I thought Lewis brought it up, so I said, oh, maybe I'll go and uncover this because I didn't know all the ins and outs, so I just couldn't face doing. Yeah, not that this is a good thing, but I just couldn't.
Well, it's a good thing for someone.
On again.
I'm sure there's a lot of people are happy this piece of shit is gone because this guy was really a terrible person, Maduro. Like, he was really a horrible person.
Yeah.
He destroyed that country completely and utterly. That country used to be a thriving country, and he completely destroyed it. With his social programs, with his stupidity, with his arrogance. And the only reason why he never retired is because the same reason why Putin never retires. Because when you're a dictator, you can't retire because you need someone to replace you. Because the moment someone replaces you, they can you're the biggest threat and they have you killed. So this guy has been grabbing onto power for years while his people have been suffering and living in squalor when they should be getting rich as hell since they have more oil than Saudi Arabia.
Is it a bit like Saddam Hussein sort of situation then?
I don't know about that. Probably maybe like that. I mean, I think it's always a dangerous precedence when you go in and another country goes in. Usually it's kind of goes against Machiavelli type of thought process. Usually if you want to take over a country, you usually get someone from the inside that is doing it for you, and you kind of give them support. That was the whole idea with the Bay of Pigs in Cuba. We were supposed to supply the rebels on the beach and all that stuff, and then we left them out there to dry, and they got completely slaughtered.
Wasn't Saddam Hussein living in absolute luxury in all his palaces, and there were people starving?
And also his sons would go out into the streets, randomly pick up a woman and rape her and then murder her.
Ugh.
They were horrible.
I just asked on ChatGPT, just out of curiosity to see what it said. What's the best content for? What did I ask? What popular what's the most popular no, what did I put? What popular content to get the most viewers on YouTube, something like that. And it come up with drama / breaking news / what's happening. They are the top 3 topics to choose if you want to get. So there you go.
Next, you're covering the Trax NYC fight. Let's go. No, I'm joking. That'll be the next topic of the day. Bro, that was wild.
But people like drama. It says, what did it say?
Well, we've grown up on drama, like, you know, like the plays in ancient times and stuff like that. People like drama. It's just how it is. It is interesting.
Yeah.
You know, it's just that people don't want to. Oh, okay. The president's talking. Okay.
No, it's okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. This is our prime minister. I do not like this man. He trained as a barrister, I think, or a lawyer at the very least.
Shocker.
Yeah.
Have you spoken to Donald Trump about what's happened in Venezuela?
No, I haven't, and it's obviously a fast-moving situation, and we need to establish all the facts. What I can say is that the UK was not involved in any way in this operation, and as you'd expect, we're focusing on British nationals in Venezuela and working very closely with our embassy. And so I will want to talk to the president, I will want to talk to allies, but at the moment, I think we need to establish the facts. I think President Trump is doing a press conference later, so hopefully more information will come out then.
What is clear, though, which the White House has said, is that America carried out strikes on Venezuela and captured their leader, Maduro. Some politicians in this country have already condemned that. Do you?
Well, I want to establish the facts first. I want to speak to President Trump. I want to speak to allies. As I say, I can be absolutely clear that we were not involved in that. And as you know, I always say and believe we should all uphold international law. But I think at this stage, fast-moving situation, let's establish the facts and take it from there.
And just lastly, for people who might have family there, or the small number of Brits in Venezuela, there are some there. It might be a small number, but of course people will be very concerned. What would their advice be?
Yeah, there's about 500 there in Venezuela, and we're working with the embassy to make sure that they are well looked after, safeguarded, and get appropriate advice. So we're working at pace with the embassy on that. It is a small number, but it's an important number. It is about 500, and so that's what we're doing there.
Okay, let's bring in our political correspondent, Amanda Agas, who's in Westminster Forwards now. And Amanda, we are getting lots of political reaction, aren't we, to this?
Well, yes, indeed. So I think for the Prime Minister...
I wonder if they're going to show Trump coming on. Let's skip ahead, because he'll be coming on soon.
Let us remain vigilant, active and organised until the democratic transition is realised. A transition that needs
the people
all of
in
us.
Venezuela lot.
The Venezuelans inside our country be ready to implement what we will soon communicate to you through our official channels. To Venezuelans abroad, we need you mobilised, activating the governments and citizens of the world and engaging them now in the greater operation of building the new Venezuela. In these decisive hours, receive all my strength, my confidence and my affection. We all remain alert and in contact. And then in capitals again, Venezuela will be free. She goes on to say, we go hand in hand with God
Maria
until
Corina
the end. And the letter is dated
Machado?
Maria Corina Machado, January the 3rd, 2026. So inspiring and stirring words from the Venezuelan opposition leader. We do not know the location.
That's the opposition leader, apparently.
Of where this letter has been written. Let's speak now to Brett Bruen, who is a former foreign policy advisor to President Barack Obama, now president of the Global Situation Room. Brett, it's been an incredible few hours, hasn't it? Give us your reaction, first of all, to what we've heard there from Maria Corina Machado. It seems that she and her opposition party are assuming leadership of Venezuela. She would clearly like to think that she is operating in concert with President Trump in the United States. Do you think she is?
Well, there are many leaders around the world who presume to be operating in concert with Trump only to find themselves left behind on the roadside as he does a U-turn. But that being said, look, her letter is designed to rally support both within Venezuela.
I thought they said that other lady had taken over power. You're painting while listening, fighting with cats. Hey, urban warfare. I thought they said the other.
She referenced
the
a
vice
very large
president's
diaspora. I think important for viewers at home to understand. We're talking about tens of millions of Venezuelans. I was just in Miami this week who have fled the Chavista regime. And so, you know, that is the effort of what she is calling the transition government to try and rally folks to their cause. but also, and I think importantly here, to try and send another shot across the bow of Venezuelan military, security, intelligence officials who are asking themselves this morning in Caracas, do I stick with this regime, or do I cast my lot in with what I see coming over the horizon? And so it is going to be a decisive series of days where you will see, I think, active efforts, both by Corina Machado and by the U.S. government to try and enlist, to try to get some defectors from the Venezuelan military in order to constitute and to destabilize what remains of the regime.
Do you think the regime is still in control in Venezuela?
You know, the interesting piece, I served at the U.S. Embassy in Caracas, and I can tell you that one thing you learn in Venezuela with Chavismo is there is not one single leader apart from the late Hugo Chavez. Maduro, who was a former bus driver, who was a union organizer, was selected, hand-selected by Chavez as he was in his final days suffering from cancer. And yet there were a lot of other significant figures. We have Delcy Rodriguez, who is the vice president now, presuming to take power, at least for the interim period. You know, she is a hardcore Chavista. There was actually a story she, for Sky viewers will be interested to know, she served at the Venezuelan embassy in London. And, you know, one of my friends recounted a tale about how, you know, she was so obsessed with this anti-capitalist rhetoric that every morning she would get up having to pour the toothpaste out of the tube and condemning, you know, this capitalist toothpaste that she had to put on her toothbrush every morning. You then have Diosdado Cabello, who's another significant figure in the Venezuelan regime, somebody who controls a lot of the military and a lot of the drug trafficking. So you can take Maduro out, but you are left, quite frankly, with this multi-headed monster, and we will see whether one or several of them can reconstitute that center of power around themselves.
Do you think President Trump has given consideration to this? What happens when you take Maduro out?
I think he, and more importantly, perhaps advisors at the Pentagon, at the State Department, will have built up these scenarios. And it's why what I think is going to happen is you will see covert efforts as well as some overt efforts to try and destabilize further the regime, to encourage perhaps some of those military and security officials to take action. And I can tell you, having worked in the Situation Room, that, you know, you will see efforts in the coming days to try and generate more questions about the strength of the regime that remains in Venezuela by the U.S. government, by some of our allies, and obviously this so-called transition government. So it's going to be complicated if you're a Venezuelan official to try to understand what's happening and where you and where this regime goes from here.
Why do you think President Trump decided to do this now?
Well, one, and clearly they had followed, and from reports, they understood Maduro's routine. And one thing with these operations is, you know, you want to take action when you can have a high degree of certainty that the target that you're going after will be there and that the conditions around them will be what you have tracked. And so they felt clearly that they had identified Maduro's routine, and they were able to go in with a high degree of confidence and to get him and to get his wife. And I think that's one, from a tactical level, what would happen. From a strategic level, Trump is clearly looking, and it's important, I think, for viewers overseas to understand that here in the United States, Trump is justifying this not as regime change. Instead, he's saying, look, this is a law enforcement operation. In fact, there were FBI agents aboard those helicopters who were the ones that arrested Maduro and his wife. And he's saying this is about protecting the United States from drug trafficking. And Nicolas Maduro was the kingpin. He was the head of drug trafficking operations in Venezuela. So we have to take him out. That's what he's been saying. But interestingly, you know, Trump never sticks to the script. He's been talking about the U.S. rights to Venezuelan oil. He's been talking about regime change. So it will be fascinating to follow what we see from the White House, from this press conference that Trump is going to give as to what comes next, because he has not been great in terms of actually articulating what is our end game here.
You mentioned U.S. oil. Some of the charges that Trump has laid at Maduro's door, the trafficking of fentanyl into the U.S., Venezuela stealing U.S. oil, sending mentally ill prisoners and those in prisons into the US, have been discredited by many. I mean, what is your view of what access the US should have to oil in Venezuela?
Well, look, when I was at the embassy in Caracas, this was obviously a top priority for us. And yet, I think it's important to understand that U.S. oil companies have been operating in Venezuela for decades, and they've been operating, quite frankly, under a 1970s law and agreement with the Venezuelan government that entitles Venezuela to a significant return on what is extracted from their oil fields. And so, no, Venezuela did not steal U.S. Oil or U.S. oil rights. I think what we have seen from Trump in all of his operations, and if folks at home are trying to understand why is Trump doing what he's doing, whether it's Ukraine, even Gaza, here in Venezuela now, it is all through an economic lens. So he does see the potential, and Venezuelan oil production has just bottomed out. And it's remarkable because it's the largest oil reserves in the world. And because, quite frankly, of mostly mismanagement by the Chavistas, they haven't been able to keep up with that production. And so, Venezuela does have the potential to come back online with significant amounts of oil. And yet, at the end of the day, that's not the way that most Trump advisors will be talking about this. They will be talking about it purely from a drug trafficking standpoint. But at the end of, the news conference, it'll be interesting to see whether Trump again raises the specter of his interest in accessing more Venezuelan oil.
Well, indeed. Brett Bruin, former advisor to Barack Obama, obviously with the
in a house. It had steel doors. It had
24. The opposition is thought by most observers to clarify.
It has started Greenland. Peculiar understanding.
Trump's campaign against Venezuela's narco running, but national sanctions against them.
The country, they sent millions of people, really, those people, all of the people, and
in a place faces an enormous challenge, putting Venezuela back on
U.S. Maduro. He's going to be holding a news conference from Mar-a-Lago in Florida. We will bring you that live. Of course, it was scheduled for 4 o'clock, but it has now been delayed to a time that we are not yet clear. He will talk to reporters after that confirmation that the United States has captured the Venezuelan leader, Nicolas Maduro, who is now on a U.S. warship heading for New York. The US president, though, has been talking to Fox News, giving more details on the military operation in Caracas overnight.
So we were going to do this 4 days ago, but the weather was not perfect. The weather has to be perfect, and we had just the perfect weather. We had, very good. A little bit few more clouds than we thought, but it was good. We waited 4 days. We were going to do this 4 days ago, 3 days ago, 2 days ago. And then all of a sudden it opened up and we said go. And I'll tell you, it was just amazing. And what was he doing? He was in a very highly guarded, like a fortress, actually. He was in a fortress. That we had nobody killed was amazing. I think we had nobody killed, I have to say, because a couple of guys were hit, but they came back and they're supposed to be in pretty good shape. But that we had nobody killed, that we lost no aircraft, everything came back. We got it all back. One of them was hit pretty hard, but a helicopter, but we got it back. But it just was the right time to do it. We had to do it because it's a war. We're losing 300,000 people a year. We don't lose that much in a war, okay, if you look. And we had to do it. But he was... that he didn't get into that. We were prepared. We had, massive blowtorches and everything else that you need to get through that steel, but we didn't need it. He didn't make it to that area of the house.
President Trump speaking a short time ago. Well, he said that decisions are now being made on what is next for the Venezuelan leadership, but that the US would be strongly involved in the country's oil industry. A reminder of the events that occurred overnight. At least 7 explosions were heard in the early hours of the morning. This is video footage captured east of the capital city, Caracas, showing a series of blasts. Venezuela's defense minister said his country would resist and that some civilian areas had been hit.
Hey, Carly. Oh.
Siren.
Carly, we're only streaming on vertical, so it's the only stream. I probably should have done both, but I just did vertical because it helps bring in new people. So no worries, we're all, but you can get out of it. There's a little tip here. So if you want to make it horizontal, this is what you do. You come out the stream, click the 3 dots next to the live, save to watch later, go into your watch later, click on the stream, and it'll be horizontal.
Sirens could be heard across the city with plumes of smoke rising into the sky. The Venezuelan...
It was sort of an impromptu thing. I wasn't going to come on and do BJ because I'm going to go over and do some true crime in a bit. But my son was telling me about this, so I thought we'd jump on.
The government has declared a state of emergency.
Waiting
Strikes
for
were heard in the capital, Caracas, as well as the states of Miranda, Aragua, La Guaira as well. Sky News is verifying the locations of some of those airstrikes seen on the screen. Details of the events overnight in Caracas are scarce, but the defense minister has ordered the army onto the streets. Videos circulating on social media appear to show a Venezuelan military vehicle patrolling past the Miraflores presidential palace.
I live here in Chacao. Approximately an hour and a half ago, we felt planes flying and explosions. Several explosions, at least 8 or 10. And now I went out to look around, and now all you see is smoke.
Pictures here appear to show Chinook helicopters often used by the military to carry special forces. The only country in the region that uses Chinooks is the US, meaning that they are most likely American military aircrafts seen here over Caracas. There's also footage of the damage to the port of La Guaira as images continue to emerge of the aftermath of the strikes. We've also been seeing images showing evidence of social unrest in Caracas. These pictures show armed men confronting cars wearing protective...
In our leadership, trust in the political and military high command to handle the situation we are facing. Remain calm, do not give in to despair, do not make things
oil
easier
and
for the
minerals
invading
are...
enemy.
We're expecting President Trump to appear imminently, we do believe. He spoke to Fox and Friends a short while ago, as we just played you, explaining the details of the US Special Forces operation last night, how President Maduro tried to flee. We understand that he is on a ship on his way to New York. And once he gets there, he is facing an indictment, which has also been released in the last hour. It says that for over 25 years, the leaders of Venezuela have abused their positions of public trust and corrupted once legitimate institutions to import tons of cocaine into the United States. And it isn't just President Maduro who is listed on this indictment. It is also his wife, Sila Flores, and his son as well, and known also as the Prince, Nicolas Ernesto Maduro Guerra. So a number of people on this indictment. It appears that the US wants to bring him to New York to face drugs trafficking charges. Well, also in the last half hour, and possibly very significantly, we have had a letter that has been released by Maria Corina Machado, who is one of the opposition leaders for Venezuela. You may recall that she was the person that was given a Nobel Peace Prize in Oslo just before Christmas. And in her letter, she says that Nicolas Maduro faces international justice for the atrocious crimes committed against Venezuelans and against citizens of many other nations. Given his refusal to accept a negotiated solution, the United States government has fulfilled its promise to uphold the law. She says to Venezuelans, the hour of freedom has arrived. and that the time has come for popular sovereignty and national sovereignty to govern our country. She says, we will restore order, free the political prisoners, build an exceptional country, and bring our children back home. We have fought for years, we have given everything, and it has been worth it. What had to happen is happening. So a call to arms, both to those inside Venezuela and to those in the Venezuelan diaspora around the world, from Maria Corina Machado today. Let's bring in our US correspondent, James Matthews, who is in Washington. James, Maria Corina Machado appears, from her letter at least, to be backing what the US has done. Appears that she certainly wants to be appearing to be talking from the same hymn sheet as President Trump. But do we know whether or not President Trump thinks that she is the right person to go in and replace Nicolas Maduro?
Yeah, hi, Jane. The answer to that is no, because he was asked that as a direct question when he appeared on Fox and Friends TV channel earlier on this morning, and he gave a vague answer. Essentially, we'll see about that. He came across very much as a president who hasn't really addressed the day two in all of this, where Venezuela goes from here. I mean, in terms of certainties, he was asked about Maduro loyalists. And he said, well, unless they convert, then it's going to end very badly for them. I'm paraphrasing that, but essentially that was the thrust of what he had to say. So he clearly sees this as a breaking point with the Maduro regime. The question is, and the question he will be asked undoubtedly is, well, look, you know, this is a situation that needs certainty amidst amidst the threat of chaos, amidst the threat of potential anarchy in Venezuela, given the possibilities of how that may play out, it needs certainty. You are the US president who went into another country and removed its head of state. Therefore, it's for you to have a plan about what happens from here. So it will be interesting to get a sense of where Donald Trump sees all this going. What contact has there been with key players in Venezuela? What contact with Machado and others? What contact actually with remaining members of the Maduro regime? Because Trump will not want to see chaos ensue. He is a man with designs on a number of things in Venezuela, principally its oil industry. He made that clear. So it's not in his interest for any degree of anarchy or, you know, a situation that devolves into a mess in Venezuela with all the implications that would have for Latin America as a whole. So it's in his interest to retain a control, to steer this situation in a straight line. That will be a question for him. You know, what plans does he have for the immediate and indeed long-term future? Other questions will be asked as well about last night's operation. We get a sense of what happened, obviously, from the pictures we've seen and in that TV broadcast earlier on today. He spoke about some of the preparations, how this operation was several days, well, it could have happened over the course of several days recently. The weather delayed it. When US forces got close to Maduro, he was in not so much a house, said Donald Trump, but more like a fortress with steel doors. He tried to escape into a safe place, but in the words of the president, he was bum rushed so fast, and a mortal use of language, or certainly a notable use of language by the president, which will be well remembered, quite the headline for this special forces operation. So Maduro was captured, his wife was arrested. They both were taken to a US warship to be transported onto an onward passage to a New York courtroom. We don't know when they will appear, Jane. Some suggestion that they will be arraigned on Monday. We'll see how that plays out, but that will be...
Where do they hold them over the weekend then?
The plan for them to appear before a judge. They will appear on a number of charges relating to drug running, of course. They have been arrested as so-called narco-terrorists. The running of cocaine is at the heart of this indictment, a superseding indictment. You'll remember that Maduro was indicted initially in his absence in 2020, along with a number of other Venezuelan officials. Well, that indictment has essentially been updated and has included his wife. So that all goes to a New York court. We'll see the evidence laid out against him in due course. And that's very much the label that Donald Trump and the Americans are putting on this, saying that it was all about drugs. Drugs that are killing tens of thousands of Americans on an annual basis. There are alternative theories, of course. Critics of Donald Trump say this has all been about regime change, with access to Venezuelan oil reserves at the heart of it. That's another question he will be asked. Indeed, he was asked this morning, and his answer was that America would be very much or very strongly involved in Venezuela's oil industry. So there is cash, there is finance, very much at the heart of this operation as much as anything else. But that scene you're looking at, it's Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump's holiday home, of course. A surprise, perhaps, that he was not in the White House, in the Situation Room. You might expect that of a US president coordinating a military operation. But I suppose being in Mar-a-Lago on New Year holiday, that feeds into the element of surprise that the Americans would have wanted for this operation. Bear in mind, there had been negotiations with Maduro. I mean, he was a man who had seen what was coming to him with this American armada stationed off the coast of his country. He tried to negotiate with America. It's not clear on what terms he tried to do that. But Donald Trump said this morning that his answer was, no, you've got to surrender. So he was in a cul-de-sac, Nicolas Maduro. He knew that. And one assumes that's why he was in this fortress, as Donald Trump describes it, was in a situation where he was able to escape to a secure room behind steel doors. But it speaks to the effectiveness of the American operation that they were able to seize him before he was able to get there. It speaks to the pace at which this operation...
They have a lot of oil, Big Girl for Life, so you can put the pieces together.
...appears to have taken place. And of course, another measure of success is the fact that there appear to have been no American casualties. Donald Trump this morning spoke about 2 US personnel taking hits, he said, also a helicopter being hit, but the technical kit and the personnel were extracted, and he said that to his understanding, they hadn't been too seriously wounded. So certainly something to crow about for the president. He called this a genius operation this morning. There are others, of course, who take a different view, and we have heard those voices of criticism and concern. Certainly members of the Maduro regime, they're calling this an act of barbarism and saying it has very dangerous implications. Brazil's leader...
I mean, to be fair, Trump can tell us what he wants, but it doesn't mean to say it's the full truth, is it? They're not going to tell us everything.
Is saying that they have very serious...
He's pulling a BJ 16 minutes
concerns
later.
About the potential breaching here of international law. That has been echoed very strongly by the Secretary General of the United Nations, he has said, Antonio Guterres, that he is alarmed by what has taken place and concerned at the possibility that international law has been breached in this regard. We hear voices of concern too here in the United States, voices on Capitol Hill. Many lawmakers, members of Congress woke to the news of this US military operation. Much discussion, of course, about the responsibility or the input that Congress should have had into this. Congress needs to give permission, of course, Jane, for an act of war. There will be discussion about the extent to which this was an act of war, or indeed something that the American president was able to direct himself, had autonomy to direct himself as the commander-in-chief. So there we are. There's Mar-a-Lago, the camera teasing us, Jane, zooming into the entrance. We were told the guidance in terms of the timing of this was a soft 5 minutes. There you go. That's a word for you. That's the word they use in the trade over here. A soft 5-minute warning, which typically means that it won't be 5 minutes at all.
Yeah.
The hard warning is when you're told it's definitely going to start at this time, and we're giving you.
You're just in time, beat him for your president.
Yeah. I sometimes think he should just it kind of reminds me of a little bit I don't know how you could be late for a conference like this where you're basically talking about you just arrested a leader of another country and you'd think you'd be on time. It's not a good thing.
What was I going to say? Say something then.
Yeah.
On Veterans Day, because we covered American and the UK one, when Vance spoke, I liked him. Well, I mean, I don't know everything that he stands for, but I liked him, and I liked his speech. But when Trump got up, he just waffled so much. I just tuned out. But I was listening to the other guy, whereas I wasn't him. I just started to tune out. Because he went on and on and on, but whereas the other guy, Vance, was more impactful, and the fact, I guess, because he was a veteran, you could relate to him more as well. But
Yeah. I don't know. I think a lot of people,
Vance and
a lot of people don't quite understand how treacherous politics are, and just because you're a veteran doesn't mean that you are going to be prepared for the snakes. In that group.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether he's a good person or not because I've not followed him enough to know, but I certainly preferred listening to him on that day.
Yeah, I mean,
two of them.
I mean, I would think politics is kind of like the Game of Thrones, but less honest, and a lot more killing.
I've never watched that yet.
You never watched Game of Thrones?
No, I caught my son watching it when I thought he was too young. Is that the one where there's a lot of sex in it?
Well, a little bit, but mostly it's about flying dragons
Game of
and
Thrones?
a lot of dragons and treachery in the throne room and stuff like that.
Is it Game of Thrones or another one where there was? I mean, for an adult it wasn't, but I think at the time my son was, to me I felt he might have been a bit young to be watching some of the. I think he was about 14 or 15, which to me probably wasn't, but I don't know. I was very protective.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, that's.
He'd watched it, but I didn't actually.
I mean, I think it was. There was a couple of sex scenes on there, but not like that many.
Quite raunchy scenes in it. In
yeah,
Game
but
of
you
Thrones.
gotta realize anything on HBO is gonna be a little crazy, remember Oz? The TV show Oz? You never saw Oz?
No, probably not.
It's a TV show about
I mean, I've seen some American programs, but not all.
It's a TV show in the about a jail and the inmates in the jail,
no.
and it's a fictionalized TV show. So it's pretty.
Game of Thrones was 2011 to 2019. So
Yeah.
2011. He was born in 1998. Me, he felt a bit young. I can't remember what year I caught him watching it, but I thought he was a little bit young for some of it. But that's what boys,
Yeah.
well, probably girls as well. But
I think probably there will be
anyway,
more shows. Oz was definitely more of an adult show. The Wire. I think Wire is not HBO, but there was a couple of ones. I mean, came to the first season when I thought they were going to hurt the pup. They actually killed the pup.
I asked him the question you said about the ballet. I said, "Can you remember why you wanted to do ballet?" He wanted to do something else, really, but I said, "Why did you choose the ballet that you were going to do that you didn't do?" And he said his first answer was to wind my dad up because I knew he would be horrified that I chose ballet. I was like, "Okay." And I said, "So one," because I told him about you, and I said, "So one for the girls then?" He goes, "Well, probably, yeah, but it was to partly wind my dad up."
See, I was right. I was very wrong. Kind of close.
Yeah, there was. He did admit to that, but he said his initial thought as well was to wind his dad up. And you might think, well, why would he wind his dad up? Because there's some things I've shared, but that was quite a few years later, and he'd never, luckily, touched him or anything, and many years later, things had calmed down by then.
Yeah.
He had a relationship with him, but it was funny in a way because, yeah, he didn't want his son doing ballet, which was silly because, whatever, it didn't happen anyway. He did something else.
Okay. Well, now we know. We know the truth.
Yeah, you know the truth.
We know the truth.
But yeah.
Soon Trump will say that he's doing ballet too.
I found the video of him actually. Was it on my phone of him dressed as at Christmas, Clue had the gingerbread man dancing on her screen. Well, I don't know if you noticed that. Well, I've got a video of my son. He was about 20 at the time, and he was dressed as a gingerbread man for Christmas, like out clubbing with his friends. And because he's got reddy blonde hair, he sort of just plays on the whole ginger thing. He laughs about it. And but he's dancing in this nightclub. It's so funny, dressed as this ginger, and it's a full-on head suit as well. It's the head, the body. It was just so funny. It cracks me up. I'll have to find them and put them. He won't mind me sharing them because they're public anyway, but he laughs about them.
He's like, dun, 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 dun.
No, what's the song where it goes, step to the left, step to the right? Oh, God, what's the song where it goes, cha-cha-cha-cha-cha?
I'm sure your son's going to love that you just sung that. Step to the left, step to the right.
It goes slide, or is it slide to the right? That one where it goes slide to the left, cha-cha-cha, and then it goes like that. I can't remember what it's called. Probably really butchered it.
You did. You did.
But there's a couple of videos, but it's so funny because he's tall. He's like 6 foot, and he's slim now, but he's filled out a bit now. But he was a lot slimmer then, and he just looks like he's all legs, and it's so funny. But he was a little bit drunk, I think, at the time. He'd had a few beers or whatever.
All right.
I'll find him and I'll pop them up one day.
Around the world that don't quite sit.
So, come on, he's doing a BJ. Look, it's 25 minutes late.
Yeah.
Who will be looking askance at this with a degree.
Oh, I saw you. I saw a clip of it where you were looking at the kitchen pictures.
Oh yeah, that was bad. The kitchen pictures.
Yeah.
I mean, like
I just that lawyer fund would have been better spent to just do a really. I don't know if I said this to you before, but like just do a really nice kitchen to feed the family rather than send C&Ds out.
Yeah, I mean the problem is that kitchen's a terrible location, and
yeah,
I don't know. I mean, that to me is like that's such a terrible situation to put your kids through. to be honest with you.
Mm.
You know, I can't imagine those kids going through that. You know, those kids being put through that situation. That's just my opinion on that.
When I was growing, I had a friend called Nikki when I was growing up, and she was a big girl. She was always overweight, and all her life she's always been overweight and everything. She's never, and her parents used to run an antique shop, or they owned it, and they lived above the antique shop. And I used to play with her. She was a year above me at school, and I was really slim, and she called me Twiglet legs. And I never, you know, it didn't bother me. She was bigger, you know. She was my friend, but we'd go to her house because it was just up the road from where I lived, and we'd go upstairs, and the place, I can remember as a kid thinking, I don't even want to have a drink in it. Like, it was just so messy and dirty and just, I just, yeah, I can remember thinking as a child, I don't even want to have a drink here or anything. It's just sad, isn't it? It's almost like the antique shop had,
Yeah.
it was upstairs as well as downstairs. It was just, yeah, it was just, but they were all slim apart from her, like a brother and sister. Her sister was a dancer. Her brother, they were all slim, and the parents. So I don't know if she had something wrong with her, really, like some medical condition. She was the only one overweight, but she's never lost weight.
Okay.
But it's the pelvic thrust that really drives you insane. Let's do the time up here. It's that cha-cha slide or whatever it is. I think that's the song.
Slider.
Cha-cha slide.
You think Trump's gonna do the cha-cha slider on the press conference?
That would be funny.
Just do a moon. He just slides in or does the moonwalk.
Like Michael Jackson. Cha-cha slide.
That's how bored these fucking news reporters are. They're just sitting there, just staring at the screen, like, "Can this guy come in so I can get lunch? God damn it, Trump! Hurry up! God damn it, Trump!
Yeah,
I want my lunch." The moo slide.
Right. While we're waiting for him, I'll show you the dance if you don't know it. Imagine a 6-foot young lad dressed as a gingerbread man doing this.
Someone says you've been hit by a smooth criminal. Trump sliding in, just like.
I'll show this quickly so we could probably bloody miss it otherwise, wouldn't we? Right.
Yeah.
Right. This is it. Look.
To the right now. To the left.
You must know this one. Cha-cha when Lewis did it, his knees just buckled in. I'll have to find the videos and show you. He's still not brought him on. It's all a bit of fun, and
I think they're choreographing their Russ. They're gonna do this. They're gonna have the Secretary of Defense and everyone just gonna go on the stage and do this dance. And then they're gonna try to get, and they're gonna have Maduro do the dance too.
Turn it out.
Listen, you don't want to get the death penalty. You gotta learn the cha-cha. All right, Maduro, you're gonna have to learn this cha-cha to dance with us on this stage, okay? And he's
The funny thing is, one of his friends was with him, and he was dressed he was really going into the gym, had a 6-pack and everything. He was dressed as Mrs. Santa Claus with like a. Oh my god, it was so funny. He was dressed as a female Santa.
Oh shit!
They don't care. They just have you know, they just go for it. They're not embarrassed at all.
Hmm.
I think the alcohol probably helped.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. Yo left Trishan for the dogs. When I went to the store, I came back and doing the dance. So yeah, that's good. That's probably the dance of the people that took over after Maduro was captured. It's like, yeah,
Yeah.
we could be corrupt too and take over this country as well and make millions of dollars. But let's be real. There's probably a lot of people like really being, removed from the chessboard right now in Venezuela that we don't know, because this guy put a lot of family members in positions of power, and they're probably either on the run or being slowly removed. You know what I mean? Because you got to realize there's probably a lot of stuff that's happening behind the doors. You ever see that movie about like when Stalin died and like the power gap that happened afterwards? Like it was like a fiction movie, but it was like based upon events.
No. Peter was probably thinking, have you ever watched any films? I have, but I've watched a lot of the films that Rob Reiner
Death of Stalin
directed. No, I've never watched that.
Oh, okay. Well,
my father probably would. I wasn't really into stuff like politics. I don't normally do politics, to be fair.
This is interesting.
As I mature.
I forgot this guy's name, but like this guy that was one of the officials of Stalin, right? And he was actually the most interesting one of them all, because you know what he did? He basically every night with his wife, they would discuss he would tell his joke to his wife, and the wife would be like, that's funny, but don't make it too funny. And they would just like analyze the jokes they would tell to Stalin and what exactly to say. They did this every night, and he also pretended to be an idiot as well. Like he pretended to be stupid. Like whenever and that's how he survived. He literally that's why he didn't get killed. And he actually survived towards the end because he made sure that he was a funny idiot. And that was the whole point. Like he pretended that he was just a funny guy that was stupid. And
my dad would watch my dad was born in 1939. He'd watch a lot of stuff to do with Stalin and Hitler, and I never watched any of that. But he was always watching stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I forgot. I think okay. Now I'm imagining Steve Buscemi as Khrushchev. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's how you survive. That's how you survive. What?
Murado here. He's got ear defenders on, earphones, and like an eye. Is that him after capture? Or is that something else?
That's him after capture. That's how they capture you.
Oh gosh. That's a life jacket around his neck, isn't it?
Yeah, so he doesn't try to jump out the plane, you know what I mean?
I was thinking that looks like a life jacket type thing.
Another interesting fact that people don't know is like the guards outside did not want to go into his room because when he was dead, because they didn't want to disturb him, because they didn't know that he was actually dead. So there was just two guards who were too afraid to actually open up the door.
You say it started, big girl? What started? Hebden started. Must be behind in the UK. Shall I read? I mean, they're waiting for him to walk on. I'm right up to date.
Nikita, the guy who did that was Nikita Khrushchev. That did the whole jokes thing.
Yeah, I recognize that name. Conferences on in the US. On CNN it started. Let me have a look. It's weird that it's not coming on there, isn't it? Got to find a direct link for it though. Have you got a direct link for it, Big Girl for Life? Finding a direct link. Oh, here we are. It's on already. I had it muted. Let me just go back. It's started.
He's asked that signatures on you're up against an authoritarian government like the Maduro, Chavez.
Do you think there's anybody other than her that could unite the opposition? Because the opposition itself, we talk about it, but it's not a cohesive. That is the.
They're not united at all. They are as divided as. I don't know much about the UK. Oh, here's the president.
Here's the president. Let's listen to what Mr. Trump has to say.
Here we go.
Okay, thank you very much. This is big stuff. And we appreciate you being here.
Breaking news, breaking news.
Late last night,
got it.
And early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones like the attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer. All perfectly executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York, Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, maybe like never before. These highly trained warriors operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea, we're just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in what's called a ready position, but they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated. If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far. With capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have. And you see that even if you just look at the boats. You know, we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat kills on average, 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it essentially until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our nation with lethal poison, responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, the many, many Americans. Hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now, they're on a ship. They'll be heading to ultimately New York, and then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida. But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over, in particular, the United States, Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang, Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide. And he did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartment complexes. They cut the fingers off people if they called police. They were brutal, but they're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete and everybody, and our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly, and now we have no crime in Washington, D.C. We haven't had a killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago. A little bit of a different kind of a threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have two, on average, 2 a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore. The restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They're going, they're walking their daughters, they're walking their children, their wives. They walk to restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington, D.C. So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military. And I want to thank law enforcement. Been amazing. And they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know, and we're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now, and crime is down. We've just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%. And the governor of Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana. And we have done that. And it was a rough section, and we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks. New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing. And we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help. We also helped, as you know, in Chicago, and crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster and the mayor was a disaster, but it knocked down crime. But we're pulling out of there. When they need us, we'll know. You'll know. You'll be writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on, where the head of the police department made a statement that if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's long after the fires. That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job. Got no credit for it whatsoever, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't need the credit. But we'll be pulling out when they need us. They'll call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. But we did a great job in various cities. But the place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation's capital. We took it from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country. But the gangs that they sent raped, tortured, and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned, Tren de Aragua. And they were sent by Maduro to terrorize our people. And now Maduro will never again be able to threaten an American citizen or anybody from Venezuela. There will no longer be threats For years, I've highlighted the stories of those innocent Americans whose lives were so heartlessly robbed by this Venezuelan terrorist organization. Really one of the worst. One of the worst. They say the worst. Americans like 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungari from Houston. Beautiful Jocelyn Nungari. What happened to her? They, as you know, they kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered by Tren de Aragua animals. They murdered Jocelyn and left her dead under the bridge. There was a bridge that will never be the same to so many people after seeing what happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives. And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails. The reason I say both, they sound similar. Actually, prisons, a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher. A mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum, but we got them both. They sent from their mental institutions. They sent from their jails, prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States, but no longer. And we have now a border where nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and stole American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing us billions and billions of dollars. They did this a while ago, but we never had a president that did anything about it. They took all of our property. It was our property. We built it. And we never had a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they fought wars that were 10,000 miles away. We built Venezuela oil industry with American talent, drive, and skill, and the socialist regime stole it from us during those previous administrations, and they stole it through force. This constituted one of the largest thefts of American property in the history of our country. Considered the largest theft of property in the history of our country. Massive oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies, and we didn't do anything about it. I would have done something about it. America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people or drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries. And not anymore. All the way back, it dated to the Monroe Doctrines. And the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal, but we've superseded it by a lot, by a real lot. They now call it the Monroe Document. I don't know. It's Monroe Doctrine. We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen. So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere. Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way in our home region. And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first term. We had great dominance in my first term, and we have far greater dominance right now. Everyone's coming back to us. The future will be determined by the ability to protect commerce and territory and resources that are core to national security. These are core to our national security. Just like tariffs are, they've made our country rich, and they've made our national security strong, stronger than ever before. But these are the iron laws that have always determined global power. And we're going to keep it that way. We will secure our borders. We will stop the terrorists. We will crash the cartels, and we will defend our citizens against all threats, foreign and domestic. Other presidents may have lacked the courage or whatever to defend America, but I will never allow terrorists and criminals to operate with impunity against the United States. This extremely successful operation should serve as warning to anyone who would threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives. Very importantly, the embargo on all Venezuelan oil remains in full effect. The American Armada remains poised in position, and the United States retains all military options until United States demands have been fully met and fully satisfied. All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just, fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone in Venezuela. People are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation. This morning, it's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it to happen. And the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Raisin Kane. He's a fantastic man. I've worked with a lot of generals. I worked with some I didn't like. I worked with some I didn't respect. I worked with some that just weren't good. But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night one of the most precise attacks on sovereignty. I mean, it was an attack for justice. And I'm very proud of him. And I'm very proud of our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who I'm going to ask to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, can you explain how the U.S. will run Venezuela?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Finally, a commander-in-chief the world respects and the American people deserve. And as the president said, words can barely capture the bravery and the power and the precision of this historic operation, a massive joint military and law enforcement raid flawlessly executed by the greatest Americans our country has to offer. American warriors are second to none, the best in the world and the best of our country. What all of us witnessed last night was sheer guts and grit, gallantry, and glory of the American warrior. I'm simply humbled by such men. And I tip my hat to our chairman, Dan Raisin Kane, and all those Americans who stood watch last night. Our warriors are the elite of America. And again, President Trump has your back. No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could pull this kind of operation off. And no other president has ever shown this kind of leadership, courage, and resolve, the most powerful combination the world has ever seen. As the president said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere, anytime. The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long arm of American justice, all on full display in the middle of the night. Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around and he found out. President Trump is deadly serious about stopping the flow of gangs and violence to our country. Deadly serious about stopping the flow of drugs and poison to our people. Deadly serious about getting back the oil that was stolen from us. And deadly serious about reestablishing American deterrence and dominance in the Western Hemisphere. This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people. This is America first. This is peace through strength. And the United States War Department is proud to help deliver it. Welcome to 2026. And under President Trump, America is back. I'd like to welcome now our Chairman Raising Cane to give a few more details about the operation, Mr. Chairman.
Interesting.
Thank you, Mr.
Make
Secretary. Thank
America
you,
great again.
Mr. President, and good morning. Last night, on the order of the President of the United States and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the President said, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro. This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk to you through some of the preparation and the details without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There is always a chance that we'll be tasked to do this type of mission again. Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past 2 decades have honed the skills of our special operations forces, this particular mission required every component of our joint force, with soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians working in unison with our intelligence agency partners and law enforcement teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of experience in hunting terrorists, and we could not have done this mission without the incredible work by various intelligence agencies, including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched, we waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional. This mission was meticulously planned, drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years, many missions over these last many years. This was an audacious operation that only the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise, it involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose: to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. Failure of one component of this well-oiled machine would have endangered the entire mission, and failure is never an option for America's joint force. Those in the air over Caracas last night were willing to give their lives for those on the ground and in the helicopters. Let me talk a little bit about the preparation. After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets. In early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day to minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise and minimize the harm to the indicted personnel, so as the President said, they could be brought to justice. And as the President said earlier today, weather in Venezuela is always a factor this time of the year. And over the weeks through Christmas and New Year's, the men and women of the United States military sat ready, patiently waiting for the right triggers to be met and the President to order us into action. Last night, the weather broke just enough, clearing a path that only the most skilled aviators in the world could maneuver through. Ocean, mountain, low cloud ceilings. But when tasked with a mission, this organization does not quit. At 10:46 p.m. Eastern time last night, the President ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciated it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire joint force. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49, and there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones. As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons to ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component was, and always will be to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get them to the target and get them home. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise. As the helicopter force ingressed towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective, and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the target area, the helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force in self-defense. One of our aircraft was hit, but remained flyable, and as the president said earlier today, all of our aircraft came home, and that aircraft remained flyable during the rest of the mission. As the operation unfolded at the compound, our air and ground intelligence teams provided real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those forces could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision, with no loss of U.S. life. After securing the indicted persons, the force began to prep for departure. Helicopters were called in to exfiltrate the extraction force, while fighter aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft provided overhead coverage and suppressive fire. There were multiple self-defense engagements as the force began to withdraw out of Venezuela. The force successfully exfiltrated and returned to their afloat launch bases, and the force was over the water at 3:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with indicted persons on board. And both Maduro and his wife were embarked aboard the USS Iwo Jima. In closing, what we've witnessed today is a powerful demonstration of America's joint force. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again, not to get it right, but to ensure that we cannot get it wrong. Our jobs are to integrate combat power so when the order comes, we can deliver overwhelming force at the time and the place of our choosing against any foe anywhere in the world. I am immensely proud today of our joint force and filled with gratitude to represent them here today. There is simply no mission too difficult for these incredible professionals and the families that stand by them and support them. As we stand here this morning, Our forces remain in the region at a high state of readiness, prepared to project power, defend themselves, and our interests in the region. This operation is a testament to the dedication and unwavering commitment to justice and our resolve to hold accountable those who threaten peace and stability. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women who executed this mission. Their courage and tireless commitment to our nation are what makes us strong. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. President.
Well, I don't have much to add to what you've heard now, other than the following points. Nicolas Maduro was indicted in 2020 in the United States. He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those three recognized him. He's not recognized by the European Union and multiple countries around the world. He is a fugitive of American justice with a $50 million reward, which I guess we saved $50 million. And
make sure.
Yeah, exactly. But
don't let anybody claim it. Nobody deserves it but us.
But I want to be clear about one thing. Nicolas Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided multiple very, very, very generous offers and chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around. And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world, they like to play games. You have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to, do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take Americans prisoner and try to hold them for hostage and trade them like he was able to do with the Biden administration. Basically likes to play games all this time and thinks nothing's going to happen. And I hope what people now understand is that we have a president. The 47th president of the United States is not a game player. When he tells you that he's going to do something, when tells you he's going to address a problem, he means it. He actions it. I can tell you, I've watched this process now for 14, 15 years, been around it. Everybody talks. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. When I get there, we're going to do this. We're going to take. This is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States, and the president addressed it. There's a president of peace, by the way. I told you what I just said earlier. This guy had multiple opportunities to find his way somewhere else and figure out another. He could have been living somewhere else right now, very happy, but instead he wanted to play big boy. And so now, he's got other sets of problems on his hands. And but I think that the message here should be for the world. Look, the president doesn't go out looking for people to pick fights with. He's not generally wants to get along with everybody. We'll talk and meet with anybody, but don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office, because it's not going to turn out well. And so I hope that, I guess that lesson was learned last night, and we hope it'll be instructive moving forward.
Is that a message for Cuba? Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Mr. President.
You said that the U.S. is going to run Venezuela. So who's in power right now?
Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but that's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it was just a minor flow. It was actually a minor flow for what they have. But we're going to run it properly, and we're going to make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by this thug are also taken care of.
Mr. President, does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, they always say boots on the ground. Oh, so we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it. But we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly.
It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. You know, they stole our oil. We built that whole industry there, and they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
President, can you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
It's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
That would run Venezuela.
Well, it's largely going to be for a period of time. The people that are standing right behind me, we're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead. You know, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world. And it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance that one of those people take over for Maduro. So you can look at, and others, we have fantastic people, including people in the military. So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track, make a lot of money for the people, and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
Rubio would be.
You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship
Well, I
going?
understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Mr. President, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, he said he's got to watch his ass. And today, he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So, just what your message is
Well,
about
he
that.
has cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine. And yeah, I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
Mr.
President, did you notify any members of Congress in advance?
Marco, do you want to talk about that? Because you were involved.
Sure. We call members of Congress immediately after. This was not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of days. So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days. But it's largely a law enforcement function. Remember, at the end of the day, at its core, this was an arrest of 2 indicted fugitives of American justice, and the Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here, but it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
Plus, if I could add one thing to that, Congress has a tendency to leak. This would not be good. If they leaked, General, I think it would have been maybe a very different result. But I have to say, they knew we were coming at some point, you know. We had a lot of ships out there. They sort of knew we were coming. We went there. But Congress will leak, and we don't want leakers.
Mr. President, you were one of the only people to watch this all play out live. What was Maduro doing when the U.S. forces entered what I assume would be his home? And also, was there any point where the U.S. was considering if Maduro pushed back or resisted killing Maduro?
It could have happened. It could have happened. He was trying to get into a safe place. You know, the safe place is all steel. And he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast. And there was a lot of opposition. You know, people were wondering, do we get them by surprise? Sort of surprised, but they were waiting for something. It was a lot of opposition. There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today.
A lot.
But he was trying to get to a safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say on average, regardless of how thick the steel was. It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get to that door. He made it to the door. He was unable to close it.
Go ahead, finish.
Where is Maduro going to be in the time being right now? Do you know his exact
Well,
whereabouts?
eventually, ultimately, in the near future, he's going to be brought to New York.
And where is he going to be held? Where is he going to be held in New York? Do you know?
That's going to be up to the officials that do these things.
Mr. President, the U.S. has something of a mixed track record of ousting dictators without necessarily a plan for what comes afterwards.
Not with
Did
me,
that
though.
weigh on your decision?
Well, that's why we had different presidents, but with me, that's not true. With me, we've had a perfect track record of winning. We win a lot, and we win. If you look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, you look at the Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer was incredible. Right now, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. We have essentially peace in the Middle East because of that. If we weren't successful with Midnight Hammer, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. So with me, you've had a lot of victory. You've had only victories. You've had no losses. Yeah.
President, can you? How long do you expect the U.S. to run Venezuela, and how soon do you want Venezuelan people to hold elections?
So I'd like to do it quickly, but it takes a period of time. You know, we're rebuilding. We have to rebuild their whole infrastructure. The infrastructure is rotted. It's actually very dangerous. It's blow up territory. Oil is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing to take out of the ground. Can kill a lot of people. It has killed a lot of people doing just that. The infrastructure is old. It's rotted. Much of it is stuff that we put there 25 years ago, and we're going to be replacing it. And we're going to take a lot of money out so that we can take care of the country. Yeah.
Are you saying that Secretary Rubio and
Mr. President, China, Russia, and Iran have interests in Venezuela. How does this operation affect your relationships with them when it comes to the oil and drugs?
And Russia, Russia, when we get things straightened out. But in terms of other countries that want oil, we're in the oil business. We're going to sell it to them. We're not going to say we're not going to give it to them. In other words, we'll be selling oil probably in much larger doses because they couldn't produce very much because their infrastructure was so bad. So we'll be selling large amounts of oil to other countries, many of whom are using it now, but I would say many more will come.
Are you saying, Mr. President, are you saying that, Mr. President, are you saying that? Oh,
Mr. President, thank you. What is your message to the people of Venezuela today? Of course, the civilian population specifically, they have a lot of questions. What is your message to the people of Venezuela?
That you're going to have peace, justice. You're going to have some of the riches that you should have had for a long period of time. It was stolen from you. But you're going to have peace and you're going to have safety. You're going to have justice. You're going to have a country. You're going to have a real country. You're going to have potentially a great country. You know, if you go back 20 years, maybe even a little longer ago, that was a great country. And they destroyed it. Remember, I said that if we lose this election, the United States will be Venezuela on steroids. That's what would have happened. Had we lost the election, the 2024 election, we suffered so badly. When you look at the border from 2020, what they did, what Joe Biden administration did to our country should never be forgotten. But if we had to go through another year of that, we would be exactly where Venezuela was. In terms, I used to say, if they win, we're going to be Venezuela on steroids, and that's what would have happened.
President, thank you. Are you saying that Secretary Hegseth and Rubio are going to be running Venezuela, and will you be sending in U.S. military
They're
troops
going to
to
be a
provide?
team that's working with the people of Venezuela to make sure that we have Venezuela right. Because for us to just leave, who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over. You have a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro. And right now she's the vice president and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn in as president just a little while ago. She had a long conversation with Marco and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but she really doesn't have a choice. We're going to have this done right. We're not going to just do this with Maduro, then leave like everybody else, leave and say, let it go to hell. If we just left, it has zero chance of ever coming back. We'll run it properly. We'll run it professionally. We'll have the greatest oil companies in the world go in and invest billions and billions of dollars and take out money, use that money in Venezuela. And the biggest beneficiary are going to be the people of Venezuela. And also, I can't stress this strongly enough, the people that got thrown out of Venezuela that are now in the United States. And frankly, some want to stay and some probably want to go back. Yeah.
being done to protect Americans in the country, and were any of the detained Americans?
Well, right now they're
arrested
very
last night?
protected because nobody's going to mess with us. They're very protected. The people of, and we let them know that you better not touch one of them.
Are you concerned that bad elements of the Maduro regime will remain in place?
Well, we know who they are. We're on them, and they're acting much differently now than they would have acted 2 days ago. Okay, wait, behind you, please.
Mr. President, why is running a country in South America America first?
Well, I think it is because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the world. And we want to make sure we can protect it. Yes, sir. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, is there a message here for Cuba and Diaz-Canel?
Well, Cuba is an interesting case. Cuba is, not doing very well right now. That system has not been a very good one for Cuba. The people there have suffered for many, many years. And I think Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about because Cuba is a failing nation right now, very badly failing nation. And we want to help the people. It's very similar in the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba, but we want to also help the people that were forced out of Cuba and living in this country. Do you want to say something about that, Marco, please?
Well, I mean, I just gave you a statement a few minutes ago about, when the president speaks, you should take him seriously. So suffice it to say, Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men, and in some cases, not senile, but incompetent nonetheless. It has no economy. It's in total collapse. And by the way, they were, all of the guards that helped protect Maduro, this is well known, their whole spy agency, all that were full of Cubans. I mean, it's amazing. This poor island took over Venezuela in some cases. One of the biggest problems the Venezuelans have is they have to declare independence from Cuba. They tried to basically colonize it from a security standpoint. So, yeah, look, if I lived in Havana and I was in the government, I'd be concerned, at least a little bit.
2026, not 2025.
Well, the president already announced a week ago that anything that's sanctioned, it's sanctioned oil, it's not going to be allowed to get there. So that's a pre-existing.
Mr. President.
The answer is yes. Yes.
Aware of the location of opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't. No, we haven't.
Mr. President,
Do you have any hesitations about Machado?
Mr. President, on Monday.
Oh, I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect.
Mr. President, is it possible that the U.S. ends up administrating Venezuela for years?
Well, it won't cost us anything because the money coming out of the ground is very substantial. So it's not going to cost us anything. We want safety there. We want to be surrounded by countries that aren't housing all of our enemies all over the world. That's what was happening. And you don't want to have that. But we're going to be rebuilding and we're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago. A lot of money is coming out of the ground. We're going to get reimbursed for all of that. We're going to get reimbursed for everything that we spend. So it's going to be a very important. This is a very big evening that took place last night. We have to be surrounded by safe, secure countries. And we also have to have energy. Very important. We have to have energy that's real energy, not where they're getting 4% and 5% of the energy out of the ground. You take a look, it was such a disaster. So what's going to happen with Venezuela, I think, over the next period of a year is going to be a great thing. And the people of Venezuela will be the biggest beneficiaries.
Mr. President,
I'm going to send in the U.S. military. Mr. President, thank you. What did you last speak to Maduro about when you spoke? And is the
Well,
US
I don't want to
at
get
war
into
with
the
Venezuela?
conversations, but I did have conversations with him. And I said, you got to surrender. And I actually thought he was pretty close to doing so, but now he wished he did. Yeah.
You said that Maduro is responsible for drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras, who was convicted on many drug trafficking. Can you explain how these two situations are
Well,
different? And would you ever pardon Maduro?
I endorsed, as you know, the winning president, the man who won in Honduras. I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina. And we are doing very well with that whole group. What the man that I pardoned was, if you could equate it to us, he was treated like the Biden administration treated a man named Trump. That didn't work out too well for them. This was a man who was persecuted very unfairly. He was the head of the country. He was persecuted very unfairly. And there are a number of them. And we felt that it was a very unfair situation that happened to him. He's also a party member of the man who won. So obviously the people liked what I did. And one of the reasons that was done is because of the fact that the party in power felt very strongly that that man was treated very badly. I studied it very quickly, and then I studied it in great detail. I went to a lot of the people standing behind me, and they felt that that man was persecuted and treated very badly. That's why I gave him a pardon.
You referenced boots on the ground earlier. Can you just sort of button this up? Do you envision the U.S. military having a presence in Venezuela as the U.S. runs that country?
No, we're going to have a presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil, because we have to have, we're sending our expertise in. So you may need something, not very much. But no, we're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground. And that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside of Venezuela that used to be in Venezuela. And it goes also to the United States of America in the form of reimbursement for the damages caused us by that country. So I want to thank you all very much. Thank you. Do you have one? Yes, please.
There you go.
You were so nice before. I'm going to give you the final question. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Mr.
Unless it's a
President.
bad question, in
It's
which
about
case I'll
Putin.
go one word. It's about who?
It's about Putin, if you want.
About Putin. Well, that's
Okay.
always nice
You had
to
a
talk
phone-
about Putin.
You had a phone call with him
Yeah.
on Monday. Did he talk at all about Maduro? Did y'all talk about this?
No, we didn't.
And
We
then-
never spoke about Maduro.
Are you mad at him right now? I mean, there's this
I'm not
intelligence.
thrilled with Putin. I'm not thrilled with Putin. He's killing too many people.
There was that
I
intelligence.
thought that would be so. I settled 8 1/4 war. You know what the 1/4 was? Thailand and Cambodia. I did it again. They broke out, and I did it in about 5 hours, and I settled it. I'm giving myself 1/4, so I'm up to now 8 1/4. In other words, I settled the war, but then they broke out. They had a pretty bad breakout over the last 4 days. I got them to go back to peace. So I only give 1/4. I thought the easiest one would be, one of the easier ones would be Russia, Ukraine. It's not. And they both have done some pretty bad things. And look, that's Biden's war. That's not my war. But I want to stop the lives. Did you see where last month, 30,000, it was 27,000 the month before. 30,000, mostly soldiers, were killed this last month. 30,000. I want to stop that. You know, I got NATO to pay 5% instead of the 2% that they weren't paying. They weren't paying 2, now they pay 5. And we send them a lot of munitions. We send them a lot of things, missiles and various other things, a lot. And they pay. The United States is not losing money. We're probably making money on that. It's the last thing I care about. I just want to stop all those people. We're losing 25, 30,000 human beings that come from 2 places that are very far away. But if I can stop, because it's something I've been pretty good at doing, deals, I guess. It's all a deal. Life is a big deal. But if I can stop that war and stop 30,000 young people, in addition to the fact that people are being killed in Kiev, people are being killed in other cities throughout, a much smaller number, but they're being killed, viciously killed. So I'm not happy about it. I thought that would be something that would get solved. We have Mr. Witkoff here. I think that we're making progress, but that's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, it would have never happened. Putin says it. Everybody says it. If I were president, that would have never happened. But I inherited that war. That was Joe Biden, Zelensky, and Putin. I came into the situation, and it's a mess. And I will say this. I watched an operation last night that was so precise, that was so brilliant. I mean, it was incredible. If we had our people, like this general, and our people involved, that war would not have gone on very long, that I can tell you. That war, to use an old term, that war has become a bloodbath, and we want it to get stopped. Thank you very much.
No more
About
questions.
an extraordinary press conference, again from President Trump at Mar-a-Lago, about what happened overnight in Venezuela. He talked about it being a spectacular assault, the kind not...
Well, that was wild, wasn't that?
Yeah, I took away from it is we want our oil back, and we're gonna get our contractors in there to basically go in there and make a bunch of money, and we're gonna make sure these contractors are paid very well to do half-ass projects in Venezuela, so they can make a bunch of money, and also America's gonna lose a bunch of money, but like this idea that you can this like he's talking about, oh, the infrastructure is terrible. The United States infrastructure is terrible. Where's the money for that? And why the hell is the basically the oil going to be used by these corporations? It's like, okay, so we're going to let these corporations make a bunch of money on the backs of Venezuela and America. Is this fucking crazy or what? Like, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. That's wild. That's wild.
I was thinking as well that when they said 150 aircraft, that's a lot of aircraft, isn't that?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, like, it's a big problem.
When you think about it. Well, the airbase that I worked at was supposed to be the biggest helicopter base in Europe for training, and they had fixed wing and rotary wing, and I don't think we had 150 in the whole base.
Okay,
Maybe a stretch to add it all up.
Tara, how am I out of touch? Okay, this guy, America's infrastructure is crumbling. People elected Donald Trump to fix the infrastructure and to lower prices and to make housing and basically help the economy. How is going into another country and basically sending a military boots on the ground, because that's what he just said, it's going to help the United States get into number one? Number two, what's going to happen? I'll tell you what is going to happen. He's going to go in there with partial military, probably a little bit there. He's probably going to let the oil companies go in there. They're going to put a huge amount of investment, but no company ever invests anything without getting a huge return on their investments. There's also probably going to be government programs given to those oil companies to incentivize them to go to that particular country to reinvest there. Don't think they're just going to go there out of their own pockets without some sort of incentivization. And then, the infrastructure projects, guess who's going to probably get those? Probably no big contractors, individuals going in there. That's probably what's going to happen. At the end of the day, there's going to be a lot of people making money, but don't expect you're going to be one of them. Don't expect you're going to be one of them. And honestly, it's just not and the whole pretext of Rubio, whatever, that other guy did, I don't know, had a better message. Yeah, he had a better message.
He had I could understand him more clearly and what happened.
Yeah. That's what Trump should have said. That's exactly what Trump should have said. He should have said he's a criminal. We went there. We do not care about we don't think he's a legitimate. We came in there and we arrested him. If Trump would have left it like that, I don't think anyone would really be like, oh my God. But when you start talking about that's our oil, we're going to take back our oil, we're going to run the country, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. That just sounds like you just declared war and took over another country, and now you're trying to deviate without the authorization of Congress or the Senate. And it's like, we didn't tell the Senate or the Congress that we just declared war and we're going to take over another country. And Marco Rubio is going to be running it too. It's like, if you are a person that says, believes in America infrastructure and stuff like this should be a tremendous fucking insult to you. That he rather builds another country out than the United States. It's just crazy. It's crazy. And that's my opinion. I don't get it.
And that's what they're doing in the UK, though. They're like letting the UK go to rack and ruin while sending money to other countries. Or giving it all to the immigrants or illegal immigrants.
Okay. Yeah. Tara, how is it an ignorant way of thinking? You got to think, you have to read.
I'll just address them quickly, Tara, though. Respectfully, you have been attacking everybody in chat today. And their opinions.
You got to think. Yeah, I mean, you
wasn't me.
Yeah, it wasn't you. You got to look at things like this, man. When you're looking at what he said, it's like our oil. They took our oil. They took our oil. They took our corporations. We're going to put there. These are tremendous projects. You're talking about you're going to try to pick a president or someone in power, which they probably already felt out who's going to be taking over already. There's no way that they do an operation like this and not have a planned person. That takes tremendous amount of time and effort. And also now he's talking about possible boots on the ground. So you're going to have soldiers being sent to another country to basically police it. Do you realize how much
silent?
Do you realize how fucking amount of money that is and what you're asking of? I mean, it's just kind of crazy. It's I'm sorry, it's a kind of a crazy thing. I don't see the vision of this thing. I think there's going to be a tremendous amount. I predict a tremendous amount of wasted money from the United States. And I predict that it will not be a successful operation. And I predict that there's going to be a lot of scams and a lot of money robbery going on. And there's a lot of people who are going to be rich.
It's not an echo chamber here, but it is. You have been attacking. Maybe was a bit of a strong word, but
yeah,
you have been going at everybody in chat for their opinions.
Yeah.
And
I mean, you can have your opinion on it
a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you're attacking. I just think, like, honestly, when I hear this, I think back to other situations where the United States tried to police something. He says, well, I have a great track record, Trump. But the thing is, Trump's not going to be in office all this time. And when you do a country, like when you're basically talking about fixing an entire country that for 20 years has been in the dumpster in less than 2.5 years, that's no way that's going to happen. He's going to need, this is probably like a 10-year project you're talking about, maybe more. And it's not easy. And what's going to happen is that I don't see the light in the end of the tunnel with this one. It's not good.
It's not half awake.
Nice wig, by the way.
Yeah, like Dad Legato say, have your opinion, but coming back with, if you don't agree with me, you're uninformed, doesn't work. I mean, maybe attacked was a bit of a strong word from me. I apologize, but you have been sort of going at everybody in chat for their.
Well, I see that there's people that like Trump and like this, but I think people who elected Trump wanted him to, America first, fix the infrastructure, there's a lot, there's the one thing they should be pushing for is pushing more plumbers and electricians and people like that in the trades, and then focusing on fixing the failing bridges and stuff like that, which would stimulate the economy, reducing the deficit, figuring out how to reduce government spending, and focusing on reducing government. This only increases government. There's no way that you can not reduce government at the same time run another country now. Like the whole concept of the Republican Party was reduction of government so that it can be reduced and costs can be reduced, and basically focusing on reducing tax burdens because bigger governments is more taxes, and then allowing that free income to trickle down into other economic stations like so that to increase the government, increase the economy. But when you talk about running another country, that's going to increase the government. That's just not how. That's the opposite of a conservative point of view. You know what I mean? I mean, also, like Reagan says, the most scariest word said is, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. That's exactly what Donald Trump just said. I'm from the government and I'm here to help you, Venezuela and America. You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about? This is like crazy. This is completely against the Republican thought process of, and then you're going to have cronyism where you're going to have, who decides which oil companies go in and which oil companies go out? Who decides the contractors? Who's going to make those decisions? And then you got to think to yourself, who's going to make money from those decisions? And that's what you got to think about. Now, is the country going to be better off in the future? Yeah, anything's better than Maduro. Maduro's a piece of shit, garbage human being who should have been gone for years. I mean, the country screwed up with the socialist bullshit that they did, destroyed their economy, and elected a bus driver as their leader. I mean, how moronic are you as a country to do that? Absolutely. Will it do better? Sure. But that's not going to be, when you do 20 years of disastrous economic decisions and disastrous government decisions and evil and narco terrorism and stuff like that, it's going to take more than 2 years to fix. Simple as that. And that's just my opinion. We'll see what happens. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. Believe me, I would love for him to come in, fix Venezuela, make a bunch of money for the America and Venezuela and everything be great. Believe me, there's times I 100% wish I'm wrong. I'll be glad to admit I was wrong. I don't root against people in government, like people like, our mayor in New York. I hope he's highly successful. I hope he helps people. I think once you get elected, I kind of try to root for you and hope for the best, so,
Yeah.
but I don't see the light in the end of the tunnel.
I've got a client. She works in the oil industry in the UK. She's worked, and they have clients in America, all over the world. But these, she works in, I can never say the word, procurement. And these jobs, they plan like years in advance for these things. They don't just happen overnight. It costs a lot of, getting the equipment. It costs a fortune.
And they're probably going to have to be. They're probably, if I was an oil company, I would consider putting money into this country, a high risk investment, which I would want some sort of backing from the government. I would want the government to basically give me some sort of incentivize me to go into this country. You have a country that has no leadership, basically stole everything previously. I mean, if I was an investor, I would not want my company to go into there without some sort of government guarantee of securement and also some sort of benefit in cash. And where do you think that cash comes from? From the American taxpayers.
Yeah.
And that's how it goes. And we'll see. Hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully Tara's correct and everything goes well. The oil fixes everything. We're all great and wonderful. I don't root against the United States. I don't root against any kind of leadership. I hope for the best, but I prepare for the worst.
Thing is, with politics, it always brings out, I'm a type of person which is agree to disagree. If we don't have to believe and like the same things, but we also don't have to attack each other for our beliefs.
Yeah, I mean, in the end of the day,
even if we have,
yeah, in the end of the day, what we say doesn't matter. It's already been decided. It's already decided. Yeah. He already got rid of Maduro. He's already planning on doing the oil. There's no way in God's green earth he hasn't picked a group of people to take over that country and to basically run it. What's going to happen is that person's going to have military. There's a lot of X factors here, how are the generals in that country going to react to the new leader? How are the people going to react to that area? How is that going to work out? Because a country like that probably mainly run by the military. And who's running the military right now?
Me.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't know. No one.
Trump.
What, Venezuela's?
Venezuela. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Venezuela's military. Who's running that right now? It's not.
Oh, Venezuela. Sorry, I thought you meant America.
The US. Because they don't even think they like the US, do they?
Well, we don't know. I mean, probably those guys are going to want special considerations for them to pick whoever they want to be leading the country.
When did the US do that? When did they? Oh, it's my mic up too much.
Capture Maduro last night.
Last night, I've turned his mic down. My end.
Well, sorry about that. If I'm talking too loud.
Just turn it up.
No, not you. It was Alex's. It was Alex's mic.
Yeah, I mean, someone says, "Don't you have to start somewhere?" I mean, in the end of the day, I see where Trump is going because there's a lot of countries that are narco states and basically are drug factory, drug cartels in country form. I see it. I understand his thought process. Okay, we got to go in there and get these criminals, but you got to figure out how you got to replace those criminals. Because, because I would think most of the senators and Congress members are criminals too, but who would we replace them with?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I mean, that's the problem. It's a situation where, he's talking, and he's kind of all over the place. He's like, one minute we're running the country, the next minute we've got boots on the ground, the next minute it's not. We're talking with the vice president. It's just like, I don't know. Mexico, yeah, that's. I don't know. That'd be kind of crazy if we went in there and took over. But Mexico probably needs help there too because the cartels are pretty bad in Mexico.
The cartels run.
Did you say Cuba? Didn't you say Cuba was on dodgy ground? Was it Cuba? He said.
Yeah, Cuba's on dodgy ground. It's a sad situation with Cuba. It's a nice country, but Yeah,
I've
I
always
don't
wanted
know.
to go to Cuba. It looks quite beautiful in places,
But
the water.
all right. Anyway, Empress, see you later. You have a good one. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's just I don't see the plan, but we'll see. I mean, hopefully I'm wrong, but I just think in terms of logistics on the whole thing. To me, like I think
Mm,
there's a lot of logistics involved in this, and it's not just as done
yeah.
overnight. I mean, yeah, you take a piece of shit like Maduro, who should have been in jail a while ago for what all the fucked up things he's done, and he's definitely a criminal in my opinion. And what Rubio says is correct. He is not a legitimate president. He's not a legitimate leader. But you kind of you undermine your argument when you talk about now I'm going to kind of change everything and take over the country. Like if he just said we just took this criminal who is not the real president and said let leave Venezuela alone, then there would be no argument. They'd be like, yeah, it makes sense. He's a criminal, but this just sounds a little bit too much like I don't know. Maybe I got PTSD with the whole Iraq and shit like that and Afghanistan when we try to go in there and do that stuff. But we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Anywho.
Well, I'm going to wrap this one up and I'm going to do a redirect to my other channel.
All right.
We're covering the Sarah Grace Patrick trial from Monday, BTM.
Oh, okay, cool.
We're going to be streaming it all day.
But that was on
Alex? 5th.
Oh, is this gonna be another strip? You're on your other channel. I thought that was on the 5th.
Yeah, we're going to go over there. Yeah, but I'm going to do a live stream doing evidence against. So just a refresher for people, and if some people don't know what on earth it's about, then they're going to get a bit of an idea what the trial's going to be about.
Yeah, that's good too. I'll check it out. Yeah, but anyway, hopefully I didn't piss off too.
Sorry, Beaton, what did you say?
Which beats him. Maybe it's just more truthful than what. You know what? That is true. He's probably is being more truthful. I would say Trump is being a lot more truthful than most politicians. I will give him that. Because most politicians would never say that, what he just said. Yeah, we're going to go in there. We're going to get the oil. And they go us over on a deal. And they did steal the oil. And they did. And this could be a good thing for Venezuela. Or it could be, I mean, I think it's a good thing either way for Venezuela. Because Maduro was a dead end. And it's probably going to improve the lives of Venezuelans by a lot either way. It's just that to get there, it's going to be a lot of money. It's not going to be free.
No, it's going to be a lot.
You know.
No, I was just quickly saying about the trial. It's non-BJJ content, but I'm not doing it for that. But I like doing a good trial. I used to do quite a lot of them, but there's a lot of them that have been taking plea deals. So it's the first one for a while that's took my interest where we've caught it from the start.
Stop taking the plea deals. Did you see? I mean, I saw someone toss me an article. I haven't read it yet, but Koberger's sister had an interview.
No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, she had an interview recently.
Deals don't work in their favor, to be honest. But sometimes they do. But
what, plea deals?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like sometimes they just realize they're just gonna lose. You know what I mean?
Depending on what it is.
Sarah Boone messed up big time with hers.
Oh,
yeah.
I
think she was offered like. I think she was offered like 2 years or something.
15 years, wasn't it? No, it's 15. But after time, I think it was 15 because I did the trial or something. 10 or 15. With time done. And whatever, she would have done maybe 5 more years, if that, and she'd have been free. But now she's spending the rest of her life in prison.
Yeah, which is stupid. Which is like
murder.
Well, yeah. What happened was she filmed her. Her and her boyfriend were drunk, and then the boyfriend she put him into a suitcase, sealed him up, and then videotaped him pleading to get out of the suitcase. And then she proceeded to just leave him there. She went upstairs to go to bed, and he suffocated and died in the suitcase.
That was horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, Trish, I think you talked about
15 years
live stream. So she got 15 years
Sorry,
for murder, pretty much.
No. She was going to get a plea for 15 years if she took it.
Right.
But she didn't take a plea. She did this cockamamie, horrible defense, and she got life imprisonment.
Wow. She really fucked herself up there.
So this is it. So she was offered a 15-year plea deal with Florida's 85% rule and credit for time already served. That would have meant she would have been eligible for release in roughly 8 years.
Yeah.
Instead, she's spending the rest of her time in life in prison.
She's regretting her decision now.
She was regretting her decisions for sure, but she's too batshit crazy to probably have that perspective.
That means she needs to go into a mental institution by the sounds of it.
Well, just because you're crazy doesn't mean you don't understand what you did is wrong. So that does not, usually for people with mental institute, like, Nick Reiner.
She knew it was wrong.
Yeah. Someone like Nick Reiner might go into a mental institution based upon his defense.
Yeah, I'm going to do a little bit of an update on him and a sort of a refresher of the other before.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're going to do now.
Not doing BJ for a bit.
Well, we played her on Rumble last night, and I'm just thought I can't. I've got it recorded, but I was like, I just can't face listening to her whine on again about. It is literally a broken record over and over and over, and it's just I thought I can't do it.
Yeah, she needs to get a mop and a broom and clean her goddamn house. That's what she needs to do instead of being online all day. That's what she needs to do.
Yeah.
That's
the way she won't take any accountability and just blames everybody else. I'm not saying I'm not going to cover her anymore, but it's just, I think I just need to sort of step back a little bit because it's just.
CPS are not going to be too happy if they see those pictures.
Well, yeah.
Well, they've been involved, but they've
5
been
times
involved,
to her house.
No, I meant did they know about all the mold then on the ceiling? Obviously,
that's why they told her to fix her fucking house 3 weeks after. 3 weeks after they showed up, she did that whole construction where she's tearing.
What's the period when they say it's probably not that long? I don't know how much of it.
Yeah, so like it's just nasty. But anyway, not to just dwell on that subject. So what are you going to do with so you're going to stream a refresher course on that before the trial?
Yeah, we're just going to go over. It's a Vinnie Politan one, but he's got the evidence against Sarah Grace Patrick.
I hate Vinnie.
I hate him. I like it. I know, it's hard to find though because they've got the info, haven't they?
Yeah, it's true. It's just that guy is such a I just don't like that guy. But whatever.
I liked him more, but I've gone off him a little bit recently because in the Sebastian Rogers case, I was a bit surprised about him. But
I wasn't. I remember him with Karen Reed's case. That's why I didn't like him. And then I seen him with Sebastian Rogers. The guy jumps on he likes to be in the middle. He does not like to pick he kind of leans on the side that's more popular, but he likes to be kind of in the middle to get the views because that's how you get good views. It's like if you just pick one side only, you're not going to get the views. But if you do like this debate where these two people are arguing and stuff like that, just like politics kind of deal, you get way more views. And that's what he does. And it's so disingenuous because I remember he was asked about the Karen Reed case, right? And this is what was wild. He was on, I think, Melanie or something like that. I think it's like that female lawyer. And yeah, and he was like, she's like, and she asked him, "Do you believe in the conspiracy?" And he's like, "No, I think I don't believe that." But he still went with the stuff on his and he said this on YouTube, but he still went with the whole pink tie and everything. So that just tells me he never believed in that whole cockamamie theory. It's just that he believed that was the most popular opinion to do it, and that's the thing. And that's do you really want to follow a guy that doesn't just pushes things that he doesn't really believe in? I mean, I can respect a person that believes in something, even if you believe Karen Reed was innocent. You looked at that. I can respect that as your opinion because that's your actual opinion of the case. I have people that think she was framed, and I'm like, okay, you're cool. Same thing with other cases, But when you're just doing it for the views and the audience, that seems so disingenuous. I just don't agree with that.
Also, when he has Grey Hughes and that on, I'm like, that did it for me. That also lost brownie points for me. I'm like, how can you take these people seriously?
Yeah. I don't know why.
I mean, I'm not going to show this. I'm not going to show this video now, but this is the girl, Sarah Grace Patrick,
Okay.
who shot her mother and stepfather.
Yeah, you
She was
mentioned her
17
last
at the
night.
time.
Yeah, you mentioned her
Yeah,
last
this is what. Well, this is the trial we're going to be covering, but I'm going to go over on the other channel and watch this.
I see that she likes social media.
Yeah, she grew up on TikTok apparently.
Did you hear about that TikToker that filmed some guy in his house? She opened the door. It's a DoorDash person. No, if you heard.
You
of
mean
her.
the macing? Like she maced the DoorDash delivery? That lady?
Yeah, and she's getting done for it.
Yeah, like she's facing like 8 years in jail because the lady like almost died because she maced the food that the lady ate.
No, it wasn't that one. A guy, he was butt naked in his house. She opened the door and then got him done for.
Oh, you're talking about the TikToker. I forgot the lady with the red hair. Yeah. So the story is, Trish, this lady is doing a food delivery, right? And she claims the door was wide open. And she walked in and she saw the guy pants was down. He's passed out drunk with his pants down. So she filmed him that like that and then left and then proceeded to put that on TikTok and talk about it. But it turns out that the lady has a history of going into people's houses unauthorized. And the door, it's been like it's kind of been seen that the door wasn't probably wide open. She just opened the door, and it was actually an order that she was supposed to leave the food by the door. Yeah. So she felt, but originally a lot of people were supporting her, but then more of the stuff came out, and now because she put this all on TikTok and everything, she's facing actual charges for multiple charges for it, and I think she can face up to 8 to 10 years in jail.
That's mental.
Was that in America?
Yeah, in the United States. Yeah,
but there's footage of her opening the door, by the way.
Yeah.
The doorbell. The police have got it, so they're like, no.
Yeah, she opened up the door, and she was actually supposed to leave the door on the fucking
food outside.
Yeah. So that was the first.
If you open the door, it's taking the best part.
Like if I have a delivery now and again, if they walked in my house and put it and come in my house, can you imagine? Then they stop filming me.
Yeah, this is the court. This
is out the house.
Yeah, this is 3 weeks ago. This is 4 weeks ago. The TikToker. This is her showing up in court now. And
I thought they had done the thing already.
She's in court.
Oh, she's still in court.
Yeah, I don't know if she took a plea deal yet, but I saw she appeared in court 4 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, no one's going to hire her. The way she's done things. Yeah.
What is wrong with people? People are doing crazy shit, aren't they?
I mean, like there was a guy that just ran over another TikTok. This is a bigger YouTuber, Tazi, talked about it like an hour's worth of the whole thing. Like not an hour.
So a TikToker.
That guy that ran someone over, didn't he?
Yeah, with the Tesla.
What was he?
Yeah, I saw it briefly.
What happened with him? What happened is that Clavicus, or that's his name. He's on Kick, and he's like, what?
Yeah, I thought I'd put the video on the desktop, and I hadn't. It was still in the studio.
Oh yeah. So Clavicus.
Next one, you carry on.
Oh, you go. You can play this.
You sure?
Yeah.
I was waiting for you to finish. All right, it's only a 2-minute clip.
A TikTok video seen around the world landing the person who posted in an Oswego courtroom today.
A DoorDash driver showing a naked customer accusing him of harassment, but getting arrested herself. 2 months later, she's facing the charges. News Channel 9's Andrew Donovan was there for her arraignment.
The Oswego City judge allowing News Channel 9 to record the proceedings. The first look at 23-year-old Olivia Henderson outside her popular TikTok page.
Their front door was wide open, and they were within eyesight of the front door, laying on the couch indecently exposed to me.
This is her last post, published October 26th, 2 weeks after her now deleted video causing this controversy. Working as a driver for delivery service DoorDash, Henderson claimed she was dropping off a food order when through the customer's door, saw him on the couch naked. After posting her footage, she reported the incident to Oswego police as sexual harassment.
Some of the claims that she had made on social media.
First of all, why did she post it on her social media? How stupid can you be?
After the fact were not in fact true.
Investigators determined the man, drunkenly unconscious on his couch, did nothing wrong. But he found out lewd images of him were published for thousands of TikTok users to see.
Wow.
So police criminally charged Henderson with 2 counts related to unlawful surveillance. Court documents accuse her of recording, quote, intimate parts without consent when he had a reasonable expectation of privacy.
And to all those that have been supportive of me during this time, thank you so much.
For as talkative as she's been on TikTok until now, she had nothing to say while leaving the courthouse.
Libby, do you want to say anything about what happened?
The judge gave Henderson her next court date. It's after the new year, in January. In Oswego, Andrew Donovan, News Channel 9.
Join News Channel 9 for a Christmas.
The fact she put it on social media, that's
TikTok, yeah.
what I mean.
Yeah,
I
well,
believe TikToks took it down straight away. I believe
Yeah.
they did straight away.
Yeah, but she still uploaded it.
Yeah, that's what law does it come under? Because I know putting it on social media it comes under something.
Mhm.
She'll get done for sexual harassment.
Isn't it something
conduct.
communications?
Yeah, she's been over here.
Oh,
I don't know.
that
what-
Bear, that guy Bear, you know, when he got done for revenge porn
Oh.
for posting a video of him and his girlfriend. He went to prison in the UK.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, someone says they're waiting for you in the other channel.
Yeah, I'm running late, so I'm gonna have
We're
to go.
running late. We're keeping you. All right. Can you want to do the redirect? I'll drop from the panel and I'll just let it redirect me there.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over there.
Okay, cool. All right, see you over there then.
Catch you later. Bye. Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye. Right, we're going over to the channel. You ready? Pick up your bushes and get your trackers. We're doing a BJ, yeah. All right, it should redirect you. Let me drop the link just in case it doesn't redirect you. Well, there's only one person waiting now. Let me put the link just in case it doesn't redirect you.